Are we recording?
Yes. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, let the record show that the board is all here except for Flavia, and Flavia's on by Zoom. So
And I'll make a motion to the extenuating extraordinary circumstances to be allowed, yada, yada, yada.
I'll say.
Whatever Tony
you
says.
got that pretty good. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Flavia. Okay. We have anybody
I'll
to
move to
speak?
approve the final
Oh, I've
agenda.
got approved. Thank you. Yeah, with all this agenda, is there anything that staff wants to add or change?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I think we're good.
Okay,
Sorry, I was
we have a
muted.
motion
Yeah,
to
I'm-
approve the agenda as presented.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? All in
Second.
favor, say aye.
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 Anybody opposed? 5-0.
All right.
Okay, no. Well, I guess we got to start here with some local achievements. I guess we're going to do
Yes.
that first. So
Yes, we are.
Laura, I'll let you,
All right, thank you. All right, it's the beginning of our fiscal year, which starts on October 1st. We look back and give recognition to employees based on how many years they've been here as of the end of the previous fiscal year. So as of September 30th, we have Julie Fitz, who's been here 10 years, Austin Manoli, 5 years, Bill Shaw, 5 years, and then we have honorable mentions. Mary Miller has been here 19 years, L, 17, Vicky, 8, Leslie, 8, and Isaac, 7. I guess I'm first, huh?
Yep, you wanna go first?
All
Well,
right,
I think these are pretty big achievements. I'd love to
Yes,
start
yeah.
to get a round of applause.
Julie's first?
Julie's here. All right. So Chelsea put me on the spot while I was doing 12 other things to write up something quick about Julie. Julie she's taught me a lot about Gateway in the 4 years that I've been here. Most of you know when you call in, she's the lady who answers the phone. So she's the smiling face that you speak to. She lives in Gateway, so she's very familiar with Gateway. She's the one we all go to when we have questions about things going on in the community. And she's our first line of defense when people call in. So people are crabby, they get her. Or people are happy, they get her. So she's the one who's always there. She makes sure that all of your bills get paid, that they get routed to the right places for approval. I have thrown more things at her in the 4 years that I've been here, and she rolls with every one of them. Whether or not she likes it, I don't know, but she does roll with them. So we've had a lot of change, and she's always there, and she's always supportive, and she's always willing to learn, and she's always willing to pitch in and lend a hand wherever we need her. So I truly enjoy working with her. And when we did our annual reviews this year, she gave me a piece of paper that made me really sad, and she has decided to retire in June. So we are treasuring our last 8 months with Julie, and we're going to get all that knowledge out of her brain before she leaves us in June. But congratulations on 10 years with the district. All right. And Julie really likes pumpkin. Her birthday is in July, and every year I make her pumpkin scones for her birthday, for the birthday tree. So we got her a basket full of pumpkin fun stuff. Wow. So, and then there's a Stanley in here too.
Gateway is very fortunate to have Julie, so
Yes, we are
thank you,
very
Julie.
fortunate. Thank you. This is
Thank
all
you.
yours.
thank you, Julie.
You guys want to go up and take a picture? Go stand with, let's all stand with
who's
Julie.
taking pictures? Oh, Randy.
Let's take a picture.
Hey, they don't know you in the community, but you're the bill lady.
Oh,
Come on, Ed, suck it in.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Laura, you stay up there.
Oh, I'm standing up here?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, next up, we have Austin Manoli. Austin started as a, give me 1 second. Austin started as a GIS intern here at Gateway Services 5 years ago within our utilities department. With an attention to detail, he clearly showed a drive and passion for public utilities and all of its challenges. With those qualities, Austin was quickly promoted to our assistant utilities manager. We are fortunate to have Austin as part of our team and look forward to his continued growth within the districts. Thank you, Austin. Congratulations.
All right, thank you all.
Thanks, Austin.
All
And you won't know he's in the room, even if he's talking.
He's so loud. All right. Oh, we want to take pictures, Manoli? Okay. All right, next up is Mr. Shaw. So Bill originally started 5 years ago at Gateways in our utilities department as an electrician, mainly dealing with lift stations. The previous utilities director resigned, in which Bill was compelled to put his name in the ring to manage the department. Over a year later, Bill is still serving as our utilities manager. Bill is passionate, detailed, and very knowledgeable of the district's multiple utility systems. To have an employee with these attributes is important, but it's those who care that truly make a difference. I'm proud to have Mr. Shaw on our team, and congratulations.
And I'll tell you that when we had that vacancy, I think there was, we were nervous that we would have a gap in that utilities area,
Absolutely.
and we haven't felt 1 minute of loss. So Bill, thank you very much for
Kept right on
everything
going.
that you've done.
And we have a Gateway
really
resident
stepped
too.
Yeah.
You didn't want to promote that.
Which I'm sure, which is great when I call him and he goes,
Go over
okay,
to
I'll
John.
be right over.
I don't know how Julie kept it secret that she was the board lady for the whole district and didn't get a house torched. For an angry bill payer.
Group
You love
picture
that?
with all three of them? All right.
Okay.
Come back up.
Okay.
You want to go back? In the back?
Let's go back here in the back.
Go to the back. Come on. Come on. Come on. Bill.
Will these be, yeah, I guess put them in the middle?
Yep, put them in the middle. In the middle. Turn side. Turn side. Turn side. There, right turn.
Use a panoramic.
Yeah. Hit the 0.5. All right.
Thanks, Randy.
Wide lens.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for knowledge.
It's true.
All right.
Thank you, staff. Public comment. How many do we have?
I only have one
Could you
agenda
turn yours
item
in,
one.
Yeah, turn it up here. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Now we have two. Hold on, who you calling first?
I have one agenda and then a bunch of non-agenda. So
Oh, okay.
agenda always goes first. Rod, you get 3 minutes.
And due to the size of the agenda today, we really will need to hold
Yes.
everyone to their
If you
time.
can go last, that's awesome because we have 2 meetings we're cramming into one.
Rod?
He had it was his item 8B, the 919 Board of Supervisors minutes.
Thank you. Rod, Senior Gateway Greens. September 19th, your board meeting extended to the public hearing for the repeal of Chapter 6. I assume that was an extension of the board meeting, the way I understand it. I can't find the minutes in the board book for today for that public meeting. Are they supposed to be in there?
Should be.
Or is it me that couldn't find them?
It was a separate public hearing.
I believe they'll be in the next one.
I thought it was an extension to your board meeting at 3 o'clock.
No, it was a separate meeting.
Okay,
No,
all
we
right.
adjourned that meeting, and
Okay.
then we all went over to the public.
My comments anyway are still valid. I want to get to it because of my time limitation. Further to the repeal, there were 2 more motions made. Doug, you were the first one to make a motion, and that was a transparent effort to try and give some direction going forward that we adhere to Maggie Mooney's recommendation that we try and stick with 170 as our reference point. However, I would ask you, I know it was done at the spur of the moment and I understand why you did it. I would ask you at some point to amend that motion if you would like to include 170 and 190 and any other applicable statutes, because I wouldn't want us to be restricted on that.
Yeah, and I think my motion inherently would include those areas.
But it didn't.
Yeah, okay,
It just said 170.
okay.
And the second motion, well, you made it, Bob, it was to consider further assessment methodologists. And the way I read it is that you felt that this guy was tainted.
No, not at all.
And I want to understand what was going on. So I
Nothing to
think
do
we
with
need
the
to clear that one up.
I just wanted to have an independent third party.
I don't want to have to, I don't know what we're paying this guy, but I don't want to have to pay a second and a third because we think this guy's tainted. I don't see it that way.
Your words. I've never said that and never would. I love it.
Okay?
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
All right, the rest of these are non-agenda. The first one is Gary Edson. Thank you for putting your pronunciation on there for me. Assessment methodology.
Hi, Gary Edson. I'm from Villa Circle and Pelican Reserve. I'm just a little baffled by the methodology program, but that's okay. One of the things I'm concerned about is I hope the Pelican Preserve can continue to have some control over their own destiny. I don't consider that we bought there to be a part of the greater Gateway. We're 55. We don't have children as much except on visitation, and that's why we're over 55, because we're worn out. With regard to fairness, I really don't understand the whole deal. We spend more money than the average Gateway house does. We're spending $1,100 to $1,200. You spend $900. So I'm hoping that either we come down or you come up. I don't know how that's supposed to work. We don't use your facilities. You don't use ours. The only thing we do is to drive on a road that, for the most part, is Lee County. And the right and the sides of it are beautiful, and we all do what we have to do. So I just hope that through this whole process, we don't get lost in a power struggle, but rather think of the group as what we bought for as individuals and what we want to wind up with. And if we wind up with something that isn't what we signed up for, then I think there's going to be some issues that will really be deleterious to all of us. So I hope that fairness and control are kept in their proper perspective. And thank you for your time and your effort representing us.
Thank you.
All right, these next ones appear all to be related to lake bank and pond maintenance, separate areas. Bob, is it Rustler, regarding palm trees from Timber Ridge?
I'm a board member of
Please,
Timber.
yeah, state your name.
My name is Bob Raisler. I'm a board member of Timber Ridge. By accident, I found out that you all individually voted to take out 50 palm trees around a pond in Timber Ridge. I'm outraged about that, and I'm here to talk about it. It's my understanding that you're going to go in and you're going to cut down the trees and get them gone. Is that correct?
What are we talking about, LMEs?
For
Yes.
lake rest or bank
There's
restoration.
going to be some further discussion of that later today, that issue. We
Really?
need to revisit that issue, as we're going to hear from people in Gateway Greens on a very similar issue.
Okay, let me just say this. 50 palm trees around a lake that was there from the original design, and to cut them out and remove them is outrageous. And if you're going to talk about it some more, do I get some additional time to at least chime in on that?
But we won't, because it's not on the agenda. I'm going to bring it up as a discussion. But the issue is that the decision was made. I think we made it prematurely, but we made a decision to clear cut everything inside the LME.
Okay,
Everything in the LME. I think it is a major mistake, and we need to rediscuss it.
I do have a comment with regard to that. It's with regard to an alternative approach, and that is these palm trees can all be transplanted. And the way you transplant them is you pull them out like they do all over the place, pull them out of the ground, you wrap the root ball, put the root ball in another lake pond, which is right across the street from where this lake is being restored, put them into the ground, and there'll be 50 of them all along the bank there. When they're done doing the lake bank, come back in and put them right in behind the lake bank. And this time, put them in so that when they do the lake bank again, we don't have that issue again.
How far, a couple of questions, how far are they off the lake bank, off the control elevation?
In some
Guys,
cases,
can we just allow the 3 minutes and then we can hold the questions, because we didn't allow with Rod, so let's just stay consistent. Allow him his 3 minutes.
Okay.
But I was able to find out what was being done because I got a hold of, from the county, the plan as far as what was going on and all the things were being torn out. And I
Are
just,
these in common areas or on private property?
they're going to be on, okay, it's a mixed bag, okay? So you got the 20 foot, and some of them are inside the 20 foot. But then the homeowner that lives on that property on the lake maintains the property and the
I
palm
understand
trees.
that. I'm just
and-
trying to determine, are these on individual property owners or are they on a common area?
Like I said, it's a mixed bag, and it's a mixed bag because the
Well, okay.
homeowner maintains all the way to the pond.
Gotcha.
And so you got the 20-foot lake bank issue, then you got a little bit of common area, and then you've got the property that belongs to the homeowner.
Okay.
And these are all put in by the residents?
I'm sorry.
These are all put in by the residents or developers?
I don't know who put them in.
All right, we're done.
Who put the palm trees in, the residents or the developer?
It was put in under the initial development order.
Thank you.
So they were there before there was a house.
Problematic. Okay.
So I will stick around and listen
Okay.
to your
Thank you.
next comment.
All right,
Okay.
next up, I have John, is it Roop? He's from Timber Ridge as well regarding the Lake Bank project.
Just as a reminder, board, can we just keep the comments to 3 minutes to the resident and not engage in questions?
She said don't engage the residents, just let them talk.
Well, okay, that kind of is hard when there's a question involved. So, once again, for the bank nourishment. So we've been in Timber Ridge since 2004. I've got trees and I've got pictures to go with this. You've got a lake restoration that was by Brown Academy. Part of that lake does butt up against Timber Ridge. We're being told there's a 20-foot easement. 2 trees there, 13, 15 feet. Same day, go measure, right when I measured those, my trees are 15 and 18 feet. They're 8 feet off the lanai. They're in the flower beds from the original purchase of the home. They weren't planted by me. So it seems that that's a little egregious to be coming that far up into someone's property on something that was developed, as Bob said. These were not planted by us after the fact. These were when the home was purchased. So I don't understand how, and I understand the easement portion, but when I see trees that are there at 15 and 13 feet from the water level right then, and then I measure mine at the same time and they're 18 and 15, why are mine got to come out when those stayed? And those were actually in the flower beds 8 feet off the lanai from the original building of the home. So that was a question, but I mean, obviously you don't want to answer, it's a statement, but it doesn't make sense. It needs to be equal. If that's how it's going to be, I understand that, but then there's got to be, if it's 18 feet, it's 18 feet. It's kind of like the speed limit. You're doing 56, you're still over the speed limit. So it's got to be even.
Thank you so much.
All right, and our last one is Tom Thatcher regarding the Pond 109 pond maintenance.
I realize you guys are going to discuss this further, but my name's Tom Thatcher. I'm a resident of Mahogany Run South. Today I stand before you to address a critical issue affecting our community, which is the proposed changes to the maintenance methods of our neighborhood ponds. These changes imposed on our neighborhood and apparently others represent a significant departure from the established practices of our community. We're being required to take drastic measures that no other neighborhood has faced. These measures include removal of all trees, including protected species, and destruction of ornamental gardens within 20 feet of our property lines. This is not only environmentally harmful, but also financially burdensome. Despite our concerns detailed in an email sent to the board and the district manager on September 26th, we've yet to receive a response of communication, which is deeply troubling and suggests a disregard for our input. We understand the desire to economize, but there are established precedents for working around obstacles and from a barge. These methods have been successfully employed in other neighborhoods without destructive measures proposed for ours. This inconsistency raises questions about fairness and equality. While all residents have contributed to the $4,000 assessment, proposed changes will disproportionately impact those living near a pond. The destruction of our backyards, which enhance the aesthetic appeals of our neighborhood, will significantly diminish our property values. The removal of trees will have a detrimental effect on the lake's ecosystem. Trees provide shade, prevent erosion, absorb nutrients, and help to maintain water quality. Replacing them with sod will disrupt this delicate balance. The easement governing our neighborhoods was established for lake maintenance, not for destruction of our properties. The proposed changes directly conflict with the purpose of the easement. CDD will certainly be violating the passage that requires the property to be returned to as good or better condition. We urge the board and district manager to reconsider this project. Potential benefits do not justify the significant negative impacts to our neighborhood, including financial hardship, environmental damage, and a diminished sense of community. Let us work together to find a solution that preserves the beauty and integrity of our neighborhood while also ensuring the health of our pond. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Right, I don't have any more public comments.
Anybody else want to speak that didn't fill out a form? Okay, okay, thank you. Advisory committee items and reports.
I just have that the PPAC meeting got rescheduled because of the hurricane, so it was supposed to be last week on the 10th. It will be Monday on the 21st here at 2 o'clock.
Okay, okay. Approval of minutes. Does anybody have any changes, additions, corrections to the minutes of either the September 5th or September 19th board meeting, which was not inclusive of the public?
Just the board meeting.
Just the board meeting, yes.
Nope.
No, and I'll move to approve the minutes for September 5th and September 19th.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Consent agenda items. Does anybody want to pull any of the consent agenda items?
Yes, 9A,
Okay.
the Infomark contract, please.
Okay, we'll hold 9A. Is there a motion to approve 9B and C?
I move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. 9A. Question?
Yes, the Infomark contract. Laura? Three things that are in my memory this year, and I'd like you to tell us how they will be different under this new contract. The first one was when we first got the budget this year, I remember your comment was that you had just gotten it within a matter of hours and that we were to look at the totals, not the line items because they were in the wrong columns or there was something wrong when we got it. That just look at the totals for now and you'll get everything else straightened out before. Is this going to change under the new contract?
Yes.
And how is it going to change?
We
What is
have-
your understanding with it?
We set specific deadlines for everything in the there are dates in the contract that this will be delivered by this date, this will be delivered by this date. So we have everything in there. And then as part of our assessment methodology, we've also included those as milestones for that process. Since Russ's book ties directly into the budget, as we're working through that, that is another reason why we're doing the methodology, as Russ said, that, and you've all seen it, that workbook is like literally 40 tabs long, and I'm not exaggerating. So we need to, which contributed to the confusion with the numbers and stuff at the beginning. So with the updated workbook and the timelines that we've worked into the contract, both for Infomark and for the auditor, that will not happen this year.
And then the fact that we got the audit 8 months
Again,
after
that's,
the end
we
of the
set
fiscal
specific
year.
deadlines. When we put the RFP out for the auditor, we will have it no later than March 31st, which is 6 months after the end close of the year, which is perfectly,
We have
that's
to
pretty
have
normal.
the audit by
We
that
will
time.
have the audit in our hands by March 31st. That's a condition of the contract for the auditor. That's not an
I was going to say,
Infomark.
that's not an Infomark
No,
issue.
but we did set a specific deadline for our Infomark to get their documents to the auditor. So
Okay.
they will have everything to the auditor by the end of the calendar year, which gives the auditor 3 months to finish the audit. So
Okay.
we looked
And
at
then
all
there
of
were
that this
two
year.
snafu type things, I
Yes,
guess.
again, there were issues
during
with the
the-
workbook. So as we go through and redo that workbook with the assessment methodology, that won't happen.
So in other words, the coordination issue that we had
Yes.
has been resolved.
Yes, it was,
Well,
yeah,
I agree
it
with
will
you on
be.
that.
We-
That was a
we-
mess.
Yes.
Well, there
There were some
there were
staffing
certain parts
changes.
of Gateway that had to be sent a second
Right.
notice.
Yep.
Because the first
Ag-
notice was
Yep.
incorrect.
Right, and that had to
And-
do with the workbook, so we had some issues with the workbook, and they had some staffing changes at Infomark as well, but that has all been ironed out. And we'll
then
make
the
sure,
inside, outside.
yep,
was the-
that's all part of our assessment methodology talks that we're gonna have, so you will be in on all of that through, and we'll all be on the same page with the workbook.
Yep.
Okay,
Following up, because I've got one along your same, I've got the same
okay.
concerns.
Well, thank you for ironing out those things.
They were a pain in the butt for me too, so selfishly, they helped me as well, so
Who's
yeah.
doing the due diligence to know that our listing of accounts, units, properties are correct?
That is part of the review that we'll be doing in January when we pull the information from Lee County.
Okay, because we got some busts, they're,
Yep.
nothing major, but we got
Yep.
some busts.
Yep.
That where we left customers out.
Yep, we'll be looking at that as part of our review when we pull the list from the property appraiser in
And
January.
I didn't know if, is that a Infomark task or is
It
that a
is,
joint task?
it's a Russ task.
Okay, okay.
So it'll be joint, but we'll make sure that, but that's one of the, every year as we do this and we refine it, I get more touch points and checkpoints for things that need to be worked on.
So if I
I'll
can
move
just,
to approve the Infomark contract.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. District engineer.
Good
Steve-
afternoon, everyone.
Hi,
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, guys.
Did you
Stephen
fare,
Gappy.
did you fare okay, Stephen, with the storm? Did your house survive?
We survived. We had a lot of water. We had about 3 to 4 feet throughout the neighborhood. And Wyatt, which a lot of the staff knows is our inspector, he had water in his house. So I spent much of late last week gutting his home. But it's
Survived.
what it is. So he's all right. We're moving forward. Thanks for asking.
Give us a project update, please.
Yes, sir. So this list has got a couple extra things on it. Like I said, I was kind of busy last week, so I had Eric push it out the door for me. So a couple items on here are old projects that just reemerged here. So just bear with me. The second line is irrigation pump station generator. That project, we are still waiting to get a little closer to delivery date for the generator, which is in early 2025. So no new updates there. Irrigation and force main improvements. We're preparing the bid docs and construction plans. We're still waiting for funding from HMGP on that project. Laura Hawthorne Well, we have a progress meeting tomorrow to discuss steps forward. The project's been on hold since the site has been so flooded. None of the underground contractors or even the well drillers been able to get out there and do any work. So hopefully we'll start drying out here pretty soon and they can get that project wrapped up. Gateway Utility Storage Building, the contractor has had some setbacks with permitting with the building department. I think they've resolved that issue today. They've been working with the building manufacturer to make some corrections to the design plans by the building manufacturer. They will resubmit those to the building department for review, and we should have a permit within the next 30 days, maybe 40 days. They're a little slow right now. Eric is he should be there, so he can give an update on his items, but I'll just go through mine real quick. Phase 2, Year 2 Lake Bank Restoration, Lake 127 and 130. We have a tentative meeting scheduled with Met Tower for November. They are thinking they'll be able to start in late November. So that's next month. So we should be seeing some progress here, fortunately. Same thing for FY24 lakes. We've got MRI doing the last 4 of that batch, which are 59, 105, 125, and 128. Likewise, we're planning to have them start in November. FY25 Lake Bank design, there's been some discussion already about this project. It's out to bid right now. The bid got extended due to the hurricane impacts. The bids are now due on November 6th. Ed, you and I had some conversations before the storm regarding locations of the LMEs, the tree locations, and the possibility that some of the dry ground had been eroded along with the lake bank and what should be done about that. So
You talking about 209 or 109?
Yeah, Lake 109, and I did some research and looked at Lake 94, which some other people were, speaking of earlier. That's in Timber Ridge. So it looks like 109 and Lake 94 have had some, more than just a little bit of the shoreline, like the slope has eroded. And you had asked if we were going to consider constructing the lakes to the design position, which is where the property corners fall at the control elevation. So historically, all of the lake bank projects have been designed to just reestablish a slope to match the permitted slope of 4-to-1 or 6-to-1. And we haven't built out or cut back the lake bank to match that the property line falls on the control elevation. So just wanted clarification on how the board wanted to proceed on that. I know it's kind of it's a broad topic and might be outside of the scope of the time that we have here, but at least wanted to bring that up. And then also the trees, we're pretty confident where our lake maintenance easements are shown on our plans. I know you guys are still considering clear cutting the 20-foot LME. The contractor would go out and survey that LME before anything gets removed. So if something that was on our plans is right on the line, that decision could be made at that time whether or not to remove it. But it may make sense to just give a grace of at least 5 feet houseward of the LME and let those trees exist as they are. So those are two things that I wanted to just bring up to the board for discussion.
I have a question. So Ed, are you
Yeah, there's some issues here. We got to have a
historically,
coming to head here.
I mean, one of the drivers for lake bank restoration is erosion and deterioration of the
Return of the property to
right.
the
And I don't think
commercial.
as far as I know, when we've done lake bank restoration, sometimes we've been in fill and whatever, but we're not looking at original design and trying to get back to that, correct?
Well, the only thing that we have to go by is the design standards that we have. And they make it perfectly clear that the dirt, the slope of the property goes out to the LME, and the LME is defined as the control elevation. You can't run out dirt to the control elevation if you don't know where that point is.
Right.
Right now, we've got, and 109 is a little bit different, and I now understand Timber Ridge, maybe a little bit different situation, but the problem at 109 is we've got anywhere from 3 to maybe 9 feet of lost property. And it was
Timber
lost
Ridge?
because.
Now, and Timber Ridge, that's one of our newer.
Yeah, I don't know what,
Newer development.
I'm not familiar with what they're talking about at Timber Ridge on the trees. I want to go look at that. But that's a separate issue, but it does follow the issue of the clear cut decision. My thing is at 109, we've got to find out where that control elevation is, the property line. Because right now we show on the plans, if you look at them, there is a line and the contractor starts there and then goes out. Well, some of those properties have 3 and 4 or 5 feet that are out there. And the telltale is when you look down in the water and you see somebody's irrigation system 3 feet in the water. I mean, I don't think, they weren't real bright at WCI, but I never saw them put an irrigation system under the lake. It was dirt. And what has happened is over the time, we haven't done our job. We know this. We haven't done pond maintenance, and these people have lost that shore. So my argument was, we should be telling the contractor, here's the property line. You put in dirt to get that out there, fill to get out there, and then you take it off at the 4-to-1, which is in our permit control manual. It's on all of our design plans. We need to get that constructed. If you show it the way you've got it right now, just imagine, let's say 4 feet. 4 feet is missing, and that's 2 feet deep. That's 8 square feet or 8 cubic feet of dirt per foot. You go 1,300 feet around a lake, and I'm talking about a lot of semis of dirt that he isn't going to bid because he don't know about it.
And does that, just for sake of argument, if we did that, would that put these trees still within the LME?
That's my
Yes.
question. Right now,
So it wouldn't matter?
it would be nice to see the pins, because you draw a line between the pins and then you go 20 feet off that you look at, okay? That tells you, is a tree inside the 20 or not inside the 20? Right now, it's very difficult to tell because you can't see the control elevation. In other words, the property pins. You can't see them. They aren't there. And I thought we had an agreement that we were going to get those staked because we had done that at Magnolia Lakes several years ago. So we need to get that done to make the decision. Then comes in the bigger decision. Did we make a mistake on this 20-foot deal of clear cut? Example, a lot of these houses were built with the lanai right at the 20-foot mark. Then, because of our requirements in Gateway Greens and the design review people, you had to landscape it. You didn't have any choice. You had to landscape it. So that is by definition in the LME, which is, it's a sacrifice. We're doing this number. One's telling you to push and the other one's telling you to shove. It's ridiculous. We need to look at it to see if we even need to take them out. But before us, we've got coming later on in the meeting, which really compounds this problem. We've got a person coming in that's wanting to extend their lanai 5 feet into the LME. How in the hell do we sit here and tell people that we're going to clear cut 20 feet and then give somebody a grant of 5 foot? That's almost like, do what I do, don't do what I say. It's just ridiculous. We need to revisit
so we've
this.
Got a conflict of bylaws and HOA having certain criteria with trees and landscaping.
And
that contradicts our district standards, or no?
Yes.
Stephen, do you want to chime in?
Well,
I'm sorry, Doug,
let me have a comment before we do that. We're already spending astronomical sums on lake banks over here. And I think I just heard that we're now considering restoring to the original design intent.
Yeah. No.
If you think we spent money before,
No, we can't.
get ready to spend some real money. Now, we do not and have not and never done it in Pelican. Not to say that it's good or bad, but we've never done it. We also had an incident in Pelican where the flowway contractor, for lack of a better way to describe it, made the flowway too wide and took away land from 23 homeowners. Is Phil still here? 23 homeowners lost land from 2 feet to 8 feet. And the decision was made at that point in time to leave it alone rather than go back in and refill. So all I'm saying is we're on a real slippery slope if you're talking about changing what we do.
We're not changing what we're doing. We're not changing our design. Our design shows that we are to maintain to the control elevation. I mean, it's
Well, I'm
clear.
saying we've never done that, and I don't think I want to entertain
Well,
that.
let's get down to impact. The reason why we're talking about the LMEs and the clear cutting is our ability to maintain. So if we make concessions, whatever, how does it limit our ability to maintain? And what are we willing to sacrifice, either the district or the homeowner? How much are they willing to sacrifice in maintenance to the lake? So if there's a compromise, it's either
That's right.
it limits our ability to maintain, and if so, what is that limitation and how does it impact both the district and the resident?
That seems to be the most cost effective that everybody will be happy with, because nobody's coming in here saying, I lost 4 feet, I want you to replace it. What they're saying is, don't take out my trees.
Don't take out my trees.
So if
No,
we continue doing
that's
it,
not what the people at 109 are saying.
I don't know about 109,
Yeah.
but the two gentlemen from Timber Lake talked about it.
Yeah,
They were talking
that's a
about their
different
trees.
situation. Yeah.
So that's a unique situation, we ought to deal with it.
Did you want to let Stephen answer? Question? Stephen, go ahead. Stephen, go ahead about the DO requirements and reviews.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I missed, Danny stepped in and we were talking about this. I missed your question, Doug. Can you please restate that for me? My apologies.
Do you want to restate it so it's probably clear, or do you mean just?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question was, we've got bylaws from an HOA regulations, and then we've got our district standards, like as it pertains to the LME. So whose responsibility is it to maintain our LME standards from an HOA perspective? Because I know, there's a lot of communities that have requirements on landscaping. So if you're putting in, whether it's a developer or if you move in, you're required to have a certain amount of trees in the back. Stony Brook has it. There's literally a layout where you got to have this tree here, this amount of vegetation. How could that even fall within the district LME if the HOA and the builder is adhering to standards?
So there's a lot there, but so what we did was we looked at the DOs for each lake, identified if there was a landscaping plan and a littoral plan, and what trees are required for the lake like the lake bank. So deep lake trees or wetland trees. And if there weren't any required for that particular item, then the trees above that requirement, or if there was no requirement within the 20-foot LME, would be removed. On Timber Ridge, I do know that there was a DO requirement for a total amount of trees, and we looked at, community level to make sure that we weren't going to be reducing the tree count that they needed for that DO requirement for, hey, this Timber Ridge, you need 3 trees per lot, and we made sure that we didn't reduce that amount. So
We've got that in Gateway.
So, Stephen, can you answer this question? So what it boils down to is, what is the impact? Our ability to maintain, and we could look at worst case scenario if we like. It seems like there's quite a few that, I mean, if I even look at a map, I can look at several lakes and there's trees within, 5 to 10 feet. How does it hinder our ability to maintain? And what is the impact to the resident or the impact to the district? Both
so
in 2 things. One, not only in maintenance, but also in the lake bank, in the restoration project itself, being able to navigate around with equipment to do what we need to do for lake bank restoration. So one is the actual restoration. 2 is maintenance ongoing.
So for the actual maintenance project, they need, I would say, at least 10 feet from the water's edge to get around the lake with their equipment, which is probably pretty true for maintenance activities. But there are still tree requirements that, where we have to have a cypress tree or an oak tree for deep lake, tree requirements. And those trees fall right along the edge of the lake bank, and those can't be removed. So you still have those problems. So you don't want to compound it by having a tree.
Because I want to make sure. So one issue in restoration is being able to navigate equipment around the bank to do the restoration.
Yes, correct.
One problem in the restoration. Okay, sorry, keep going.
So what I was saying is, it's kind of going off on a trail here, but there are trees that are required to be on the lake bank. We can't get around that, like cypress trees, some other varieties, but we don't want to compound that hindrance or obstacle by, having other trees in the LME where we can't even drive around those cypress trees that are required. So, in some cases, the maintenance cut area may be greater than 10 feet from the edge of the water for maintenance vehicles to be able to drive around those cypress trees and access, the other side of those trees and get to the rest of the lake. And if Elle or Daniel are there, they can probably speak to it. But I think typically for maintenance purposes, they have like a buggy drive around to spray and treat the littorals or nuisance weeds.
One thing that I want us to think about is cypress trees, when they have the needs, when the water level is really high, and that's when we're gonna see a problem. So the water level goes high and they grow like little needs so they can breed. And that's going to impede that 10 feet that you need, a minimal. It's going to take at least 3 or 4, because around a mature cypress trees, you probably have 10 feet of knees on both sides, 5 down to the pond, and then 5 up. So it's not a clear-cut answer for this. When you come to the lake embankment trees like cypress, like the maple trees, which are required, they're not going to have a problem, but the cypress will, because each tree may grow an excessive amount of need and may not. And usually it happens during the wet season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the decision that we made, I think we had good intentions.
Yeah.
But there's so many variations in all these ponds. I mean, we have this, I mean, this is a conversation. I think the one thing that we should, like, if it's invasive, and that's probably a conversation that.
But it is not an invasive.
I know, I'm saying,
yeah.
but an easy solution would be to rescind that, or to treat each pond on a one-to-one basis. But the first priority would be, if it's invasive, it has to go. If it's anything else, we're either going to have to tell the people to work around it.
Our problem is a letter went out, but the letter did not go out based upon a measurement from the control elevation. It's where somebody thought it was.
So what is your recommendation?
Because it's out in the water. Well, my recommendation is what we should be doing on every pond, as I said at the beginning. When you're doing an engineering project, the first thing you do is you determine the extent of your property. Know what you're working with. We don't have any pins out there in those lakes to know where the 20 feet starts. If you take it from the property line, if you take it from the property or the water's edge right now, I can tell you on some of those lots, you're 3-4 feet from the pin. So that means you're going 20 feet up when you really should only be going maybe 16 feet up. Now, did you have a tree at 17 you just said needs to come out? I think we're way too premature in telling people what needs to come out on a 20-foot clear cut, which is problematic. But I don't think
that's just to clarify, that's not entirely true because our surveyors did locate property pins and attach the plat drawing to those pins that we did find. So
Even though
there are pins located in the field.
Okay, in the water.
Yeah.
No, there's on 109, there's 2 that are on dry ground. On Lake 94, there's a lot that are in the water.
We even have a house that has a part of the house that has to be removed by this deal. That's what I'm getting to. We got to use some common sense. We're not going to go in there and tell somebody to remove 4 feet of his house or 5 feet of his house.
Okay, that's a different question.
But that's within the 20 feet.
Okay, but is it 20 feet because because we had such a horrible erosion issue? Because that's not the fix. The fix is for us to go there and fill it in and give the homeowner their property back.
Yeah.
It's not to tell
them. You can't afford that.
I know, but that's the right thing to do.
Okay, that is a thing to do.
We did not draw our drawings.
If it is their property and the lack of maintenance caused by us caused them to lose their property, the right thing to do is.
But if they moved there 3 years ago and they never had it,
it is
they
their
didn't
property.
lose anything. Yeah, it is their property. When they bought it, it was underwater. It's still underwater.
I don't want to go and tell owners that. I will.
I don't want to tell them anything. All I'm saying is you can't afford to go back and rebuild all these ponds.
We do what we do and we do it right.
Stephen,
we don't do it wrong or just because it saves a buck. We saved the buck. We saved the bucks for 25, 30 years of doing nothing or doing it wrong. I will not sit here and allow this to happen.
Well, I think Ed, you said a few minutes ago, most homeowners just don't want their trees cut down.
And I'll make sure everybody in Gateway knows your position on this because that is not fair. If you want to do that in Pelican, you go do that in Pelican. But in Gateway, we're going to follow the rules.
I love it.
It's the way we're going to do it.
Yeah,
So-
we don't have any money issues.
So ultimately, you've had a couple public comments. The 2 issues at hand are, we sent out the letters for clear cut the 20-foot LME. That's one of the questions. Do we continue with that policy? Because that's the direction that we proceeded with. And that's what we intend on moving forward with unless the policy changes. The second is what you just said about Tetra Tech going back, reconfirming that they've gone all the way to those property pins and bringing in the additional fill to right the wrong.
No, that's not what I said. The first thing you got to do is you've got to determine what the scope of the project is. And we don't know that right now because we don't know where the property pins are. If you don't show where those pins are on that plans, how is the contractor going to bid the amount of dirt he's going to bring in?
Let's go to Stephen.
So the first issue is you've got to do the staking, and I thought we'd already had that understood.
Stephen.
That we're going to stake.
Stephen?
He hasn't done them all. He was going to go stake them.
Stephen, can you confirm that that's been done?
No, because it's an additional cost. So I got a cost from our surveyor. It's about $7,500 per lake to go stick a wooden lath at the property corners, wherever they may be.
And then once we got that, then we determine the extent of our decision of clear cutting.
Okay, so
do we need to then stay at the 20-foot clear cut? Or can we move back to where we were originally about 10 or 12 feet?
I don't have any problem with this clear cut. What I have a problem is I'm hearing we're going to restore all these banks to original construction. And I'm telling you, you can't afford it.
So we have $7,500 per pond to put in these laths. That's what you just heard from your engineer.
And we have how many ponds right now?
12.
So do every pond.
Yeah.
There's 6 in the current
phase.
bid.
It really depends upon the nature of how much has there been bank erosion. It's not one of those deals that one shoe fits all. It depends upon the specifics of the project. That 109 just happens to be a pond that is in an area where it gets absolute wind erosion all the time.
Does it have littorals?
It do what?
No.
Does it have littorals?
It doesn't have littorals.
Oh.
There's no requirement for littorals.
Oh,
They are on the golf course side,
Well, just
but not
fill it
on the
with
other
money.
side. But the issue is, we've never maintained them. So the thing is, we need to do right now is do it right. We need to return those back. If you don't, how are you going, I don't even know how you would do it otherwise.
Okay, so
But
you,
can I ask you a question? What do we, when you say pins, I don't know what that is.
property.
You just
tax.
find a pin out in the water.
Your
Markers,
stake.
There's a corner
Your
of the lots.
but
corner of
it is
your
gonna
lot.
be above ground, so.
It's a
residents
metal
can
pin
actually
the
Of their,
builder put in
of their
before they
property
built.
line or where the lake,
Property line.
property line? Okay.
Yeah,
All
And
right.
I've
Just
never
wanna-
seen a lake grow.
And so
I've
what
seen
we're saying is we
registration.
don't do that under current,
Stephen, we
We
do
should be
not
doing
survey every single property pin, property corner, correct?
So I'm requesting to share my screen. I don't know if it's being
Okay.
present. Is it being presented?
Yes.
Okay,
Oh,
so,
yeah.
it just went away. Let me try again.
They're there, the pins are there, Doug.
So when our surveyors went out, they located enough pins so that they can take the plat drawing, the lines from the plat, and insert them into the survey file. So for instance, on Lake 109, they found this property corner right here. Which, can everyone see this?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. They also found this one up here. They found a pin here. And then they found another one down here, right here. So now that we have enough pins to match up all of the property corners in the plat is attached to these pins. So we rotate it in and tie it down to that. So we didn't locate every single property corner's pins, but we have enough confidence for construction level surveying here.
so you're saying
to
this is
show.
correct, but it's not necessarily 100% accurate.
So it could, wobble, inches, definitely less than 1 foot across the board.
Steve, go down to
So-
620. Okay.
So here we're showing this corner on land, not located. We're showing this one in water, not located. We're showing this one on the edge, not located. And this one is showing on land. So it's kind of, it goes in and out, like this lake bank probably was never built exactly how it was planned. It's eroded irregularly. It looks like,
I'm not filling something in that we don't know was ever
Correct.
truly
Well,
designed
no,
in the first place.
Well, no, I would agree with that except for one thing. That's not true. When you see an irrigation system that's sitting out in the lake 3 feet, that tells me it was eroded. And to say that every one of those 40 lots around that lake are going to be in, out, back, forth, up, down, we don't know. We need to have it staked to know exactly what we're working with. There are some, and Stephen has indicated, what do you want to do with the ones that were the other way? Do you want me to cut the dirt out?
no.
Some the other way.
That's,
You've got some that they've grown.
No, we've got
I
some
haven't
that
seen that.
we don't know that it's growing. We don't know that it was built right. That was the issue. My problem is right now, without having that thing staked, it's very difficult to make a decision. Not only how to implement the 20 feet, but more importantly, is how the contractor's going to bid it to know how much dirt he
But
brings
you
in.
don't, so you don't think this is close enough? Or,
No.
I mean, Steven's saying it's within
Less than a
inches,
foot.
less than a foot.
Well,
I mean,
Well, the lines on the drawing are
Disagree.
pretty accurate, but what Ed is trying to say is where let me try to find a spot.
Up to that lot 620, 11620 and look at it, because I'm telling you, it's wrong.
go ahead, Steven, what were you saying?
What Ed is trying to say is like in this instance right here, it's showing where the pin would fall in the water. And he's saying that this should be built out so that the lake bank, the property line falls at the control elevation on the slope.
That is
But is
correct.
there not, there's
other
no,
words,
there's
if
no,
you-
hold on. But there's no issue with 11620, right? There's,
Yeah, 11620 is the one that needs to have probably 4 feet of dirt brought in to go out to the control elevation of where his property should have the
no,
water
but what is,
level when
but
it's at.
For what
that,
purpose?
that doesn't happen. What, is this the one we're talking about? Is the lanai falls within the?
We don't know.
This is where the lanai falls within the
We can
LME.
maintain that.
And
We can
what are you
maintain it. So
trying to
what's the
get
issue?
to?
Yeah.
Do you want every pond staked going out into the future now?
No,
Or
what it needs,
what-
well, first of all.
What do you want?
What it needs to be done is if you're going to do this right, if you have an area like 109 that has issues, serious issues on loss of property, then you need to stake it to be able to determine the amount of dirt that you've got to bring, the contractor's got to bring
So
in.
you're saying you got to bring dirt?
Oh, there's no doubt about it. You're gonna have to bring dirt in. Not every lot.
Why?
But there are a lot of lots.
Do we have to
that
do
you
every
will.
pond in the community that way?
It depends. You've got to look at each pond and find out
Okay, but-
exactly where they're
But
at.
if they're all short,
Like on
you're
all of our,
suggesting
like
we'd bring in dirt.
the majority of the ponds that we have done, I know Rod's not here anymore, but when we started one of our ponds, 114 was one of the first ones done that I live on. Our property pin was right there and the dirt was at the control elevation, i.e. we hadn't lost any ground. A lot of lakes are that way. You don't have it. But if you don't have that control elevation or that pin state, how do you know that?
Well,
How do you
I
know
want to
that?
get back to what I thought was the conversation, which is
Going out
clear
streets.
cutting the LME. And
Well, that is
so,
true.
so let's try
Yeah.
to solve one problem at a time. So I don't have any problem with amending that.
Nor do I. Being reasonable.
Because I think there's just too much variation.
Here,
I mean,
here's my issue with that.
I have one also, do you want me to go before you?
Yeah.
Okay, when we made that motion, I was really clear regarding us supporting staff's decision. When it comes to, because we had historically not always supported staff and not necessarily because it wasn't the right thing to do. So my concern at that point, when I voted for this, was if we're going to allow staff, either the engineer or our staff, to go out on the field and say, we can work around this tree, or we can not work around this tree. If we're going to support staff 100% of those decisions, then I had no problem saying let staff do it. And if there's a one-off or not, the resident can come to the board, and then we'll make that decision then. That was always my thought. But that was always clear. And it is going to bring us back to the same issue that we had a gentleman speaking before when I wasn't in attendance, that the understanding of that, Joe was able to keep his tree, but I wasn't able to keep. So we have to think of that. And while this is really loud right now, it was very loud then when we had to suddenly start making the decisions and we didn't have necessarily a criteria that we could use and say, this is the guideline. I'm willing to be flexible, but I'm also willing to remind you all where we were before. When staff went out on the field and said, this tree has to go, this can stay, we did not support the staff. And I'm talking about the engineer and I'm talking in-house.
Yeah,
So I think.
but
if
part of
that's
the issue
case,
is, but
we
here,
need to revisit that.
I understand that. And I think we were all operating under the information that was given, which is there is a problem. We can't maintain because there are trees within the LME. Yes, sounds directionally, I understand that. But what we didn't understand was there's pond erosion that could play. We don't know if the trees were placed by the resident, by the developer. And there's just so many different variables now that we're finding out after the fact that we didn't know during that vote. And I just have a hard time telling people to take palm trees out or trees that have been there forever, because now we're creating a rule or standard, or we're going to adhere to it. Now, what I was trying to get to originally was, what is the impact? And the impact is, if we're doing restoration, there's going to be an issue with getting equipment. Okay, so if we make a decision that we're not going to remove all trees, then it's going to either increase cost, or it's going to diminish the type of restoration that we can do on these ponds. So if we've got a whole side of a pond that has palm trees like Timber Ridge, and if you look at the Google Map images, there's large portions where there's palm trees along the edge.
So it's not an
so we
issue
may
that
not be
they're-
able to have the same solution in these areas if those residents say, I want to keep my palm tree, which could hinder our ability to do restoration at the same quality level that we've done other ponds. So there has to be some give and take. We can't say we're going to let you keep your palm trees and we're going to deliver at the same level of effort, because it's either going to cost more, or we just can't do it. We can't bring a barge into every pond, so there has to be some give and take. And I don't know if the people of Timber Ridge would say, look, I would much rather keep my palm trees and you figure out another solution, or maintenance might be limited or constrained. I mean, there has to be some give and take.
Is this the home that we're talking about, 11620?
11620.
Yeah, that one is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has no issue.
So-
That's the thing, that's in 2007. That's what I want to bring up to you, to Ed's point. 2007, no issue, so erosion and washout did happen on this pond.
And I'm not saying we don't need backfill, but to Bob's point, if we're now, after we're on our last
20 some.
third of or last quarter of all the ponds, And we're talking about now going back and restoring all the ponds to their original design, which we can't even guarantee that they were designed,
Well, I
accurately
know
in the
in
first place.
Pelican they
And if
built
we're not
right.
sure about that, let's, that's a confidence we have in WCI or Lennar.
See, that's why my point is that unless and until we see where those pins are staked, it's very difficult to sit here and project what you want to do. If we go and say 12 feet is necessary for a clear cut, then 12 feet be a number. But 20 feet right now, in light of the fact that we're in a few minutes going to have a person coming in asking for a 5-foot exclusion, what are we going to do? Tell them put in the 5, and as soon as we come do your pond, we're going to tear out your 5 foot? I mean, this is insane. We need a rule that's a little bit more flexible. And
Stephen.
what we've got right now is very rigid, but I
So-
don't think
so
we
Ed,
can.
you want to spend $8,000 to stake this pond?
I want to do what is right. And if that's $8,000, then it's $8,000.
In your opinion, what is right, Ed?
That pond needs to be staked.
Then make a motion.
I make the, okay.
Ho-
Well, I think we need to make sure we
Hold
know
on.
where we're going
Stephen,
with
I
it.
have a question. What is your recommendation?
Oh, boy. For the trees?
Yes.
Yeah, there's so many.
For the trees, I wouldn't touch any unless they need to get removed.
I'm talking about, okay, so I want to know what
Let's be
your,
very clear.
I want to know what is your recommendation regarding the trees that are on LME regarding both restoration and maintenance?
I would say that we work with staff to identify the limits that they absolutely need for maintenance, plus a little cushion, and those trees would be removed. And that may vary lake to lake, but it's probably, pretty close to a number that we could use as a standard and say plus or minus. I don't know if L is there, probably not, but maybe Daniel can chime in and say how many feet he needs for his lake maintenance contractors to navigate the lake.
We did this a month ago because we had 2 exceptions. Like, okay, we need 10 feet.
10, 12 feet.
I think it was 10 feet that we agreed that staff could get around it. And I think we had, I can't remember who was here that was actually doing that pond. And we were saying how much, and
Brad.
they said
Brad.
10 feet.
Yeah.
I think it was 10 or 12 feet. So let's just figure out what we need, the absolute minimum that we need, and just reset it to that. And then, have no more discussion. Like, it's going to be 10 feet,
I would agree with
period. And there's no exceptions. But this is the
get
same thing we
down.
said
I thought that's
months.
what we- I
That's
thought
what we
that's
said
where we
originally.
were.
That's what we said originally. But I mean, we
I know.
understand.
I'm
And we're,
sympathetic.
Yeah.
we're sympathetic for sure.
We've already determined the number based on those 78 and 82. We said it was the 10 to 12 feet from that mean high or
Control
control
elevation.
Control
elevation.
elevation.
That's the only thing that
that's-
is measurable. The
That's
only
fair.
thing.
And how
That is
many,
fair.
in Timber Ridge, how many palm trees
A
fall within
lot.
10 feet?
A lot, because they have clusters of trees right along every pond bank. Stephen has it.
Yeah,
pulled up.
I'm sharing my screen now. So like this cluster is,
Almost every tree. So the
right
point,
on the line.
Now, is there 10 feet of erosion there?
No.
Okay.
There is some erosion there for sure. I believe that this one is worse than like 109 for whatever reason, but looking back at the historical Google Earth imagery, it does look like they've lost some land for sure.
you have to keep in mind, if there are these clusters of trees,
Usually
the
it's
maintenance
DO,
maintenance
right?
contractor is going to have to go around them and potentially up into people's yard beyond our lake maintenance easement, which is inappropriate. We're
But that's
not,
what they're doing now, right?
to my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
So,
That
but that
doesn't
doesn't
mean
make
it's
it, that doesn't mean it's
I
right.
don't say it's
but-
right, but that's what they're doing now.
So ultimately, Flavia, you took the words out of my mouth earlier. If you want to rely on the engineer to work with staff and make the call on these, if it's the 10 to 12 feet, just know that if a resident contests it, they will be coming in front of this board, just like they do right now.
So if we have to go on, okay, let's just say these trees are right on the edge, and staff, in order to maintain, they'd have to go into someone's yard, which means they're on a machine. And with the amount of rain we get,
And they're trespassing.
and no, but I'm getting to that point. But
The ruts?
is there an agreement that we would have to get for each one of these homeowners that would give an extended easement for limited use?
Or a license agreement, yes, in order to go.
And
into
that
the
language would
property.
also, if there is rain, and if you're having a machinery, you're going to have divots and
Doug,
so
I think it's a different issue, though. I'm afraid, and I hate to be the one to say it, but at Timber Ridge, I don't think it's a maintenance issue. It's a construction issue. They can't construct it.
But,
Those
No,
trees.
I see that.
That's the
Yeah, I see
problem.
that.
but if we got to Doug's position and we went to the homeowner and said, will you sign this easement or license agreement so we can go in your, and they sign it, no problem.
For
If-
maintenance.
If they, for maintenance.
Good.
And if they say no, okay, here's the offset.
cut it.
Then the trees come out.
But
That
You know,
gives
you
us-
have to have
But the
100%,
issue, Bob, is
because there's no
that
way you can,
we
you
can't
can't
do
have,
you can't do the construction with the tree there. That's the problem. It's
You were-
not
yeah,
a
two
maintenance
different
issue, it's a construction issue.
And Stephen,
Bigger-
those trees
issue.
are not required by development order, just because they're in cluster, I'm inclined to, those the developer planted them.
Absolutely.
Somebody screwed up.
I agree, and I tried to find a requirement in there to, you know, prevent full removal of them, but I could not find one, so.
I think that they needed to mitigate and add those.
The happy medium is what one of the gentlemen suggested, is we do what we can to mitigate the issue by relocating the trees.
Well,
That's all we
the-
can do.
The point of the letter was to give the property owners the opportunity to relocate the trees at
That
their
was,
expense.
that was always an option, that was
Yes.
always a thing, if
Otherwise,
they
they're
wanted
being
it.
cut out.
at their
Yeah.
expense.
Yes.
To relocate prior to our contractor going in. That's pavers, that's, Grandma Lucy's
So you're
statute out
saying
back.
we can't fix the bank unless we dig them out?
Correct.
I think that's the
For
correct.
this particular pond, yeah.
So.
They're
the-
so close.
Every property owner who sent this letter has the opportunity to remove their items prior to our contractor coming in. When our contractor comes in, they're cutting it down.
Or we don't do anything.
Board policy, yes.
I mean,
Or.
I
the
mean,
other
is that an option?
Or
I mean,
the
if
option
the-
is that we
if-
move them.
or,
We
I'm
just
I'm
include
saying,
it as a
if-
part of the project.
If the
to cover
community,
the cost.
if the residents, let's say 100% that live on the lake, say, look, I don't want to relocate these palms, I don't want to, address the maintenance, then we would just,
We're the ones who hold the permit with South
Yeah,
Florida
we
Water
don't have a
Management
problem, we
District.
don't have an issue there.
And as long
We
as
can't do that.
we're within our permit requirements,
well, I'm saying, is there another solution other than the same solution we've used for all these other
We
ponds?
include in the cost of the project to
Don't do it.
relocate the
Don't touch
tree
it.
That's what I'm saying.
somewhere else on the LME.
Or,
That's the only
or,
option.
But
Or
I
we
hear
don't
you,
do
and I would be okay with that, but I don't think that's what the residents want.
No, I think that was what he was recommending.
So they
that
would-
we could do,
Well, I heard him
before
say
you
that, but-
cut it out.
54 palm trees transplanted.
Yeah.
And guaranteeing the
And this is-
warranty on those that they
And
get.
it's the only one we're gonna have like this?
Did you
Those
guys
palm trees are-
remember
they're
the
pretty
royal
robust.
palms and,
Well, keep in
so
mind-
let me bring this back, replanting a tree of that nature.
Remember, we did all the Royals up.
That's what I was
and we
gonna
didn't lose
say.
a palm. So
We did, we lost two, but that was,
those are mature
Mine.
ones, too.
those are
Yeah.
different too, and sable,
They're
and
kind of like
treated it.
weeds. If you put them in right, they'll grow.
Yeah, sables, yeah, most likely.
But my point is that if we
Sable
even, go-
palms, yes.
Yes.
if we would even go to the 10 or 12 feet as a revised standard, that is not going to solve Timber Ridge.
Because it's a construction issue.
Because the construction deal is they are well within that deal. So the issue is, what's the happy medium to address the issue of having a mass number of trees? to come
Here's what I
out?
would recommend. I think we table this pond, because it's gonna take more
More now.
conversations.
More, yeah.
We
yeah,
table
I
this
agree.
pond, we push it back on the back half, or push it to 2026, 2027.
See what our,
And
I
figure
haven't,
out what
I need
the-
to really go out and look at it. I have not looked at this pond to see just how
Yeah.
bad the escarpment is and the drop off is.
Can I chime in?
Yeah.
So this is an SRF funded project. We can ask for an extension, but we've
Time
already,
is-
time is of the essence. We're borrowing, we've already borrowed, if not borrowing the money on said pond. If you change that, if you change anything, we have to go to SRF for their approval. So
Well,
if you.
I don't think we have a choice.
But my point is, it's not just table it, no, we have to ask for permission. They're already on us because we have got FY '21 ponds that have not been completed. So
Has the
Well,
contract been
surely
awarded?
there's,
it is out to bid right now.
Oh, it's out to bid.
Which-
So we got enough time to wait to the next meeting to go out, look at this and come back with an alternative.
maybe, but I'm sure SRF has had pond issues where you've run into an unforeseen issue.
You do it as part of, that's caught in design, truthfully.
Well, then
So there's a miss there.
so there's a miss.
That's what Ed was
And when
saying
we're
at the
scoping this
beginning.
out from engineering, I mean, not trying to, Stephen, I'm not throwing you on the bus here, but why wasn't this caught? I mean,
Let's
or
just,
we weren't talking about LMEs at the time.
let's
We
wait
were-
and see
Yeah,
when
I
the
think
bids come
that's the
back.
answer.
Let's,
This
let's
is a
let's
long time
revisit
ago.
this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out.
We're
what
not
it
gonna
costs.
figure it out today.
Yeah.
We know there's an issue.
Well, if it's out for bid, then we've got enough time, at least for for a next meeting, to go out and look at it to determine it. But right now, just based on what the people talked about, it looks like to me the only happy medium is to relocate
Okay, and I have one last question for Stephen on the out to bid. Does the out to bid ask the contractors to fill the property line? Is that what we've got out to bid, or is it just to maintain what we've got?
The way that we've done it up until today is for the contractor to come in from the existing grade where it's at
That's what I
and
thought.
rebuild the lake bank at a 4-to-1 or 6-to-1, depending on the permit requirement.
And so you got people with 3, 4, 5, 6 feet of property that is now underwater.
That's right. We've got people, we've lost 8 and 10 feet in some places, not due to erosion. It was built wrong, and we found it was
Yeah,
built wrong.
I can't handle the bill wrong, but the
Okay.
erosion, this one is quite
Okay.
obviously erosion.
We'll fix that when we put the littorals in.
So
This
now,
is fun.
to go back, to answer your question, we went around Hell's Half Acre. I would make the motion that at least on pond
And some
109,
coconut mesh too.
What I would
Flooding
suggest
mesh.
is, once the motion is made, if there's a second, that if the board's going to take action on an item that's not otherwise an action item.
Open to public?
Open public for any comments, yes.
This is one of those we're going to need to verbatim. I forget what the
Yes.
motion is.
I would make the motion that on pond 109, to be able to determine both the issue of the erosion, to do the work correctly, and to determine the 20-foot LME limitation. And then if we go to 12 feet, we can take it 12 feet off of a known correct point. And then if there's a tree or a bush or a whatever inside that, then it is what it is.
It's a
It's
long
gone.
motion. It's a long motion.
I was gonna
That's all
say,
one motion. So.
But was the
would tell-
action, you
so
didn't-
the
you didn't-
action is to go and
Survey.
have the, yes, ma'am.
That's it.
Yes.
It's a survey.
Period.
so would the motion
Period.
be to go to 109 and survey every property on 109?
Yes.
Just the lake pins. We don't need their front door.
Yes.
Okay.
We need the back of their
So-
lot.
so-
So
Say it again,
restate
say it
your
again.
motion shorter, please.
Make the motion to establish the property pins of the back of every one of the lots along Lake 109.
I'll second your motion for discussion.
What does that give us?
So what I had described earlier and
Seven.
proposed for that price was to install wooden laths at the property corners. So they wouldn't be permanent, they would be
We understand.
wooden. Okay,
Okay, so.
$7,500, Stephen?
yes, ma'am.
That's
Talk-
500.
I'm talking a lath. We don't need
I know.
property steel pins, a lath.
Well, please tell us the price again.
Not to exceed.
Was not to exceed 7,500 for Lake 109 only.
Okay.
That's my motion.
I would,
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second for discussion. Let's go ahead and open for the public for comments regarding this motion. And if you can come up to the podium, please state your
I have
name.
one more thing. And this gets us to where again?
Determining if you need additional fill.
Phil, we're not.
And,
Because we may need one or two property.
determining what.
Where the trees are
where
currently.
the LME is.
But, sir, are we saying that we have two solutions? One is to fill and the other is to relocate trees?
We're talking about 109, not Timber Ridge. We're talking about Gateway Greens.
We're just on 109 now.
So 109 is not the one
It'll give
that
us-
has the issue with construction, that the trees do need to remove for construction. This is a totally separate issue.
What's the issue with 109?
109 is the homeowner is not willing to, well, does not agree with removing the trees that are on the LME for maintenance.
What does the pins have to do with that?
Because
Because you're
there's,
gonna take 20 feet off that number.
because that particular property, they may or may not be a lost.
So we're spending
Guys,
$7,000 for one piece of property?
No, for all properties.
I know, but.
Can I just ask you guys to
But
just,
There's issue with one.
About 30 lots, Doug.
Oh,
About
there's
30
issues with
lots.
all 30?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about all 30.
Yeah, that's,
What Bob is
he
saying.
needs to establish the property pins to be able to know what has been lost and what doesn't. I mean,
Right.
there's no other way of doing it. You need to go out and do the back sides of all the lots from the beginning at Gateway Boulevard, all the way around down to the weir.
Yeah, I
So-
hate to agree with Ed, but that's the way to do it.
So
I
I'm
was-
clear.
I was looking for a second.
Yeah, I hate to
I
agree with
trust Ed,
Yeah.
you know, yes.
So
but-
what you've heard from the engineer, and Stephen, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the data that they've collected thus far has given them the opportunity to, what they believe, overlaid with the plat, to do what they need to do. Now, if you want, it may be off, you know, a little bit here and there, but what you're asking is to go to the exact property pins on the lake bank, establish those with those wooden stakes. They will go out, cross-reference that with the current plans, and then make a decision moving forward.
Correct.
And bring that back in front of the board
And
the
what
next
that
meeting.
will give us,
Maybe.
if we get it, is that even though the grass area might be 12 feet, it's, and the tree then begins at 12 feet, if the stake, the pin out in the pond is 20 feet from the tree, then the tree should be fine.
Well, Well, it's two,
correct,
it's, hold on, you're confusing two issues.
trying
So
to.
there's one issue that is just the fill, okay, which is with these stakes and confirming that the engineers have done their job and that if we need additional fill or less fill per
Correct.
property.
Right.
That's issue one.
That's issue.
If you choose to go back on the 20-foot LME and go to 10 to 12 feet and let staff and the engineers resolve it, that's going to resolve a lot of these issues.
Now you have a point from which to measure 12 feet, and then anything inside that is
Yes,
done.
Yes.
It's
Okay,
out.
so you have two issues.
Two
okay.
issues.
But I haven't heard anybody say we got to fill. We've never said we're going to fill and replenish.
We're
the
gonna
original
figure it
design.
out, because it may not be,
That's
it
why
may
you
be
need the
just
survey.
one, or may not be none. We don't know
Well,
yet.
That's right. But even if it is, I mean, I'm
We-
just
we just-
suggesting, we can't fill.
we don't have the
can't
data.
afford to go back and fill all
We don't
those
have the
lots.
data to answer that question.
Okay, so we'll start with this.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, after minutes.
Yeah, Richard Murner. I'm on pond 109. The specs for the ninth hole, the way you redid the stoning is so much different than the rest of the ponds. I don't know if they did the 1 to 4, 1 to 6.
109 was done totally different, Dick, because of the, on the golf course side.
Right.
And to get it done
And,
before
and
the
that's
other-
what you're talking about doing.
No, this one's totally different than that. This one here, if you look at the plans and see the colored deals, that depends upon the type of fabric that's used. We didn't do any of that type of stuff over on the golf course.
I know you didn't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was
Very
going to say
minimal.
it's a whole different spec.
It's a totally different deal.
So you're not going to do pond 109 until the dry season then, right?
A month from now.
Well, we got to have, the water level's got to be down.
It's gotta be down.
Yeah, right. It's got to be
difficult
down
do it.
quite a bit,
Yeah,
right? I can tell you the sewer runoff from Mahogany Run into pond 109 between our house at 516 and Jerry's at 508. The end cap, you can't even see it in the water. It's
He's talking about the storm sewer. that comes
storm
down the
sewer.
street.
I mean, you can't find
It's
it.
a gully buster.
It's
And
that far out.
when we bought in 204, our land was right there at that height. So I'm sure we got at least 3 feet, 4 feet, 10 feet.
Of erosion.
And that's pretty typical when you don't have littorals.
Correct. So why do you want to go to all this expense and just do it by the barge system?
I'm sorry, do what?
Do our shoreline, the
Well,
barge system like we did the rest of the
I
place?
have
It's got to
not-
be less expensive.
There are issues with it.
Yeah.
Barge is not as, I will say that because it happened on my pond. And I was kind of shocked of how many other problems we had with it. So it's not an easy solution. Other problems will come. And I will tell you this, just looking at that home, 11620, I'm concerned, and so does this home that he's mentioned about, because there an easement in between the two property, and it looks like major encroachments for
11620.
11620 there. I mean, I see a lot of plantings and I see curbing, and it is on.
She's got a utility easement, but that's it.
Lake Maine's.
No, it
it's
has
not-
a drainage easement. I see a
No,
sewer.
there's no drain there. I've been.
Yeah, I think this one is mislabeled, but there are utility easements between every single home.
It's the, what do you call it? FPL box. But anyway, the issue is, Stephen, how easy do we have in the bids for this project? Do we have the ability for the contractor to do it by barge?
Yeah, they can do that, but we can't, it would be a bad idea to force that because you're only going to get one bidder.
Say it again.
There's only one bidder that we have ever awarded a contract to or even entertained that does it by the barge, which is
So if you have.
C&Z. So you would only get one bid if we mandated that.
So my question is if you have a forceful bid for using the barge, we lose all the bidders except one?
That would be correct, yeah, and they have their fair share at, it
But-
wouldn't be a competitive bid.
But the bidders are not prevented from using the barge, is that correct?
Correct. We don't
That
tell
is correct.
We don't tell them means and method.
Correct.
Correct.
Steve, did you say that
And
Extreme doesn't have a barge?
they do not do the restoration from the barge. They use the whacker dumpers and they travel. So, I mean, even if they did it by the barge and never had to touch anything, you still run into the problem with maintaining the lake bank in perpetuity. So you would still want to remove a tree if it was in the way for, lake maintenance contractor.
I think the issue that owners are doing, and we've had this before, is how do you get the product from the road back to the lake and the work area? And the answer is that we'll follow the utility easements. Is that correct?
Yep, it's up to the contractor to determine that, but they need to use an easement. It needs to be, hopefully at least impactful to the community. There's options on the north and south side to access the lake, which should limit the impact to residents between their homes. But we haven't determined what easement the contractor who gets selected is going to use yet.
Did you call for a motion for the?
No.
Are you finished with your 3
Yeah,
minutes?
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody
Like
else?
if you're gonna relocate palm trees on 94, you could do the same on 109, right?
No, I was waiting for that to come.
Mr.
Tom,
Thad?
do you have a question?
What Dick just said.
You're right.
Please consider,
Utility. You're right.
Tom Thatcher, please consider, if you're considering relocating palm trees on 94, please consider relocating palm trees on 109.
I just want to clarify this. That is always an option, but it is on the homeowner's dime. So you guys can relocate the palm trees as much as 83, 85. It's always an option. If you receive the letter that you have an encroachment, you always have the right to remove that palm tree and plant it somewhere else. But what you're saying is on our dime.
Well, that's
I
not what
just wanna get
it's not what the letter you sent
I
out
think,
said.
I think what his deal was better put.
If I'm going to spend the money there, then I better spend money here. That's what I
If it's good for the
thought.
goose, it's good for the gander.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Tom.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
So we have a motion and a second. And just to recap, the motion is to go ahead and stake every back corner of the properties on 109 for the amount not to exceed $7,500 made by Ed, second by Flavia. We'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay,
Motion passes
Thank you.
5-1, 5-0.
Okay.
So for a non-agenda item, that was a lot. Did you
All right.
have a
We're still in Stephen's report, right?
correct?
Yeah.
I want to be clear because you guys started to talk about going back on the 20-foot LME. And if that's the case, then I need to send another letter out to these residents to notify them. Because as of right now, they're told the 20-foot LME is clear cut.
I think we stick with that and then they come to us, just like the gentleman did, and then we make that decision into.
Just tell them it's under board review.
They believe me, everybody out there, at least on 109, knows what the hell's going on. So we need to take and get those stakes done so that we know what the decision is on whether we go 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, as opposed to a 20-foot clear cut.
Okay.
We need
Well, we
those
sent
surveys quick.
Well, we sent letters out to more than just those two ponds. We sent them out to 6 or 7 ponds. So the policy as I just want to be clear for the record that the policy as it sits right now is we're clear cutting the 20-foot LME.
I would have no problem of sending out then a letter, if that's the way we've done it. I would have no problem of sending out a letter that decision is being reconsidered.
Well, I'd wait until you get a response. If 6 ponds don't say anything.
I mean,
Well,
let's be
I don't
fair.
know. I don't know
either.
I don't know who's.
They already
who's
received
done
the letter, right?
Yes.
How many did it reach to us?
We've had probably a dozen reach out, which most of them have participated in today's meeting.
Because it sounds like.
So Timber Ridge has the problem.
Sounds like there aren't many that have. a
If
problem.
it's no other problem in the other
So
community.
then we
let's
keep
continue.
it, and then we keep it as it is, and then they can come to us and we'll make that decision.
Right.
Okay.
No, don't put out another letter, just wait.
Okay.
Was that clear?
Yes, thank you for that.
All right, next item.
Steve-
I'll let you run because I'm.
Steven,
Moving right
yes.
along, Stephen.
Stephen.
All right. I'm
Leave.
gonna skip along real quick if that's good with everyone.
Right.
Okay, so Pelican Pond 36, that one's wrapped up. Skipping down, FGUA is planning FTUA is planning to do their open cut of Essex Square up by Hampton Greens on Griffin next week. And we'll have inspectors out there to inspect that. Lake 109 is wrapping up on the golf course side. The CCTV, sewer and storm, kind of in the initial phases right now, data collection, working on the GIS on our end. Pelican Preserve Boardwalk, Passarell and Associates is working on environmental documents, and we're waiting for task authorization so we can proceed with some simple details and a figure for the permit revision for the golf carts accessing the boardwalk. Development updates, we have 2 agenda items on 2 of these developments, so I'll just leave it at that, and that's it for me.
Hey, Stephen, really quick, I meant to ask you this earlier, but you kept going, I didn't want to interrupt. What was the issue with the utility storage building?
The utility storage building, it was a delegated design project, so we have standard specifications in there for performance. The contractor had the option to choose whatever building manufacturer they wanted that met those requirements. They chose Dean Building. Dean provided the engineering plans for their building. MD, the contractor, submitted those to the building department. They were denied twice now. And he's had to work with the building manufacturer, Dean Building Supply, and their engineer to redesign it so that it will meet code requirements.
The door jam is the issue. And the county won't approve the permit because of a specific door jam that has to be approved by the certain Florida building code requirement. So the contractor is working to resolve that with the manufacturer. Once that just hopefully got signed and resolved signed yesterday. So we have the building, it's sitting out there. It's been sitting out there for a month, just don't have a permit. A door jam, that's what this amounts to.
Is there any site prep we need?
There will, yeah, he's waiting on the permit.
Oh, you can't touch anything until, got it, okay. Yeah.
Okay, are we still on the update? Stephen, can we go back to the very first item on your thing, which is the metering project, which is a major goal of ours? You skipped right past it. You started on number 2, the irrigation pump. How is the metering project going?
I'm sorry, this is an old project. This was the irrigation meter located at the pump station that was completed some time ago.
Never mind. Okay, then never mind.
Yep,
I'm
sorry, it shouldn't have been on the list, but yeah.
Tetra Tech is not involved in the meter replacement project.
Okay, thank you.
Arcadis is.
I don't have any other questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we're going to go into that next item, which is the
Thank you, Stephen.
change order number 2. Who's going to be handling this? Stephen?
Eric Fye is here.
Okay, Eric's going to handle this.
Okay.
I came here specifically about Timber Ridge, and I think we bounced over Timber Ridge.
No, I think we're going to go.
It's been an hour.
We're going to go. Yeah, we're going to go out.
If he's going to speak, can you have him come to the microphone, please?
Yeah. Please come to the microphone.
Bob, come to the mic if you're going to speak so we can have it recorded.
Bob Racer, Timber Ridge. I understand that a decision was made to clear cut 20 feet LME. And that was a board decision. What I didn't hear was that's on hold, that's set aside, we're reconsidering it, just that we issue a contract to clear cut.
I don't know that we made a motion, but we did, I thought, agree
Sim-
that
Sim-
the whole law project.
Not on 94.
Timber Ridge, we agree that it's a construction issue, so they needed to be removed because it's a construction issue. It's not a maintenance issue.
Okay, so we're down to
Exactly where we were.
so they have to be removed.
Correct.
Yes, and the HOA and or property owners have the opportunity to transplant them themselves on their own dime. Otherwise, when our contractor comes in, they will be clearing that property.
Correct.
That's
It's just
terrible.
because-
That's a terrible decision the board has made if that's the case.
Because it's again, it's what Bob mentioned, not a maintenance. To be able to rebuild and restore that pond, it is something that is required.
Yeah, we have to do it.
Okay.
There's no doubt about that.
Or,
We do require, because that's the ones that have the clusters.
no, or we just don't do that pond right now.
And that's-
Seriously, no, I mean.
But all that does is kick the can down the road.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, until we can maybe in 2 or 3 years, we have another solution.
I can go for that.
I mean,
I won't go for that. I wouldn't, the amount of
I don't
residents
think-
that,
I don't
it's not
think-
the
I
right
don't-
thing to do.
I don't
when
think
we-
that's.
well, I wouldn't do it just because of 2 residents, but if there's,
How many did we have?
This is, there are 55 palm trees that are going to be clear cut.
That's what I'd like to go down. I'd at least like to go out and see it before I make a decision of what to do.
Well, it's out to bid, so in the upcoming meetings in the
How-
next month
when-
or so,
When's it come out?
I'd have to look at the schedule. But you'll be able to either award the contract or not award that at a future meeting, but we did pair two ponds with each contract, so there's 3 bids that will be coming
So,
in front of you.
but the plans as written
Clear.
indicate that to the contractor, that if you get out there and start the work and the tree's not gone, you cut it out.
Then they can just move it up.
Yes.
So the owner does not have to incur any cost except if they want
how much
to
does it cost?
relocate it.
Yes.
But I'm very comfortable with Doug's suggestion that we can, depending on what comes back with the contract, that we defer that pond.
Okay, here would be my suggestion with that. If the board wanted to defer that pond, obviously we have to go back to SRF. But what I would suggest, strongly encourage you to do, I mean, this pond was on our priority list for a reason. There's obviously erosion, is to have Tetra Tech quantify what that erosion is. And if we don't do a full pond replacement, then you need to do at least the repairs to get us back in compliance with
Point
the
repairs
development.
or something.
With the development.
yeah, and I'm not saying that that's what I would do. I'm saying that there are options.
That's all.
And we need to just figure out,
Explore all the options.
Yeah.
And I would suggest canceling the bid to clear cut.
Well, we need to,
Until-
we need
until
we
you
need
know
to,
where
we
you're
need to
at.
bid.
Well, I think the problem is, it's not like you're, 18 feet or 16 feet. I think when I look at those ponds, they're on the,
In the middle.
they're at the high water mark, I mean, for the most part. So you're,
But if that pond is eroded up
We
to it,
didn't water it 20 feet.
yeah,
and
I
that's
mean,
why I think we
Nice.
need
There,
some.
there's
we'll
probably a
get there
couple feet of
eventually.
erosion, but even if we say there's a couple feet, the problem is those palm trees are planted within the LME, which should have never happened in the first place. So like in other instances, we
And
say,
it,
look,
and it
we
may
need-
not
one
have,
second, one
by
second.
the way.
In other instances, we have said, okay, we need 10 to 12 feet. So as long as we're within 10 to 12 feet, we're fine. Timber Ridge is not 10 to 12 feet. So it's not, the-
Okay,
Our
now,
options
we
are
did, and we
limited.
don't know that, and that's why I say
No, no, you
this
can
needs
look
to
at it and
be
tell.
deferred and moved
That's
out
what I want to find
and
out.
studied.
So can I
Thank
make-
you,
can I-
Bob.
Can I make a suggestion? We've got Bob's contact information. I believe he's emailed all of you, is set up one-on-one meetings with him and go and visit the pond with him prior to your next meeting.
I don't have
there's
any problem
additional
with
due
that.
diligence that's taking place.
I don't have any problem doing that.
I'd like to do that.
I'd be glad to be involved.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now,
Okay,
Eric.
now, so are we going to address, I am so confused by reading these 2 change orders. It looks like we put something in one and then we took it out of the other.
Okay, so before I turn it over to Eric to dive deep into this change order.
Just let Ed talk.
So ultimately, as you all may recall, we took Grady Minor out of the picture, and Holmontes or Bowman has become the successor engineer for the admin building and the park components. So that's why one is a deduct and one is an added. I will turn it over to Eric to go into the specifics of that.
Yes, good evening, board members. For the record, Eric Fye, Senior Project Manager with Tetra Tech. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you on a very busy meeting agenda. The summary that Chelsea just gave is spot on. The final admin building development project is essentially complete. Once we remove the construction phase services from that task authorization and put them into the Gateway Commons project. You'll see there's an increase in the construction phase services because it's obviously a much larger project now with the park improvements included. Our original task authorization for Gateway Commons did not include construction phase services. So that's the reason for that increase. And obviously, bid phase services has increased dramatically. We obviously did kind of an unconventional bid with the first round, combining the park improvements with the admin building and kind of designing it on the fly while we were bidding it. That turned into a 140-day bid period with 8 addendums and 102 bidder questions. So, you know, you give bidders that much time to ask questions and get it updated. So we had a lot of effort, unanticipated effort incurred during that bid process, and now we're doing it again, although in a much shorter time frame. So thus far, we have issued 3 addendums. We'll have a 4th on the new bid, which the questions for that bid are due this Friday. Our responses are due next Thursday, just to give you a quick update, because I didn't do that during your engineer's update earlier. And then bid opening will be the following Tuesday, and so November is going to be a big month for this project. And so this is kind of late in the game to come with you a change order, but we didn't have an opportunity to do so until now. And I apologize that we couldn't get here sooner. We were going to come to your last meeting and it got postponed, so we're here today. But any questions on what I've stated thus far?
But these 2 changes are 2 separate change orders to 2 different contracts.
Correct.
That's
So-
why the numbers, because it's 1 and 2, and you'd think,
Yes.
why are we doing it this way? 2 separate deals totally.
Correct.
Okay.
It's the second change order to the admin building task authorization, the first change order to the Gateway Commons.
So the first item on your agenda is change order 2, which is the reduction of the construction administration for Grady Minor out of that TA because they were a sub to Tetra Tech. So that would remove, it would be a deduct of almost $64,000. So I'm looking for your approval on that.
Okay, I'd make the motion to approve change order number 2 in the amount of a deduct of $63,983.
I'll second your motion. Go ahead, call for a vote.
Oh,
Question.
Sorry,
Question.
fell asleep.
Oh.
Question?
Understanding this one, what is the add for change order 1? I would like, is it more than 64?
These 2 are
Separate.
I
totally
know they're
separate.
separate,
Yeah.
but they are
the next agenda.
related.
Yeah, so the
So-
next agenda item is $184,000
84.
add.
Yeah.
184?
Yes.
That's for all the stuff that's associated with the
Okay,
building
okay, I
and
think
all the
I
modifications.
think-
Okay.
Okay, and we're not going to know what the new bids are until November what?
29th?
No, not November. October.
Sorry, October 28th. Yeah.
It's Monday.
October 28th.
Well, let me verify that.
Oh, hold on.
Somewhere around.
Steve, or
Well, here's where I'm coming from.
Monday's the 28th.
I want it to be 63 plus, 63 minus.
Well, I was hoping.
It's the
You know,
29th is when we have
the,
to.
the bids are due on the 29th, opened on the 29th, and coming to you on November 7th for consideration.
Okay.
Okay, but this doesn't have
There-
anything to do with the bids.
There, well, Ed, wait a minute. There is a remote possibility that the bids are going to come in again so high that we kill the project. Okay, so this is my puny little brain. I don't want to commit any more money until I know I'm going to build the building.
But
If the building comes in at 2.5 to 3.5 million, like we thought when we first went into it, I'm all in. If it's going to come in the realm of 7.5, 8 million, I'm not no longer interested.
I think we're talking about 5.5.
This is
Well,
work that's already
if it-
done. That's the issue.
Well, the
It's
184
due.
isn't.
It's due and payable. The 184,
Why?
is
They
that
can't-
extra
they
work
can't
or is
pay
that,
until we do it.
is that truing up the contract?
It's both. Some of it has already been incurred under bid phase services,
Okay.
but the construction phase services obviously haven't.
So what we can do is make the motion that when we get to this one, that we approve it for the 184,000, but we do not authorize any work beyond bidding of the project.
You mean
Yeah,
they're
but
working without authorization?
They have a contractor doing the design and then we're in the bidding phase. I am taking that some of this work is either design related to basically true up the contract. In other words, we were doing work that was asked for by staff or by county or whatever, and we're now catching up and.
But if we ran out of the bucket of money to pay for it, and now they're coming to us to replenish the bucket, I'm not willing to commit any more money until I know if I'm going to build the building. That's
Well, but
me,
you won't know until you.
until November 7th, right.
No, you won't know until you
But
commit
you're not
to it,
going to
'cause some of the
renege on
stuff
your-
they already,
But
some
you're
of the
not going to renege
items,
on the contract. though.
exactly, some of the stuff, services are already rendered to us. I have a question.
You
I
go
want
on
to
Renee's
keep
on the
it, I want to
contract.
keep it separate, like
Yeah, I do
keep it
too.
this second motion.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to
Yeah.
that, I want to really go over the 184.
Well, I'm okay with eliminating the 65. No
Okay, so
problem.
then, so let's finish that
I'll
motion.
vote-
We have a
I'll-
motion, we have
I'll
a
vote on
second
it.
on the floor. We'll go call for vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Now, going back, change order number one. Again, is this a design and construction phase contract services so that it's inclusive of services that, let's say, go beyond the bidding
Yes.
in that 184? So it'd be very easy to approve this change order for the full amount, but we do not authorize any incurring of cost beyond the bidding.
If we're authorizing 184,000, that sounds like we're writing the check.
No, no. You
Then
do,
why are
we
we
do
doing
that,
it?
you do that all the time with the engineer's contract, whatever. You're issuing a change order to the contract, basically to get it approved, because you certainly can't do any work with it, not without
I
having
don't
it.
want them to work on it until it's approved.
But there's stuff here that has already been done.
Shouldn't have been done without approval.
We were making changes on the fly to meet a timeline.
Well, I thought when
That
we
was a-
made
that
those,
was a
that we said,
decision.
we want to make this change and here's what it's going to cost, and everybody says yes. But you're saying
Yeah.
they go and make the change and then show up with the bill.
Well, yeah, that's what we told them to. They provided us
This-
what we wanted it. We changed our mind or we added what we wanted it. There's a cost to that.
And that's what they're coming here now for.
That's
They're
a
giving
part of
us a
it.
total
Part of
part
it.
of it, not the whole entire
Can
184.
I help?
Yeah, please, because I'm hearing that we've already spent it.
So if you look up on the screen, so you have
Yeah.
the original amount of
That's what I was looking
compensation.
for.
See, 128,000 of it
So that's
hasn't been
approved.
spent.
That-
375.
Yep, that was approved. And then adjustment to compensation, you can see it per line item.
Right.
Now, in order part of this is to true up, part of this goes back to Carol's conversation asking about what was design flaws, what was, whatever. So you can authorize only up to number 5 and approve up to only number 5. And the Tetra Tech at the 7th meeting, we can come back with the
Okay.
128,780.
You can do that or do it
I
the
don't
other
have a
way,
problem with that.
approve it for the 184 and say that the work associated with 6 has not been authorized.
That can
Same
do
way.
that
But
too.
what I'm hearing is we've already authorized 2, 3, and 5?
Yeah, a lot of that's been done.
So
How did it get done if we didn't, if it
Because
wasn't
you,
originally?
that's what happens when you're working on the fly. It's exactly what happens. If you do that, the engineer will sit and wait and say, well, when you get your next meeting 30 days later, let me know when you want me to
Well, that's
start
right.
working
That's-
again.
that's the
You
way
don't
to
do
do
it
it.
that, you don't do it that way. Nobody does it that way. You just don't.
That's the way I do it. I got a contractor coming in my home. He tells me what it's going to cost when I ask for something new, and I say
But when-
yes or no.
But when you're also telling him you want this done now,
Well, I'm not
I mean, you
interested
can't
in
do,
now.
you can't do both, and that's what we've done.
I
Chelsea,
didn't do
one
this-
quick
this-
question. Did we also, did we receive our credit amount for the,
I was told by Danny that they did not, as part of this, bill that, and I have that in an email. Now, I don't know exactly, I wasn't shown that exactly, you
I
know, where
wanted
the
to
numbers.
see the cost. I wanted to see if it was only $5,000.
Yeah, I had forwarded you all the last time, all of the comments that we
You know what I mean?
received, and we
There's a
went,
difference.
so we went, Eric and I, what was it, 60-some%? What was the number?
Yeah, so you came up with 60% of the bidder questions
Were
were
related
related to
design.
architectural design.
Yes, and so Danny Nelson, and he's not online, but I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I do have an email saying that he was not going to be billing us for that. And I believe he actually said it at
He
one of your
said it at the
meetings.
meeting.
I think I said it or heard it, so I did.
So ultimately, if you take out the construction phase services, we're talking $55,620.
all right, well, let's approve that.
Do what?
Which is less than the 63, so it's, so
I
we
mean,
credit
does it really
63.
matter? I mean, I know that,
So what are you talking about doing? Issuing a change order in the amount of just everything on 1 through 5 and not 6?
Correct, and we can bring back number 6 at the November
7th.
7th meeting, depending on if you choose to move forward with the project or not, which is what we typically do. We just wanted to do
Yeah,
this in
that's-
one swoop.
And the bidding services terminate upon award of contract?
Correct. What's that amount?
Well, it'd be 184,400.
55,620. Laura's particular with her numbers.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve task authorization.
Change order.
I'm sorry, change order number. what is it?
1.
Number 1, for items task 1 through 5 in the amount of 55,620.
60.
620.
56,000, rounded off.
No, you
That-
don't want
that
to do that on
amount?
a contract. No, don't
Not
do
to
that on a
exceed.
contract.
with 6 coming back at the November 7th meeting.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
No,
No.
No. Even though you've taken that out?
What do you?
Well, I heard what you said. I like the takeout. I'll vote to take out more.
Well, but my point, okay, I don't know.
Okay.
Beat a
All
dead
right,
horse.
thank you.
Thank you.
Ed,
Well,
my,
it's a question for you though, Eric, though. Right now, we've got, put words in your mouth, we've got everything in line that when we accept these bids on, or we get these bids on the 29th, that all the permits and all that stuff, with the exception of what the contractor's got to get, are all in place now, and we know that we can now move.
the end of this month.
Correct. We've got our DO approval, we've got our ERP approval. The contractor will have to get right-of-way permit. Building permits in process, thanks to our assistance to Chelsea getting that done. I think we've got 3 outstanding comments on architectural and 1 on fire protection
Did
that,
these affect the bid?
no.
Then my second question, has the bid, what's the word, bid estimate been recalculated? Have we got a new estimate of what the bid should come in at? In other words, have you done a new engineer's estimate?
No, we have not.
We've not done anything. Did we, I'll ask it the other way. You're dealing with somebody who's been down the road on this. Did we do anything to substantially increase or decrease the cost that the bidder we're going to get?
Of the prior bid.
I'm sorry?
Of the prior bid.
Of the prior bid, yes. Did we do anything to either adds or subtracts?
Yes, there will be some additional costs for the 2 restroom buildings.
You're going the wrong way.
The 2 restroom buildings that were not in the previous
But
bid
that was on the park.
on the park.
That's not the building.
No, the admin building, no. We
That's
haven't
my
done
question.
anything.
The
Okay, that's
admin
good.
building, I should have clarified that. The admin building, we haven't done anything to either lessen or decrease the deal, other than the fact that we could get potentially new bidders,
Cleaned up the plan set.
clean it up.
Wow.
Now, I asked what I asked in December a year ago. If the bids come in like they did before, or come in close to that, what do we have to cut out to get costs down? To the tune of $200,000, $300,000, $500,000.
Are we talking about park or admin?
Admin.
Okay.
Admin building. That admin building is critical.
We have
We need that building.
discussed this internally. There are a number of options, some simple and some complicated. Most complicated, but most effective would be reducing your square footage and uses in the building.
Okay.
What about restructuring the internal staff size to take away dedicated offices and have more of an open space? How much impact would that have on? Is that just like walls, not minimal?
It's really not a big
Yeah,
cost.
okay.
One of the, so just 2 things. One of the things that,
The covering,
well, 3. Okay, so parking lot, you reduce the parking lot size, what you actually construct, that's number 1. Number 2, we had the awnings, those are nice to have, not necessarily needs. And then one of the other things we talked about was a generator.
Just, the awnings are required.
Oh, for the architectural?
No, I think she's talking about parking.
Yeah, the parking
Okay,
awnings.
okay,
The covered parking, no, you're right.
that's nice to have. The generator is another big ticket item, but again, understand that that's intended to be our emergency operations center.
Our deal is we've got to.
Well, that's not $100,000, is it?
Yeah, the issue
It's
is,
$100,000
Oh,
for
it
the
could be for
generator?
the generator. Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
A building that
Oh.
size.
Chelsea,
For the record.
at this moment in time, right now, do we have a permit from the county?
We have a development order, yes, we do,
Do we have the permit?
we do not have the building permit. And we will not have
We don't
that
get that.
until you select a vendor, because we cannot pick up the general contractor who has to put their license on the line and bond it. So until you pick somebody, we won't have the permit. But we are damn near at the point where they are
You can
close to
get it.
just go pick it up.
you can go do it.
We're that close. So,
From the
Well,
last
we're
bid,
not there yet,
correct.
from the
And we
last,
won't be
from the
until-
last bid that we had,
still.
what, and we were estimating, proceeding on the basis of 5.5 million, as I recall. How close are we to that we need to be thinking between now and November 7th of what our alternative is and what our options are to make this thing go? Are we looking at still this thing coming in 6.1, 6.2, 6.3?
Given how close the bids were last time, I'm confident that if we get more bids, you might find one a little lower. I don't think it's going to be substantially lower, but
So
That's just a
in your
prediction.
best estimate, what do you think it's
What
going
is
to
a
be?
little lower to you?
Yeah, well, what's that number?
Well, it would be somewhere around high fives, low six.
High five, low sixes.
But that's for the whole,
And I'm,
that's
again,
if
I'm
we were
not
bidding
talking
the
about the
same thing
park.
again.
I'm talking just the building. right
Just
now,
the building.
Other than reducing the square footage of the roof.
Ed's asking just your estimation on just the admin building itself.
Yeah, I don't have that in my head, so
Okay.
I can give you a guess. My best guess, as I recall, was somewhere around 3.8.
3.8.
Okay. Well, let's not put you on the spot.
No, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to do that either.
A crystal
It
ball.
was somewhere around $1 million for the park improvements, so no, it was more like high fives for the building. Yeah.
Okay. So we're close.
I mean,
We're going to be close.
3.5 to 5.5.
I like that number better, but.
Well, when you
Yeah,
go
me
from
too. I didn't
4,500,
wanna, like,
4,800
just
square
be
feet to
sad when I
9,000.
All right.
Well,
Let's-
one
then
of,
we
one
gotta
of
go back to
the, I will
where we
say,
are.
one of the other
It
things
was
that we
only
did,
3.6 million in their bonds.
I
for
will
it.
say one of the other things that we did change on this bidding is we made it a lump sum. And that is more enticing to contractors,
It's the only way to do it.
so.
Okay, okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
We'll
on
wait
that.
to be surprised on this.
All right, thanks, Eric.
Thank you so much.
Have a good
See
day.
you November 7th.
Thank you.
Okay,
Guys, sound like a-
on to administrative agenda items. Quarterly financial summary report.
Stephen Bloom is standing by. I just let him know that he'd be up.
Stephen,
Good evening. Stephen Bloom, Infomark. What you have in front of you is your September 30th year-end preliminary, obviously unaudited set of financials. One thing that I did want to note before I kind of go through the revenue and expenses, at the bottom of that page, we have included your preliminary carry forward balances. You can see really, most of it is in the general fund and the Pelican Preserve, but that is something we talked about earlier in the year, making sure that right off the bat, we have those numbers. And what we'll do is, moving forward, up until you get your audit report each quarter, we will update these numbers because obviously there will be things that occur, invoices that come in, projects and stuff that, will occur. But we'll keep that table there at the bottom for you so that we'll have that number updated each quarter. And then to the left of that, I still have your investment earnings for each fund, which you can see there's a nice number there at about 1.4 million. So again, just wanted to kind of change the format a little bit around there to provide some more information for you. Okay, so with that in mind, kind of starting with your revenue, you can see there in the very last column of that first table there, percentage of budget, every one of your significant funds, with the exception of capital projects, which I'll mention here in a second, is over 100%. I mean, over what you budgeted, and this is based off of your amended budget. Again, your annual assessments, 100% collected. I noted there utility billings, just that part of it was 104%, or about 250,000 better than what we budgeted. And again, that's particularly important as we start getting some of the state revolving loan and different projects. The only number you see there that's in red is the capital projects in terms of revenue. And that's really because a lot of those capital projects are tied to, bonds and loans, and some of the bond money was already received from the 2023 bond. Otherwise, really good numbers across the board. Nothing concerning to have to report.
Steve, what do we, because we kind of dropped the ball last year and lost sight of the issue, what's our retained earnings looking like that we ended up for the year ending September 30th?
Yep, and that's that bottom chart that I mentioned there per fund. So the general fund, again, very preliminary, but about 1.56 million is in the general fund as the carry forward. Pelican Preserve is about 250,000, and then you can see Stony Brook did not have anything, and then you can see the other amounts from there. But that's what I mean, Ed. That's that chart that we will continue to update each quarter, so you'll have good numbers up until the point when you get your final numbers with the audit.
Okay.
Stephen, I have a question. Is the interest revenue restricted to anything?
So it's a great question. So for example, debt service, it's stays with debt service. So yes, the answer is yes. Those interest numbers you have there are going to stay with the fund. And then the debt service in particular will stay with each bond. Same thing with the capital projects. Now, good point to note in the capital projects interest, and again, that's mainly your 2023 bonds. That's where you'll start to have some leeway in terms of, okay, this money is earned interest. If a project within that bond is maybe a little bit short, then you can use some of that interest to cover it. That's why it's great to have this interest income, because it gives you an additional contingency for your capital projects. But the rest of them, the general fund, it has to stay within the general fund, and so forth and so on.
Okay. Anybody else
Okay.
Yeah.
The only other thing, Ed, I just wanted to mention, spending really nice. If you go down a little bit there, again, it shows you per fund, just giving you overall, when you exclude debt service and capital projects that were budgeted, the total spending as of right now is 77% of your budget. So well under what was budgeted. And again, that obviously plays into the carry forward numbers at the bottom.
So at the end of the fiscal year, unaudited, of course, and all that sort of stuff, are we in good shape?
I think you've got a lot more flexibility coming into fiscal year. So the short answer is yes. The general fund now here, you've got this $1.5 million. And again, we can't say it enough. It is preliminary, and I know there will be invoices. So let's assume, for the sake of this discussion, that you use $500,000 for projects, invoices that are going to flow in. That would still give you $1 million carry forward into this year, fiscal year 2025. It just gives you flexibility for some of the projects and different things, that just change on the fly. So it is really good to be able to say, hey, this is a carry forward. And the same thing on a smaller degree for Pelican Preserve.
That compares with what, about 700,000 last year?
Yes, that's where it wound up around there. Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Other questions for Steve?
Nope.
Thanks, Steve.
Yep, thank you.
Do you have anything else for him?
Nothing. That's your quarter, but we do those quarterly, just as a reminder, so your next one will be after the first April.
Okey-doke.
No, in January.
And we will need to look at, so it's great to have that amount of carry forward, but it also means we didn't do certain things.
Overtaxed.
So, yeah. So at some point, we just need to determine, and I think we're doing that with the budgeting process, but we need to say, hey, these are the things we didn't do.
We cut back a lot in this year's budget. I'll just use the sheriff's office as a perfect example.
A lot.
We cut back, half that budget.
And that's fine, but my philosophy in training has always been you want to manage plus or minus 5-10%, because if you manage under, you don't have the money. If you manage over, you could have used that money somewhere else. So I mean, it's great to have this, but I'd much rather be at
It's in
plus or
somebody's
minus,
pocket.
plus or
Be more
minus
accurate.
10%, the variance.
You
So,
just don't want to be on the red side.
yeah,
It's not good.
Laura's still paying invoices.
I'm still spending it, so.
That's why they're unaudited
Nice to
preliminary
know.
numbers.
Let's go to the
I'm still
next
getting
item.
Stuff for fiscal 24. So
Okay, so we have the developer here and the engineer of record for Sentosa Apartments. Garrett FM, formerly known as Sentosa Apartments. Ultimately, this has gone through thorough review with staff, with the engineer, with the district attorney, and we are recommending approval. So if you want to pull up the picture.
Yeah, do you want to make any presentation whatsoever?
If you guys want to come up and speak, it's totally up to you. It was in the 17th
this is the
packet.
Alta building. Yeah.
Yep, they did provide a rendering, which we're going to pull up here
That's what I want to see.
in a second. The last meeting that was canceled.
This is the one that's going just north of the school.
Yeah, this is the old Alta.
That's an office building?
Yeah.
It is now, but
It's
it's
the
going
old,
to.
it's the original Gartner building, if
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken.
Alta.
So, Alta,
Alta,
yeah.
Alta.
Which was the original garden.
And it's
It was the
going
original
to be,
Gartner building.
it's going to be taken
Way
down and
Demoed
so
to-
5 new buildings.
Yes, 5 new apartment
Oh,
buildings.
so
with
that's what I was going to
clubhouse.
ask, if you are going to demo that.
Yes.
So you're tearing it down and rebuilding.
What's your guy's name who did the rendering?
I'm sorry?
What's your guy's name who did the rendering? Who's out of Indiana?
The Garrett companies.
Uh-huh.
I don't know who did the rendering.
All right.
But
Because that's what I was looking for.
Let me find, I'll see if I can find it.
Zach and Charles might be on.
Is this the guy from Greenwood?
Yeah.
In Greenwood?
Boy, it must be perfect.
Didn't even know him.
He didn't know you?
No.
So the
I've
Gartner
been gone
building's
a
gonna
long
be
time.
destroyed?
No, they,
No, we're gonna build them.
The Alta building.
the Alta building, right
What is
north
it?
of the school.
I didn't know we
Is
had
that
an
the
Alta
October
building.
3rd?
Right behind the Gateway
Did
Charter
we,
School.
are we getting the picture here?
I'm working on it.
Maybe we should use the Alta.
It's pretty nice, design layout.
We thought about
Yes.
it, but it was like 20,000 square foot. I didn't think we didn't need it.
Hang on.
Here it is.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Nice and pretty.
That's what we're gonna build.
That's what they're building.
We're building
We're not
nothing.
building.
Commerce Lakes to the round.
Yeah, so Gateway Boulevard.
So.
Here, that's the. these are the
If
Gardner
we got
buildings
about
to the
3 or 4
left.
pictures there.
Nope, just the one.
That's
So
the only
that's,
one?
that's the,
Okay, Doug's got the site plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's,
If you have the site plan, I think, I would suggest that board members separate and handle those discussions.
it's not the site plan, it's just LIPA.
Okay.
that's probably millions.
Okay, so
Thank you.
ultimately, we're recommending approval. This has gone through the rigmarole. They've gone through the county's permitting process as well.
County
Oh.
permit, South Florida Water Management District, currently working on FDEP.
Yep. So,
Thank you.
I'm just curious, what are the size of these units? Per-
There's 256 units. They're between 1 and 2.5.
I mean, are these two bedroom, 3 bedroom,
2 bedroom mostly, I believe.
mostly 2 bedroom?
Mhm.
2 bedroom, 2 bath.
I'm unsure of the bath.
Do they have an elevator?
I'm sorry.
Will they have elevators?
I
see it's
believe
4-story high.
Yeah, because we had to do with the airport. We had to make sure that crane placements around the property. Yes,
And are these all rented or leased?
they
units?
will be rented.
Okay, so they're not,
To my knowledge.
they're not selling the individual units. Okay.
Any other questions? Not, somebody want to make a motion to go ahead and approve the plans and
So moved.
thank you.
I'll second that motion.
You making it or want me to make it?
Oh, you made it?
to the
I made
She
it.
made it.
She made it.
You
I
seconded
second.
it. Any other discussion? If
So
not,
one of the contingent, if you please just read the motion when you make it, because it's contingent upon receipt of the performance bond per the PCN.
do that. Make,
I did.
No,
you did.
read the motion.
It's all right. She said it.
Do what, Jim?
She said it.
Okay. Motion been made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Can you
Anybody
send out
opposed?
the
Thank
rendering
you.
to
Yes.
everyone?
Yep, we'll email the rendering out.
Thank you all for your
Thanks for
time.
Thank you.
staying
Thank
for
you.
so long.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Flavia even said it might be a good idea to post it, maybe?
Yeah.
Like this is what's coming.
You guys want us to post it and advertise that you guys are approved? Okay, that's all right.
Okay.
Okay. Davis Development.
This meeting's so
Daniels-
long. I get it.
Next, in Davis Development, Daniels Parkway.
Tony, you want to introduce this item?
Yeah, this is the project, and again, Worthington property, Daniels Parkway Apartments, and the board we've had some discussions with the board in the past. The staff, engineering staff, and myself have reviewed the development plans for it, and one of the aspects that, of the development plan that is probably the largest item, there are a number of other items, I think most have been resolved. The item was the desire for the developer to use wells on site for irrigation with regards to not utilizing the district's irrigation services.
That was their desire?
To use the wells, because their position is, and we disagree with their position, as to irrigation not being available to the site from the district's facilities. We've discussed, and I think there are letters and correspondence are all in the meeting book with regards to the alternatives that were discussed. One alternative was for, and we requested that the developer approach the Daniels Preserve Association. Daniels Preserve is a master meter, irrigation meter. The district has public utility easements and utility easements down the roadways and on either 10 feet either side of the roadways in Daniels Preserve. And there is an irrigation line that runs after the master meter through Daniels Preserve, and it comes out sort of near, I'll call it like the northeast corner, but it does not extend any further into the Worthington parcel, which is adjacent to this. And so my understanding is, and the developers can explain what conversations they may have had with the Daniels Preserve Association about there being an additional line, like sub-meter at the point where the properties touch, and that the water would run through the master meter, the Danish Reserve lines, and go over to this property. I don't know the details of those conversations as to what was discussed or offered, tendered, proffered, but Danish Reserve said no.
Turned it down. Yeah.
Said no. The other approach was with regards to the FPL easement was one approach, and various routes through the FPL easement. And we gave them the contact information to discuss a consent of use agreement with FPL. And there was, and in the correspondence, there was FPL said we want to see full construction plans before we even consider looking at it. The developers, I understand it, and I can stand to be corrected, was that the developer said we're willing to do conceptual plans for 10,000 because the developer estimated it'd be 25 to 50,000 to do construction plans. And so the developers opted not to do that. So they're not going forward with FPL. And let me think of the.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
Who at FPL is doing this type of stupidity? I mean, this is ridiculous.
Well, we have had good conversations in the past with two personnel at FPL. And FPL is very rigid, I think we've all learned that in the past, with their criteria and requirements. The district was successful in getting, for example, the irrigation, the line on FPL easement on the other side of Gateway Boulevard. It took some time and effort, but we're close. I think, what, Chelsea, we have, what, 2 more terms to figure out?
No, I'm waiting for them to send the document.
My point on this one is that if we go up the south side of that easement from Griffin Drive and tie into the 20-inch, that is so common sense designed to go down that south deal 15 feet off of the right-of-way. It's not hurting anything. I can't understand them not accepting a conceptual plan. I could see them after that coming back and maybe asking for follow-up, but to say no without even looking at anything, that's anal. Just ridiculous.
Well, that's just like the county. The county won't do a preliminary review of a permit application until you formally submit. It's the exact same concept.
That's government, though.
Well.
FPL's got to deal in the real world. That's just.
So we are.
Yeah, also, it also is outlined in the letter from Jennifer Klinsky, and Jennifer's here. I can't remember the gentleman's last name again. Lance Turner. I know Lance, from the developer, and Dave Underhill, in the back engineer. They approached Timberwood Preserve. We also suggested contacting Timberwood, requesting an easement to tap into their private irrigation line, and they were denied by the board also. And so we've had some discussions sort of today, Chelsea and myself talking with the developer and the representatives about some other alternative approaches with regards to they're still having a desire for wells until such time as, I'm not sure when. Again, that's a discussion. We believe that the service is available. It may not be in the proximity of where they want it, but we believe it's available. So we had discussions about how to maybe have a temporary interim approach with regards to the use of irrigation wells.
Are you talking about tying on to Commerce Lakes and going down across the easement to their property? Okay. I was going to say that's a pretty good hike.
Well, I think the one estimate, I think it was $500,000 for that, if I'm not mistaken. Going that route. I could be wrong. Again, they can correct me if I'm wrong. That's my recollection.
So
it's like a 3,000-foot run.
So what is staff's recommendation?
So in discussing with the engineers, we've got a couple options laid out here in front of you. We did have a brief conversation earlier, and one of the options on here is to allow the developer to install wells and meter those and bill them based off of their usage, based on our tiered rate structure. And I will, and discussing that with the engineer, our demand is higher than our supply back here at the tank with our irrigation. And so ultimately,
It would have benefited us.
it would benefit us.
Do you have a ballpark?
But do you want them ultimately to tie into our irrigation system or not?
Well, they wouldn't need to if they do wells. We'll just build them for it.
Correct.
For one wells, we'll build them on our rate.
And then one of the questions also came up, Lance mentioned and requested that to be a credit for any connection fee, if they pay connection fees based upon the connection fee charge for the master meter, that if at some point in time they were to connect to the district's system.
That would be deferred, or that is included?
No, The connection fee would be paid,
It will be paid.
but it would be a credit against connection fees.
If in the future.
Correct. That's my recollection.
So
Was I mistaken on that?
Well, hold on, before we just go back. They are here, if you would like to call them up and let them give a spiel, which I would strongly recommend, not that spiel, presentation, sorry, I apologize. But they've spent 3 hours here, I would strongly recommend you let them come up and speak to you.
Flip a coin.
I thought they got a pretty good understanding of government business in the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I usually am on the receiving end representing districts, so it's a pleasure to be here. And I know you all have had a long meeting, and I know we had a lot of information in the agenda package, so I assume that you all have generally reviewed that. But like staff has said, oh yeah, sorry, Jennifer Kalinsky from Kalinsky Van Wyck, and I'm here for DD Daniels Parkway. So the summary is absolutely accurate in terms of the conversations that we've had with the district the last almost 2 years now, exploring all the options to meet the criteria about connecting to the district's irrigation system. Our position is that the rule, which I think you have in your agenda package, explicitly provides that a meter and irrigation line will be provided to each developable parcel, and having to connect down the road 3,000 feet or spend $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 to do that is not what's contemplated by the rules that were adopted. So we've asked for consideration to do wells on the property until such time as the district can deliver irrigation. I think last time that Mr. Underhill was here giving a presentation to the board, he had shown sort of where that irrigation phase 2 project was taken out of the district's capital plan, which is probably why we're here before you today. One of the considerations we asked for was the ability to do wells, have no problem with the master metering and paying the district's utility rates. The only consideration we were asking for is an offset for the costs that are going to be incurred, which will probably still be $100,000 or more in putting the wells in, that would otherwise not have had happened if the irrigation was there, that there be some credit against either connection fees or the master meter fees over time. That could be worked out in the future with staff. Really tonight, what we're here to focus on is the district's authorization for us to use wells. We're happy to defer the consideration about how that gets paid and work with staff offline and come back to the board with a recommendation about that.
There are a handful of remaining items that have to be resolved and reviewed by the engineer prior to the approval, like you just did with Garrett FM. So looking for your direction, because the irrigation component is a large part of those handful of items that are outstanding. Need your direction moving forward so they can go back, finalize their plans, get it back, resubmitted to us, and then hopefully come in front of you all for an approval in the near future.
So what you're looking for is there's a board consensus that wells are acceptable.
Yeah, that was going to be my question to our attorney.
With the condition that we'll still build them, we'll meter those wells and we'll build them on the same rate that we'll build current customers, because there'll still be a benefit for us because the demand is higher than what we have.
Do we need, Tony, do we need any statements or exceptions or whatever from our permit criteria manual that this is not really in agreement with?
The permit criteria manual has a provision that says if GSCDD service, again, my only concern is our position is services available. And that's our dispute. And there's language in the permit criteria manual that says if service is not available to the property, it doesn't say at the property, it says to the property, the GSCD may permit septic tanks and or wells on a temporary basis and at the developer's expense.
Okay.
However, once GSCD facilities and service are available to the property, the developer shall be obliged to connect within 60 days.
So we have an option.
I'm sorry?
So we have an option.
Yeah, and in the rule, the utility rule says it's a policy of the district and section 4, policy of the district and the requirements of this rule that there is not permitted the individual installation and use of any private wells or septic tanks without the express written consent of the district. And so the district can provide that. We have the ability to do that. So again, I take issue with the one assertion with regards to the district's obligation with regards, as she mentioned, about the meter. But we do have, the board has the ability, and I think we need to say that while the service is available, the district would allow this to be on a temporary basis, and we have to work out the terms of that.
So one of the other contingencies
Right.
as part of this is if you did permit them to move forward with the wells, that they be fully responsible for the permitting and the
Monitoring,
monitoring
reporting.
and reporting of the wells to
No.
the proper
Okay,
agencies.
are you talking about one master meter, multiple master meters?
There's four
How are
wells,
we doing
as I
this?
there's 4 wells, as I recall, proposed on the site plan. Is that correct?
So we-
One meter?
Okay.
No, I think each one have a meter.
Each one of them would have
Each
to have
would
a
have-
meter.
So my question is regarding temporary basis.
Yeah, and again, we would come
Because
back
that's
to
not
the
what you're looking
district.
for, right?
Yeah, temporary until such time as irrigation service is provided. And again, I understand that your attorney disagrees with our contention. My look at your history on why you've adopted this rule is that when service isn't provided to the actual parcel, there's this exception that the board can potentially consent to, and that's what we're asking for your consent. Understand as soon as service becomes available, your rules right now say the developer shall connect the irrigation service. They have every intention of doing that when it's available.
And then the developer expense, second question, so you wouldn't be receiving a credit, because if you were receiving a credit, then it wouldn't be developer's expense.
The installation of the well is a developer's expense until such time as the irrigation service comes in. Our only contention is that once that irrigation service comes in, there'd be some credit against the capital costs that would otherwise have been provided. It's sort of like if irrigation service is provided, then the wells wouldn't be necessary. And I know the district is saying it is being provided, but because it's not on the property, the consideration is just an offset for the capital expenses.
But the
And again,
chairman-
we could work that out. We're not asking for that
But
tonight.
the chairman does make a good point, because it says that developer's expense, so that would
That's
be.
what I was asking, yeah.
So it doesn't say that you'd be, I mean, that would be, if they were gracious enough to offer that, provide, I mean, that was part of the discussion, whether there'd be a credit, but.
This just came up today. We really haven't had the opportunity to discuss this amongst the group, so we would like further time.
What we're doing now is the concept.
Yes, the concept of the wells. Now, I will tell you, in my conversations with the county and other governmental utilities, they always require the developer at their expense to come up to their property. Now, there's upsizing costs, which is the next item on the agenda, but typically, like Lee County, they require the developer, if their property needs potable water or sewer, they make the developer bring that system to their property line. Irrigation's a little different because there is an alternative source of water, of irrigation water, which is these wells, but, because typically with potable water and sewer, the utility is the only one who can provide that. So, again, our recommendation, staff recommendation and the engineer's recommendation is to allow the wells on the temporary basis until we put those lines get conveniently placed near the property, and that we meter those wells and bill the developer and
Through
the
the
property
schedule.
owner
Through
based
the
on
schedule.
our rate schedule.
So again, the direction that you're looking for is us to have a consensus to allow developer to continue to move forward with wells,
Yes.
underlying the conditions that we have called out.
Yeah, and what that would entail, I would just suggest, again, we're just talking, would be any approval would be, subject to and conditioned upon
Yes.
certain terms and conditions with regards to the well.
Well, and we would bring that back as part of the
Yes.
final approval of this in front of you in the coming weeks.
Makes sense.
But the motion is to get the concept approved.
Yes.
We're going to work out the details and come back to the board.
Is that,
Recommend.
are we, are?
Yeah,
you good
I
with
think
that?
that's
Is that what
fine,
we're
because we
asking?
recognize there's still outstanding, some other development-related outstanding items, and we can wrap that all up. But we didn't want to move any further forward without the board.
That's what I was thinking, like, could it just be a direction, and then maybe if we have it all by November 7th meeting, then we'll come with the motion, because I mean, it's kind of great for me.
Well, they have
when
to,
it comes to
they have to
the
finalize their plans and then do a final resubmittal to us. Once we've reviewed that final resubmittal, then we typically say, okay, we're approving that plan set. So they need to
My
know.
question is direction or a motion?
Motion.
I'll be more comfortable with direction.
I would say a motion to authorize the staff to review the plans consistent with the developer utilizing wells on a temporary basis and come back with any recommendations for the terms and conditions.
We already
But that would be a
that.
direction.
Yeah, that's what I was
It's direction.
thinking, that's a direction, not necessarily a motion.
It can be, direction can be in a motion, but or just by consensus, whether we want to do that. We understand the consensus of the board.
Somebody make the motion. we're not getting anywhere fast. I'll make a motion that we proceed with the concept approval and they come back for all of the necessary details. Because we're going in circles on this. We're not going anywhere.
I'll
And
second
we've got to
that.
get it done.
I will second that.
Any discussion?
No.
Call the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was there a second?
Opposed?
Was there
Yeah, I
a second?
seconded
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, we'll be in touch. Thanks for staying.
Thank you. Thanks for the travel from Tallahassee and from Georgia.
I would suggest you stay for the
And I
second
think,
item.
I think Lance came from Atlanta.
Okay, so this
You
next, this next item? Yeah,
He was happy.
yeah. Yeah, okay,
It's the old adage, when you get what you want.
Not that
you
easy.
leave.
yeah.
Just the Daniels Parkway,
Yes, so this next item is, so as part of the review of the developer's plans, they determine that they only need a certain size potable service. They are tying in, it's gonna be a looped system, they're gonna tie into the backside of Worthington, or Daniels Preserve. And then they're also going to be tying into Daniels Parkway as our third interconnect to the county system. So what we did was we had Tetra Tech do an analysis of our pressure and at the size that they're proposing, and then at a larger size pipe. I think it was a 16-inch pipe.
Yeah, from 10 to 6, I think 10
10
is
to-
the one that they proposed.
Yeah.
For their development, and 16 is what the upsizing would be.
Yes, and so the developer, through their subs, has provided a cost estimate to, instead of putting in the 10-inch, it would be to put in a 16-inch, and it's $375,000. This will, if the county ever does improvements on Daniels Parkway, this would improve our total system pressure by a couple notches. And
Yep.
so,
this is potable water.
potable water. And so we are recommending utilizing connection fees, which are restricted fees for new pipes, to approve this upsizing agreement with the.
And upsizing agreement,
And-
not the specific document that's in your
Yes.
package.
Contingent upon district council's approval.
We have the funds to cover this.
Yes, out of connection fees.
Well, this is definitely advantageous to us on our system, no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
Of having a loop down there at that end, because we're weak. We're weak there.
Well, we're stronger than most, but we could always be better.
Any discussion on that?
So moved.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? None? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Opposed?
thank you.
Thank
So
you.
that was contingent upon district council's final,
Markup of Jennifer's
final
work on it.
review with the,
I know, I appreciate that. I did.
Okay. Thank you.
Always do, Jennifer, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out with us for 5 hours. Next.
Okay, next one's the easement use agreement request from 11700 Pinewood. I think with the understanding that if we're going to have a discussion to re-examine maybe our jumping into the full cut of the easement, of the LME, and we're going to reconsider that. I don't have as much trouble with this one as I would have had before, but if we're going to stay rigidly to 20 feet, we look pretty stupid when we're sitting there and offering and turning around and giving somebody an exclusion to that we just said we're going to disapprove. It doesn't make sense to me at all.
We're talking about that fruit tree right there? No.
He's saying that the.
If you look at that, they've got a plan view. If you keep going, there's another picture of the plat. I think it's at the end that pretty well shows everything. There you go. That pretty well tells the story.
We're saying the lanai or the patio is in the LME.
Yes, they're asking for an exclusion to extend into the LME 5 feet.
Oh, they want to build out?
Yes.
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 They didn't, when they built the house, they didn't put in a pool.
Okay.
And they're now wanting to put in a pool.
I'm
And
ready.
guys, I think we just turn this down.
I'll make a motion to deny the request for the easement, the encroachment.
To deny the request?
Yes.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
What happened?
Do we really want to do this, people?
Yes.
Because we've allowed others in the past, and it's awful arbitrary on our decisions and selective decisions. We've done this before.
Yeah, and 10 years from now, you're going to be doing maintenance or something over here.
I totally
And somebody's
understand
going to
it.
say,
I just.
who let them put that thing all the way out there? And then you're not going to have them take it down.
I totally understand
So
all that, Carol.
now
I'm
is
just
the
going
ti-
by.
If you're going to say no at some point in time,
My-
now's the time to say no.
My attorney, my HOA tells me the worst thing that you can do, get yourself in a lot of trouble, is the selective decisions.
Did
That-
you
that-
guys call the vote? Did you call?
Yeah,
the
no,
vote?
I haven't called the
Oh.
vote yet.
But on these matters, each one is a case-by-case ad hoc determination. And in my opinion, the prior granting of them are based upon those particular factual situations. Each property is a different piece of property. And so I'm not concerned about a
You know.
precedential value.
Any other discussion? If not, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye to deny.
To deny.
To deny.
Yeah, to deny. Okay, do.
Okay, next.
We'll go to church Sunday.
I'll go with you.
You're gonna need it.
FPL streetlight conversation,
Conversion.
conversion, conversation. It's gonna have some conversation.
So if you recall, we've approved everything but Fairway Lakes Office Park and Pelican as part of the FPL conversion project. So attached is the design and looking for your approval to make this happen.
This is that Never Never Land, POA. Who's gonna own these lights? Who's paying the bill?
We would do it through, like with Town Lakes, we would set up its own fund.
Okay, so we're gonna set up a deal to where these people pay for it. We're not, the rest of the community isn't
Yeah,
subsidizing.
just like Gateway Greens. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any problem. If they're going to pay their share or their costs associated with this, I don't know.
We'll have to make a separate fund for them, just like we'll have to do with Gateway Greens. Yeah.
God only knows it needs to be done, and it will bring it into compliance with, and standards with the rest of what we got in Gateway.
Yeah, and you'll notice there's a big gap. It's because the county with the roundabout lights, I sent him the plan set. That's why there's,
That's why
yeah,
they're like
That's why
10
there's-
years old.
yeah. So that's why there's a big gap there.
Okay.
So I'm just looking for your approval so I can get this signed and get FPL working on this.
Any discussion on this? Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
And what's the phase? I know you were talking about.
This is future phases. This is like phase 2.
So
3.
this is one of those where it's the maintenance and
Yes.
the power.
Yes.
We're not.
And they'll remove the old poles.
Okay.
Yep.
What phase is like the out here?
The current phase.
Yeah, those lights out there are.
Not just on the drive, but weren't we also looking in the
Correct.
parking lot?
Oh, yeah, he's working on the design of that.
I don't think, Doug, I don't think it's the lights that are on Griffin. It's the shorter version. I don't think these are the big tall ones.
Okay.
That's the way I look.
They're
at it.
they're 30 foot.
I do like what they're doing so
They're
far.
not the
footers.
big
Can't wait to see
tall
them lit
ones.
up.
They're 30 footers. Don't look too
concrete's
close.
not bad.
Some of them are a little crooked because of the storm.
Okay.
They're coming back next week, I
They're
promise.
10 feet in the ground. How do
Yeah.
they get crooked?
The arms.
Community branding, final logo consideration. Fun.
We do on the FPL.
What are we wanting here, Chelsea?
A pelican right in the middle of one of those.
Okay.
So what I'm handing you is
What about toros on both sides?
What I'm going to hand you is what I thought we'd asked them to do.
Do you have an extra for the packet?
Oh, I like that. I like that.
I like that
You
too.
can just take
I like
Yeah.
that.
I like that too. See, we're gonna fade him.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna fade him.
Hell, yes. Okay, Bob is gonna make the motion not to pay them.
If you just put a pelican in the middle of those trees, that'd be good. That'd be all inclusive.
They're up there.
We're one gateway, Bob.
Visible.
That's what I'm saying.
Bob, we gotta walk down the
All
road
right,
and
put the
find
pelican in the
yourself.
tree.
We'll put it with
Yeah, put
feathers
the
flying
pelican
all
in
out
the
of it.
trees.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Is this what you want to proceed with?
I like that.
Yeah.
I think
like
that looks
it.
nice.
Go ahead, Doug, say your 2 cents.
What instead of because you wanted to bring the blue in from the.
This actually is
the
my
fountain?
this is my second favorite design.
Okay.
I like the other one better
But
personally.
what about
I
if
like
you
that
did the Gateway Services CDD in the blue
So here's what my recommendation is.
rather than the gold?
Because I think it's really important for us to get input. So I would have this design, because I thought what we had asked them to do is actually create a
Combine.
canopy, and they put the trees behind it, which I like.
I do too.
But I think we should take these two designs, and the first one would be, what I showed you with closing the canopy, and the other design, and push it out there and let's just see what the vote of public opinion is.
Can we put to Carol's point, can we do the gray instead of the gold? I'm trying to get away from the gold.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't care we can decide on the color or whatever, but I'm just saying, we got two logos. We could get vote of public opinion if we wanted it. One would be the top design with the canopy, and if you want to go, whatever, you want to change the gateway to a different color, that's fine. And then the bottom, because again, you can change out the colors, but it's just two logos.
How many are you gonna put out? Two?
Two. This one, and like if they want to go blue here, whatever.
And one of these.
And then, because even those colors are interchangeable. It's really the logo itself.
Yeah, that's the deal. I agree.
You guys want to do a survey and we can push it out for a month or so?
That's what I
Send it to the
Yeah,
camp,
see what-
send it to Pelican so they can put their Pelican in it?
Yep.
Since they're part of Gateway, we gotta
Maybe
make
do
sure
a
we
pond
get it.
down here.
Okay, well, lots of ponds.
So
Conservation.
Do we need a motion?
Maybe a noose around the pelican?
Well, in the tree with
Hanging
feathers
from the
flying out of
tree.
it.
You guys are getting delirious after 5:30,
It's a treble
goodness.
hook with fishing line. That's
Okay.
all it is.
Oh,
So-
yeah, treble hook and fish.
I like
Yeah.
Carol's idea.
Which
Bottom
one on,
of the line.
which one on the
And at the
bottom?
bottom of the tree with a
Yes.
shotgun.
I think the one on the top is the one that Doug.
Doug,
yeah,
gave us.
Doug's, and then which one on the bottom out of the bottom two?
The second one on the bottom.
The
I
right
agree.
one? The right one?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll send a survey out.
Okay. Do we need a motion on that?
No, we're
Okay,
good.
Do you need this?
Yeah, I'll give
No, we got one.
You
Well,
got it.
I got one for the.
I
Did
need
you
the-
draw that yourself?
We need the
Yeah, I just took my son's
I need the digital copy, please.
I'll send it to you.
I like that.
There's a fee for that.
Get the consultant sign off on that.
Okay.
Exactly, there's a fee for that.
Bill me.
Just tell him that Logan.
Is that the kid who's
gives a
working
kickback.
at the pool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, and then instead of the gold, do you want to do
I
your
don't care.
blue?
bottom
Whatever
one
you
and
got.
bottom.
Yeah, what the blue? I think that's what Chelsea said. They like the
Or
blue.
the gray or something.
Or
Moving
gray.
right along.
Just not gold.
No, yes. Instead of the gateway and
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
in gold,
Yeah.
do a blue or
I'll
a
send you the one.
gray or something
Moving
like
right
that.
along.
That didn't
Item
work.
H, contract
Looks like a-
RFQ 2411AD.
I have to text her. Is Nicole on? She's listening. Oh, can you-
What do we got here, Chelsea?
This is so you all approved and approved us to negotiate the rates with Arcadis, and so this is the negotiated rates. We're just looking for your approval of the contract.
And the agreement, yes,
And the
contract and the rates.
agreement, yes.
And we have it down to a brief 62 pages.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say they kill a tree for a deal.
RFQ, yes.
Is there a motion to approve?
So
I'll make
moved.
the motion. We're gonna do that thing.
So moved.
I don't have any changes. Second, 2 seconds, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Opposed? Next item.
Again, you approved us to go
Utility services.
negotiate the contract with Arcadis, so this is for engineering utility services.
Gotta find it.
And why do we have to have this along with the other one? Or,
The other one is construction engineering inspection services. This is more for utility services, like for the meter project.
Yeah,
Tony gets to write another
the
62
agenda on the
pages.
website,
it's already-
once you refresh it, it's already gone.
Oh,
The
it-
work-
it's in
It's not
past.
underneath. Nope.
Oh, it might take a minute then.
Yeah, because I
Go back to
noticed the
previous
workshop
tab.
was gone and now,
It says,
It's because you guys have been here too long, that's why.
Any questions, any questions on this one? I didn't have.
so moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
This next item, it has a typo, so I put fat fingers, too many A's. It's Arcadis, not Arcadis. So I
It's a wholly owned
apologize for that.
subsidiary.
I
of
missed
Arcadis.
that.
So this would be the first TA under the approval that you just did for engineering services for RFP assistance, project management and oversight for the meter
TA,
Project.
Authorization, okay.
for the meter replacement project. in
We
Boston.
meter replacement
Yes.
project, yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm just looking for your approval on that.
So moved.
Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Anybody read it all?
Nope,
Yeah, I
I
looked at
skimmed
those
it.
contracts. believe me,
Good.
I looked
but
at
I
them.
didn't read it all.
Leslie. All right,
Okay, what's next?
Leslie's is coming in.
Utility policy, oh God, yeah, availability fee. Tony, this one goes back to you for a long time ago. we have had over the years a lot of these titles of types of fees. Are we still collecting these and charging these fees, especially for undeveloped property?
That's what Leslie
Or
will
is that what, are
discuss.
we cleaning up that mess?
That's part of the discussion, is Leslie has performed a large task of going through, looking at the parcels, which ones are paying availability fees, which are not, which ones are receiving service, are they receiving service from another parcel?
Okay.
So that's part of the discussion.
Okay.
That
Okay,
Leslie's
so,
put together.
so Leslie has getting her stuff set up, has been tasked with reviewing the utility, rules and policies. And so we're going to try to take these one by one and get direction with anticipating a future public hearing to address these. Ed, you hit the nail on the head. There's a lot of redundancies. There's a lot of things that have just kind of been compiled over the years that have just carried forward, and nobody actually took the time to do a thorough review of it. Leslie, bless her heart, has spent the last probably 3 months cleaning this up, reviewing it. We've had conversations with Tony from Raftellus to assist us in this, Tony Pierce, staff, etc. So, Leslie, I will turn it over to you.
This agenda items on the availability fees. So part of establishing the SOPs and clarifying the rules is so staff has clear direction and not given inconsistencies based on what manager is in place. So the biggest concern that came up with regarding the availability fees, common areas. So wetlands, conservation areas, should those be exempt from having availability fees? So in my opinion, I would say they should, but that should be direction that should be coming from the board and clarified on the policy.
Yeah, and part of the discussion, and again, Leslie's done a really good job of analyzing all these parcels and identifying them and differentiating. The definition of availability fee in your current rules, which we are not recommending, you'll see later on, any change in it, is a fee charged to future customers or future consumers of the district which are not yet connected to district's facilities, but have the district's utility service available to them, established to defray part of the administrative costs of district's utility operations. So when Leslie talks about conservation areas, it's probably not property connected, but have the service available to them because it's not a future consumer.
Yeah.
I think
So,
that's
so
the
this, what are we trying to do? Because this is the problem I've had for the last 25 years here. I don't know who wrote this, my guess Johnson Engineering, but anyway, I couldn't understand what the hell we're charging people for. We're generating revenue, but what is it for?
For
If it's
lines
an
running by,
availability
basically,
fee,
if a line runs by a property or they can tap into the property.
I understand that, but what's the method that you calculate that?
The availability fee takes the enterprise fund's administrative costs, and they basically divide that by the number of ERUs. So that's how it's calculated.
So if a single homeowner has 2 lots, he would pay more than his neighbor who only has 1 lot.
Correct. He's
And that's
paid.
appropriate. I'm okay with that.
What I was trying to figure out is that if it's a commercial property, how do you know what's going to go in there? If it's going to be a deal that has 5,000 ERUs or if it has 2?
Well,
How do you differentiate what one's
It's got a
paying versus the
minimum.
other?
I think the rate schedule
Yeah,
addresses
the
that.
rate schedule identifies that. If it's commercial, they have a multiplier of 5.5
Okay.
based on the acreage. So clarification, would district-owned parcels be exempt from availability fees?
Repeat ourselves?
Give me an example.
Common area?
Well, hold on, because you're talking
Irrigation.
enterprise fund paying the general fund.
The general fund paying the enterprise.
Or the general fund, yeah, or the general fund paying the enterprise fund.
So it's taken out of my back left pocket and putting it into my back right pocket.
So,
Yeah.
I guess the question is, does the district pay for irrigation water on district properties?
Yes, we do.
So that's sort of the
We do
analogy.
now.
We should.
We do.
Yeah, well, we should.
Yeah, we should. Okay.
Okay. So move forward with district availability.
So in other
fees.
words, if there's an administrative building, the administrative side would have, or the construction side would have to pay the utility side for access to water and sewer.
yeah,
It is now.
yeah,
Yeah,
so
we do now.
with our admin building, the project would be billed from the enterprise fund for those services.
For the vacant property until such time it's developed.
Correct.
and served.
Just keeping it all separated.
Yes.
Next is, there are some circumstances where a common area in a community is serviced by one master meter. So.
Flavia?
I like to hear this, let me full attention.
So, one example would be West Haven, another Prado. So they have one master meter for the irrigation, but they have common areas that are parcels and are being fed irrigation from that master meter.
But they're not paying, the 76 units pay, but the common area or the master association doesn't. That's what you're
Right.
saying?
They don't pay, they're
So how
not
do
paying
how
an
do you get around
availability
that?
fee.
The meter?
Hmm?
An added meter?
Mm,
Well, wait, no,
If
they're
it's-
paying
No,
as a
because-
bulk, right?
Right, they're paying as a
Yeah.
bulk.
If they're paying as a bulk, then aren't they covered?
I would say arguably, I mean, part of that is yes, because again, the definition, a fee charged to future consumers of the district, which are not yet connected to district's facilities, but have the utility service available to them.
I just took two.
So what, if it's future, what's West Haven got to do with it?
No, I guess I think what Leslie's saying, we just need clarification because there have been roller coaster rides on inconsistencies in applications.
Right, so like Prado has several corner lots where there's no development, but they're watering irrigation grass, but who's to say in 5 years or whatever, they can build a restroom or.
And what are you doing to solve that? What's your solution?
For the irrigation on the master meter, that's the question I need direction on.
Yeah, because I guess one argument is that they are already a consumer receiving service
Absolutely.
by the
You
master
shouldn't pay
meter. And then in the future,
But, right, here's an example. Here's an example. In Prado, correct me if I'm wrong, at the intersection right there at the last roundabout,
Right,
Cypress Grove
Yep.
and Prado.
Yep.
Those vacant lots on those corners are owned by the master association, not by the Prado owners.
Correct.
And the Prado owners are the ones paying the bill
well, then
for the
that's,
irrigation.
well, then they ought to be billed, that irrigation usage should be billed to the master association.
But there's no meter to
That's what I
take
was
that.
asking, adding a
That's
meter.
the issue, there's no meter.
no, so I guess.
What's the big deal putting in a meter?
No, so I guess in that instance, then the master would pay the availability fee because they are
But
not
they
a
don't own the
consumer.
property.
They don't own the property.
Oh, the master, yes, you're correct. The master, HOA, owns the properties, but the.
Prado used to own it and pay for it, and Prado got the community association to take over it. So the
why-
watering and all those,
Why don't we just put in
we don't,
meters?
that's what I'm saying, put a meter in and charge them.
You put in a meter and charge it.
So they would have to pay connection fees
Whatever, I
for
mean,
the
whatever.
meter.
Yeah.
Okay,
If you're using, otherwise,
those-
if we let them alone, I'd like to get in that program,
because they would have to cut off
Well,
the
you're gonna slip your
irrigation
yard
off
in?
the master
run a hose.
and run the
No, I
irrigation, so
think
that's gonna
that's the
be.
easiest way of doing it.
But they're a master meter, so it's that's more.
Prado's a master meter.
That's
Right.
more difficult. It's not-
We don't,
I
I
hear
don't
you, I hear
know
you.
how,
So ultimately, the underlying is, do you want to charge an availability fee for these common parcels that may be getting water now through a different,
Which
If
are
it's a
these ones
master
that you've
meter, how much
located
are
on
we
these
talking
maps?
about? Is this worth the effort?
we need.
the availability
Quite a
fee
few, Bob.
is, the availability fee would be $6 a month, well, whatever the acreage is.
Okay,
It's whatever the acreage times 5.5, and then
I-
that would be
it-
six,
it could
per
be-
$6.
Significant number.
well, there's about
Yeah.
3 or 4 areas that come to mind that fall in this category, over in Pelican.
Well, in the map that is attached, it has all these
Has
shaded
samples.
areas. Those are the ones we're
examples.
talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few there.
Yeah.
Uh,
So we're looking for a policy decision.
Yeah,
That's
but
why-
these are
that's
in
why we're
other
talking
areas.
this. Well, These are in black and white. Who didn't put it in color?
But
I never get in
are you
color.
saying-
I never get in, I got my holes.
He gets them in black and white unless he has.
Did you give that instruction?
No, I'm happy with black and white. I'm glad to get them.
So is there anything wrong with just doing it with the meter? That seems to me to make more
Well, if it's
sense.
a master meter, that's gonna be more complicated.
Because
you're
the
metering each
irrigation-
parcel.
So then why would they not take then, let's say they've got a master meter and they got 50 parcels, add 4. Bill them for 4 more.
On the master meter?
Yep.
There's only one photo of
We
Pelican
just
in
sub
the
it?
restaurant
No,
areas.
because
But then
No,
what
they
would
would
you
only
have it?
pay, they would pay the base charges per month.
I don't know any, if you don't do it that way, the only other choice
we
is the
charge them the
meter.
availability fee.
You charge them the availability
You've
fee.
already,
Yeah.
that's it.
And
then
that's the
it's-
$6 a month or something?
Or whatever the
Whatever it's,
acreage
Okay.
divided by.
That's
Okay.
reasonable.
so the master meter
yes,
where,
is what
That's
I'm-
it, that's your alternative.
Yeah,
Because they are not a consumer, they're a future consumer.
yes, they are potentially a future consumer that could tie into our irrigation system.
They're never going to put anything there. There's never going to be anything built there. It is what it is.
For irrigation, they're never gonna irrigate anything there?
They're irrigating it now. They irrigate it now,
right.
but there's never going to be any other construction. It's grass.
It's
and
the
it's
same
always
thing
gonna
with
be
West
grass.
Haven. They have the same, they have a parcel behind the building. It's gonna be the same
Common area.
circumstances, the common area,
It
being
wasn't big
watered
enough to
off
do,
the
put a
master.
house on.
Well,
So
the
they
thing,
left
the
it.
thing is that where I'm having the problem is if it's common area and it's being watered through the master meter, then we're getting the revenue for it.
Yeah, that's what I was,
Right.
I don't understand what,
because there's a difference
it's
in
never gonna
price.
be,
that-
it's
that-
never gonna be
Well,
built.
that one let's just use that one as an example. Okay, that one we know it's getting irrigated, so yeah, we're probably, so.
And the owner is the owner is the consumer of the district, as opposed to the situation where you have Prado has the master meter, PPCA owns the property, correct?
Well, that West
Prado
Haven, the-
transferred the property to PPCA.
Right, so PPCA owns the property, they are not the consumer from the district. But Prado is the consumer.
but at West Haven, the common area is the association who is being billed for the master meter.
Irrigation.
So,
That's different. I think,
yeah, it's different.
in my
What
opinion.
is your recommendation? Let's go back to that.
She wants direction,
want
she doesn't
direction.
recommend.
She
Yeah,
said, the recommendation is to get direction.
We're currently
And that-
using water. Am I saying this correctly? And I'm talking specifically of the Prado, when I'm familiar. Currently have a common area, lack of a better term. And we're currently irrigating it. We're currently being paid.
Right.
For the master meter that waters it.
Whatever, we're getting paid. What do we want to change it for?
I think
It's
the
not-
concern is, if you look at, again, the availability fee is for future consumers. PPCA owns the property. They are not a consumer of the district as per the definitions in the rules.
That's the issue. It's the
The
future.
PPCA is getting their water from the Prado master meter. Prado is a consumer by being connected to the district system.
But this is never going to be developed any more than grass. It is what it is. It'll be that way.
No, I understand, but that,
So there's no future consumer, other than worms.
unless PPCA
Or
connects,
Or a tree
gets their own
that
meter.
they
Why,
plant
why,
or
why
something.
can't we just put something that puts in a catch-all that if they develop in the future, you
No,
do
I'm okay.
this?
Yeah.
You pay X.
Or you say if it is currently being irrigated
It's on the-
By a meter of some other entity.
by a
Yeah.
meter,
Couple
then we do not charge
That's me.
availability if it is not being irrigated and that we cannot confirm that they are paying, we are being compensated for said usage
By the property.
by the property, then we go
Okay.
after them.
What is this?
Okay. There's no question they're using our
That's
water.
a wetland.
It is being
That's
irrigated.
example. I gave examples.
Oh,
Pardon?
Different
I
There's no
think that's a
question that we
wetland,
are
that's,
irrigating.
Correct.
yeah.
So that's
Conservation,
what
yes.
I'm saying, not what I
It's
just
like,
said.
what is
If
that?
we
I
know
that
that's
belongs
being
to-
irrigated.
Yes.
And we're getting money for it,
Yeah.
then we would not charge an availability fee.
Okay.
If, like, this is here's another one on Silver Lakes. Leslie,
That's a different, that's a
different issue.
yeah.
Go,
I would
okay,
Go to Prado.
go to-
for the next
okay.
that one.
That's
This-
the one we're talking about.
this is one we're talking about. So you know, we know for a fact that this is being irrigated because you guys have all that landscaping.
Well, and we also have the
Prado is not
the
the
slime
owner.
on the sidewalks.
Yeah, Prado, yeah, which you're paying for on the other end. But Prado is paying for the water usage. We know we're getting money from the water usage, so there would be no need to charge an availability fee because there's already water to the property.
Right.
Whereas if we, on another parcel, if we are not getting,
So what about the 44053?
those are all the same. Those, all four corners on this parcel are the same. They're all being irrigated from the Prado. Correct me if I'm wrong.
On the master.
On,
Well,
by the
No, I think
master on
they're
all four
probably not.
parcels.
But they're all different sizes.
well, I don't know about the other three.
If they're.
I mean, they're in our LNA. They're within our landscape zone. So we're already doing
Assuming,
that.
yeah.
So, but the issue is, all four of those are being watered and through the master meter of which we're receiving the revenue.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, so then we wouldn't charge availability fees. So that's where I
Okay,
think, maybe,
gotcha.
maybe we put in the language that, again, if we know water, if we know it's being irrigated and the district, the enterprise fund is being compensated for it, there's no need to charge an availability.
Regardless of whether they're using water through somebody else's master meter.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Are we good with that one?
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to her list.
Go back to which one?
Well, wait a minute, is there an instance then
Don't do
where
anything
it's-
on that one.
It's not? You said if they're using the water and if we're being paid for
Okay.
it, is there an instance where
Do you have
we're
another
not
one?
being paid for it?
What about up here at, off of Griffin? Is that one?
That is Bristol Park. That should be on
Is
one
that
of the
the
examples.
Magnolia Lakes deal?
No.
Mine is opposite. I pay for the irrigation for the district and I'm always looking for a credit.
Boy, did I-
Yeah, let's not go there.
Boy, I ever
You're welcome.
stepped into it there, didn't I?
Well, it should have been, I thought I.
This one?
That one there.
No.
No.
That's much, but I'm irrigating
Okay,
the
it's not
whole
on there.
front of the community, like all this.
Is it, can I,
I
oh,
do
is it, no,
irrigation
can I show it
all
from
around
there?
the pond.
Isn't it
I
right
pay
there?
for the irrigation.
Isn't that it?
Yeah, right.
Okay, all right, here's another one. You see Laura's got it highlighted in blue, that parcel
Yep,
right there?
yep.
That is a common element parcel to
That
Bristol
association.
Park.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
There's no meter there,
Okay.
but they have a meter along their berm and fence
But are
line
they watering it?
that they're watering,
What are they watering it from?
a meter that they pay.
so this is another
So it's
product.
another,
So we're
another
being
example.
paid?
So we're
yeah.
being paid.
Yeah.
So we're being
Okay.
paid.
So, and I'm not,
My-
Carol, to answer your question, I don't know, because I don't know that we've identified all of those just yet.
Okay.
How about the one, the Stony Brook Villas? Because I know we had an issue there before.
You would open that can of worms.
Which one?
Here's a can.
Which one you? looking at?
Sorry.
The one
So,
across the street from Stony Brook, that whole
yeah,
is technically
So-
Stony Brook.
we're working through it. We'll get to this later. Stony Brook Villas across the street, Villages,
Oh, from Stony Brook. Okay.
Stony Brook Villages we just found out this last year are being backfed. Their irrigation system is a looped system. They had a break. They asked us to turn it off. We went to where we thought we would close off their system and found out that they're being backfed from
It's
the
looped.
north. It's a looped system. So we've had to go and work with WCI Lennar and get firm up documents that were never finalized. And
Shocking.
What?
yeah, I know, tell me. And we're working, Tony's been working on that and
Charles, man.
with Charles, and then we're gonna meter that backside.
So we're not, as of now,
And as of right now, we're not.
But we'll get there.
Yeah.
We're trying to get there. Okay.
but not retroactive.
That will be a board policy decision. You choose-
They, but their HOA is aware of it.
Not yet, and, because we had to find out with the documents if it was ever conveyed to us.
So I think the sooner the better that we notify them so they
Yes.
don't have a shock
Yes.
when we do decide it's
That
retroactive
will be.
or not.
Once we confirm with Charles Mann and his team.
Yeah, I drafted a document for them and Charles.
All right,
In regards to the availability fee, the across the street, Stony Brook has that parcel that's
B14.
that's
Track
not
fee.
getting watered, so they would be subject to availability fees. So
Track
that would be
B14.
new.
Correct.
Okay, so yes. All right, what else you got?
Conservation areas, those will be exempt.
We're not irrigating conservation areas, for God's sake,
Well,
are we?
Hope
Are
not.
we,
No,
the,
No.
the question for the board is just for clarification, that we are not gonna charge availability fees to conservation areas.
No, because
Nor-
they're never gonna be,
Nor are we watering conservation areas, are we?
We're not, to my knowledge.
I don't know of any. That's why
Well, again, these are,
Timber Creek's watering one of ours.
they're inundating one of ours.
you come to
Okay.
the little corner.
So as long as we're good with that, no conservation areas will be charged availability fees.
yes.
Okay.
There are some parcels where they're individual parcels, like in Hampton Park, where they're categorized as submerged.
Yeah, this was an odd one.
Is that one where there's two
This
together?
piece,
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So
What is
And
it?
that's an HOA, right?
Yes.
So I remember reading on their.
Which one is
stuff.
this?
That one, it's in
Hampton Park?
Hampton. It's that parcel, if you look at it, it's labeled submerged, see under site address. But then the parcel just below that
Next to it, yeah.
is labeled something different.
What does
So I'm-
submerged
Well,
mean?
it's an association.
Water.
yeah.
Property appraiser's designation.
I don't understand how it can be.
Yeah,
submerged
I just
when
know
you-
that this, they
If it was
just
submerged,
found
I
out
like
that
to
it's
be there.
common area maybe 2 years ago. because they posted and they started using it as a recreation for a common area, because there was an
Okay.
issue regarding the board.
Okay.
Remember, they live next door,
So I would
know
be
that.
charging
It is
them
odd that wasn't
availability
developed.
fees.
As long as it's
Yeah.
not irrigated.
Do they use that for a
Dennis
park or
Preserve was
anything?
like that, we had a bunch of like.
Is that a park or anything?
Boat
It's
ramp,
it's just,
apparently.
no, it's just the mow grass, and it's just, they call it an observation, common area. They have their 4th of July and their stuff.
But do we know, is it watered?
It is, Leslie
It
just
is
said
water.
I was gonna say it has to be watered.
It is
It'd
watered.
be deader than a doornail.
Oh, sorry.
So if it's watered, are they master metered in Hampton?
No,
No.
they're not.
So there's gotta be, there's
If it's
water, there's
watered,
gotta be
we're
a
paying.
meter.
If
It
it's
is
not
main
watered,
water.
then it's available.
We'll follow up.
We'll follow up.
I
follow up
agree
on
with
that
that, yeah.
The other example I have here are vacant parcels that are right-of-ways. So
Like
Gateway
what?
Greens, Timber Ridge, you have,
Oh, charge Gateway Greens. Okay.
they are categorized as right-of-way.
Show me an example.
Uh,
Gateway Greens Drive.
Hidden Links,
Gateway
after,
Greens
between Hidden
Drive.
Links and North Haven.
I can't.
We've got 53 meters. I don't know any place that we're watering that's not metered.
It's not watered. I'm assuming it's not being watered. It's a little piece.
You have it on the map
that
so I
in-
can see what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you want to pull up.
Map
I
or
didn't
the-
catch that one.
Stick a couple more meters. in
Where
Gateway
is it at in Gateway Greens?
Hidden Links. And in between
No more
Hidden
cookies
Links
for Ed.
and North Haven.
That's
sugar
not ours.
I had
That grass strip
Their
there,
sugar cookies are
which
really
is
good.
the easement where the sewer goes out to the lake coming
Really
across
nice.
from
City of
Hampton
Fort
Park,
Myers.
that's not our
It's the city
property.
of Fort
Dinner,
Myers.
what dinner? This is dinner.
That's not our property. That's part of the North Haven.
North
Are you
Haven.
cooking tonight? I said,
Up.
yeah, right.
You got a picture?
By the part North Haven, right up there. We're gonna pull it over. We're gonna pull it over so everybody.
I'll pull it over. I just gotta, I want to bring it up.
Everybody see our
No.
awards pictures?
Zoom in.
Yep, look nice.
They're already out?
Speed of staff. We need more restaurants around here.
Gateway Greens Association's
Brazilian one is
property,
steakhouse.
and
It's labeled right of way.
I have a feeling that it is watered by the owners right in there. We maintain that and we mow it. That's a good question. I don't even know if it's watered.
Okay,
No
so
idea.
Ed's gonna look into that one for you, and
Yeah, I'll
if
check.
it's
We have a
not,
few throughout Timber
Can't
Ridge,
imagine
and I
it's
think
not.
Gateway Greens has two.
It can't be developed because it's inaccessible.
get
It's
it from Gateway
inaccessible.
Boulevard.
Do what?
You can get it from Gateway Boulevard.
Yeah,
Check out a
yeah.
wall.
There's no way that's
You ain't
not
gonna- You ain't
watered.
gonna get a cut road permit on Gateway Boulevard, I guarantee you. Jesus
Okay.
Christ was gonna build a house there, he wouldn't get a permit for
Okay,
that.
so the same applies like we just talked about earlier.
But I don't know if it's watered though.
If it's watered, we won't charge them. If it's not, we'll charge them.
We'll find
Yeah,
out the
okay.
answer to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Availability.
it wouldn't be green if it wasn't.
What else?
watered.
Anything
That's
on
my
the
point. I think the owners are
Watered by
watering it.
well.
Okay.
So that is the last item for that, for
No,
availability
what-
fees. We're
what
gonna move
neighbor's
to,
actually paying for
L?
this?
yes,
Follow up to the utility rules?
cross connection
Yeah, I
control.
read all of it. Jeez, that's unbelievable.
So which, you have the items that you wanna,
I was just presenting the policy as we're required to do so. One of the areas that probably just so the board pays attention and is aware is section 5 related to violations and penalties. So all customers are required to have a backflow prevention device. Residential 5/8.
We're sending the notices out, because I know we installed several in our
Right,
community.
right. Individual residents are covered under the dual check valve. This is more for larger meters and all commercial.
Okay. So do we need to take an action on this?
no, we're just looking for your direction because this will have to go in front of a public hearing.
Public hearing, does this meet all the current rules and regulations and all that that's just come out?
The red line version.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and along that line, it's, the order in the book is cross-connection policy first, utility rule second. But if you look at the utility rule proposed amendment, it references that policies will be implemented or adopted by the board separately to implement the cross-connection policy. It won't be a rule, it'll be a policy of the board.
That way we're not going through the whole,
Rulemaking process. for
Bill's
that.
looked at this, gone through everything on this.
Bill
We
and
have-
Austin
Bill,
have.
Bill and
Austin, me, Chelsea.
Good.
Pony
Yeah.
Leslie.
2.0.
This
Yeah.
would,
There's a ton
this
of
would
stuff
allow
in this.
us to, obviously send the
the consumer notice, issue a penalty, and also disconnect the water if there's any violations.
And when we put in the new cross-connection devices, because we got a lot of them doing it, are we getting the reports back that
Yes.
the proper installation was done and all that?
Mm-hmm. I have to, especially if they haven't done it before, I have to flag them and verify that the certified tester is uploading those properly. Once that gets uploaded, then I get notified if it's passed or failed.
How many letters of these did we put out?
I've put out notice to all commercial and
100,
HOAs.
200?
200.
Leslie, if I can ask one question on Leslie, just one thought. In reading, I think the draft policy talks for an annual inspection report or is it biennial? Because the rules that were amended by the state in, I think, April of this year, talk about the ability to have biennial, every 2 years. So I don't know if we want.
That was discussed. I would probably have Austin put his feedback because we did say that that's something that we would want to do annually.
Okay, I just want to make sure the board's aware of that, because they did revise some of the standards at the state level.
Right.
And so we're being more restrictive in that respect.
And most of the customers, even HOAs, were aware of this. Some have been complying with this, some have not.
Well, you get these condo associations, they don't know anything about what you're talking about.
Championship Greens was new.
Championship Greens, what I was thinking about.
And then Casella did challenge it, but once we presented the information, they've been compliant.
And they were
Yeah.
compliant.
Yeah,
We haven't had too much pushback. It's just more of an educational
correct.
component
There's
right
really never been, it's something that's been in place, but there's never been enforced.
When they start having to spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, they
Get their attention.
you get their attention, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So if there's no other recommendation regarding this policy, I guess we could just move forward with the public hearing with regards to this.
Is the policy where we included the 3-foot clearing around the boxes?
No, I'm talking about cross connection.
Oh, okay, I'm jumping ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Anything else about the cross-connection control policy?
No.
Okay, so we're good with that, we're gonna proceed.
What are we on now?
Okay,
Utility rules discussion, draft,
yes.
change number 1?
Yes,
Did everybody read all this?
changes to
Oh.
chapter 1.
Bedtime reading.
So we've gone through and updated the rules from definitions all the way down to exhibits. I've highlighted a couple of areas that could be,
Contentious?
yes, with some customers. Some of these areas I purposely highlight because I'm constantly being challenged by residents.
What's the issues?
Gonna go one by one?
I'll just go down the list one by one.
Go right in front of you.
Section 6, I'm not sure if you're on the red line version, but it's, the clean line is 492, red line 534. We are,
Getting there, I'm zooming in. Laura left me right when it was important. I'm driving. Okay.
Section 6, okay.
Okay, is this the part you wanted to call out?
534,
I am on 534.
we're in the red line.
yeah,
Yeah, I am on it. 534.
Yep, page 9 of 47.
withholding service. We are implementing the refund of the deposit. So when a new customer comes online, there is most likely going to be a balance of the final bill due. So the final bill due is going to be issued and it's going to be due upon receipt. But at the meantime, we will have a new owner who will be going onto the property and requesting water service. So the rules indicate already a clause that payment must be paid in full, but I did add a red line to just clarify that no new service, the application cannot be approved until payment is paid.
Is this part of the title search when you close?
Yes.
To ensure that payment's there?
They should do estoppel letters.
Yeah, estoppel.
The title agents, title attorneys should do estoppel letters to all
So
utilities.
we should never be on the hook, is what I'm saying.
We should not be, but
But
again.
it doesn't always happen.
Correct.
So
or
Cash
people,
deals.
or people engage in transactions amongst themselves where they don't care about title insurance.
Okay,
and
fair
they
enough.
All right.
Or you
Next
have real estate
section.
agents.
Well, is there,
Well,
let me just pause. Is there any issues with that?
Nope.
Okay. Next.
Section.
But that really puts the burden from the seller who's gone to settle his account. Now, the poor guy that buys in can't get one until that's done.
Yes.
It puts the new person in quite an awkward position.
Caveat.
I can't make, he sold me the house, I can't make him pay.
Well, it'll be on your stuff.
But again,
Or
that's.
otherwise, the new owner would
That's the
pay
smart.
the
Or
outstanding
that's the only,
charges.
that's the only
Right.
choice we're giving them.
Correct.
Eh,
I don't know if I like that.
I don't know if I like that either.
Duke it out before the closing.
Otherwise, if it's uncollected, it's uncollected and served as bad debt.
This way, we're guaranteeing collection, because then you're denying service.
How often does this happen?
But we won't
Who'd you
know
take
because
that?
we,
How often does it? Oh, because we don't do that today.
right, because we keep the deposits, so we rarely have any collections that.
Oh,
goes
because we
beyond.
offset the deposit.
Because if
by
you're
the
in good
last bill.
standings, we'll give you your deposit back.
Because we had a deposit in the last bill, and then they close the account, we withdraw, we just give them the leftovers. If they have a deposit 200, they lose.
But if they're in good
150.
standings, we give them their
Yeah,
deposit
but
back.
No,
usually
he's
they
talking
give them their
about
money back
someone
before they
leaves.
sell.
Yeah,
it.
bill.
that-
Well, what's the likelihood
deposit.
if you've been in good standing
Yeah, you're good.
and you default? I mean,
I'm okay with it. We'll see how kind of
Well,
blowback
let's
we
put it,
get.
and if it doesn't work, we can always change it in a year's
Yeah.
time.
I
Section.
don't want to start the new owners out with a sour taste in their mouth.
Correct. It has happened before. When I first started, we had that a lot, and we fell back on the estoppel, and we directed them that they needed to take that up with their realtor. So,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, that is, I think, one of our outs is the fact that I don't think they would hold us responsible for their seller being
Delinquent.
delinquent.
Or the real estate agent.
Or the real estate, yeah, for sure.
What's next?
8.1, red line, page 536.
Which one?
8-1. 530.
This is a new section entered into the rules regarding reclaim reuse water. We previously had nothing written into the rules. We've entered restrictions regarding the use of reclaimed water. That section lists out those restrictions. Another section in there are hose bibs that are connected from the irrigation lines. We do have a few customers who do that. So within,
And that's not permitted per regulatory requirements, correct? Hose bibs are not,
So in other
Okay.
words, if they want to water their yard with their irrigation water through a
Fill their
hose,
pool.
they better find a new place for connection. Because it can't be a hose bib connection above ground.
correct. So in this section, we detailed that they will be issued a violation notice or a warning notice. And then if it's not corrected, they could have their
I'm assuming
reclaim.
that's a
Is this
safety
coming off the
issue.
main?
I was gonna say, how will we ever
This is
find that?
coming off of their meter.
How will we find that?
I don't know how you'd ever find it.
We won't be able to find it unless staff comes across
Okay.
of that.
So you stumble upon it.
Right. Correct.
Somebody'd have to figure out a way to tap the irrigation system, and probably the easiest way to do it would be right outside the meter pit.
Correct,
Or
but that's
somewhere-
where we've
Don't we
seen them.
have some meters that have valves to, not exercise, but off the irrigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know of anything other than
The
pressure
only,
relief.
the only other place I know you would
You're
do
talking about
it.
where you turn, your meter, where you turn off and on.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
well, you've got that at the meter, but the other one you could do is when it
Literally
comes
tap
out of the
into the
irrigation, it
irrigation
goes
system.
to
They
the
tap the irrigation
solenoids.
system.
I think I have
They
a
could
valve
tap it
on
at the
mine.
solenoids. That's another place of doing it.
Tap it ahead of the box.
Yeah, cap it ahead of the box, and it's real cheap.
okay, so you have, is it a three-strike process, policy, or for the hose bib, it's a warning, a friendly warning, and then
A warning has to be corrected,
within a certain time period?
correct?
And then after that, if it's not corrected?
Then their irrigation water gets turned off.
Have we found somebody doing this?
Oh, yeah.
We found, I mean, I am aware of a few.
But not ahead of the meter.
No.
So
after.
they're paying for the water, but they're doing it illegally.
Right.
Regulatory
Okay.
is not permitted.
It's reasonable.
It's not permitted.
No, we don't have a choice, but
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, anything else on that item?
Nope.
Anybody have any issues with that?
Yeah, and recognize that a lot of what we're talking about, like on the reuse side especially, because the district as the provider of the utility is liable and subject for any issues that, for violating any policy, rule, or regulation.
So
That's
some
why.
kids are drinking that water and all, and they get sick, and then they
Oh
come
my
back on
goodness.
us.
It's good
We
on
didn't
them.
stop it
It's
yet.
good for
Go back to
them.
cover.
Healthy.
Or an
Good
engine
That's
system.
not enough.
We had a house that where we had the
I
potable into
remember that.
irrigation water
They
mixed.
didn't know.
Next
Yeah, they
section,
didn't know.
9,
Oh,
red
yeah.
line, page 530.
The plumber
What's
did a
next?
good job.
9?
Section 9,
Figure that is.
536.
Oh, here we go.
This is a deposit.
Deposit refund.
Previously, is no refund, no interest, and deposit cannot be waived. With the new revisions, they will be refunded after 24 months of service. There's conditions in there. They cannot have any late fees, disconnection, or return checks
During the period.
during 24 months.
Reasonable.
There's also additional section regarding if a deposit has already been returned, so as an existing customer with no deposit on file, if they have, I think the rule says if they're shut off twice, or if they have, there's different criteria I had placed on
Yeah,
there.
it's the bottom of page 537. Yep.
Right
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
12 months of service, deposit may be required.
Then a
12
new
months.
deposit would be required.
Okay. Same as the original deposit, the $200 again, or?
Correct.
I think you should expand on that and clarify that. Deposit as,
The amount?
Yeah,
In the amount of,
I just refer to a fee schedule.
yeah, refer
I'm
to
trying to
it.
get numbers out of this thing. Okay, is that everybody good
Yeah.
with this section?
Yeah.
Okay.
Section 10.2, red line 539.
Late penalty.
It's regarding late penalties. This changes the time frame when the customer will be billed a late fee. So currently, they're billed a late fee on 31 days after the bill's been issued. So we're proposing for that to be changed, and they would be billed 22 days after the bill has been issued, which is 6 days after the due date. So currently they have 15 days. It's been pushed up for a week.
Any issues with that?
Nope.
Okay.
This would also push up a week the shut-off process, so they're also going to be shut off a week earlier.
No ticking, no laundry. Won't pay, turn it off.
That's my saying.
Next section, 18.2, red line 547. This is a new section added regarding work performed by the district. We have had circumstances where the district had to make repairs on a customer's property for various different reasons. It doesn't happen often. What does happen is a year later, 14 months later, the customer comes back and said, you last touched it, so you have to fix it again.
Give me an example of that, what you've done.
A hydrant repair on Waterford. We had either a replacement or a repair, and the irrigation line next to the job supposedly had a leak, and the customer claimed we did it. So because it was hard to say whether or not we did the repair. 7 months later, comes back, there's another leak, the customer wants us to repair it. So in this section.
So we're putting a time limit on it?
No, there's no time limit.
There's no,
Jizzy, we're not
after the
gonna-
point of repair, we're not
done.
going to warranty the work. Next section, 20.4, red line, page 549. I made some, just included some areas regarding meters, particularly hydrant meters. This previously was not notated anywhere in the rules. We are, I'm not supposed to use rent. We are allowing third parties to use a meter on a hydrant to discharge water. So currently, we're enforcing a time period of no more than 120 days. And we're also going to implement the charges of water and sewer. So we've attempted to do this in the past and been challenged because really no other utility charges water and sewer. But there is an expense to us. So in this section, we're proposing that Those companies that do use a hydrant meter be charged water and sewer.
Would this be like filling a pool or something?
Pressure washing in a community.
Okay, pressure line.
So the problem is with the true up, we get hit with the sewer side of things because it's a 1-to-1.
No place to put it.
And they're paying for it.
You know, in other words, it's different than other utilities where they are the operator of the plant, both water and wastewater plant. So to them, they say, okay, you're not putting anything else into our wastewater stream, you're just pressure washing.
So we're saying here that we're collecting both the water and the wastewater component through the hydrant.
Hydrant meter.
Because of what's in our agreements with Lee County, we
Yes.
end up having to pay for it.
But, yeah, because we pay for every gallon.
Yeah, residents shouldn't have to
And
pay
that's why
for
it's
that.
different than other utilities that
Gotcha.
have both pieces.
So are there any issues with that section?
Nope.
Okay.
Section 20.7, red line 550 is curb stops. This is mainly because of inconsistency that staff has been provided regarding allowing anyone to turn on and off the curb stop. It's our property, so we've added the language that with pre-authorized permission by the district, they can do so. It's, if something should happen and you can't turn off your house valve, you can turn off.
Oh, you turn it off.
At
In the meter box.
Turn it
Yeah,
on,
yeah, yeah.
turn it off at the influence side to your meter. You
That's
almost
what I
need
called
to
you
do it.
about. I want to take my
If you,
time.
if you go up there with one of those crescent wrenches and do it, you'll only do it once and it slips off. Your knuckles will be.
So part of this came up is we've had damage to the meters or like in the boxes and things like that. We used an example internally, you know, somebody, let's say Doug messes up his irrigation system and he needs to turn it off. He calls the on-call number, you know, either through text or through communication. That on-call person has the authority to say, yes, you can turn it off. I can tell you how to do it, or I can come there and do it for you. But then we follow up and document it in writing with our office staff saying, hey, this was turned off. And that it's not just arbitrarily done by Joe Schmo who lives at that property. So it has to be pre-authorized by the district.
So if you were to do a curb stop, you have to call and get authorization for that?
Yes, or staff has to
That
do it.
probably is one of the most violated deals in all of Gateway.
If you know how to do it, you
If you
don't
know how
call.
to do it.
So it's
Or if
district
you have the
property, it's
tool.
district assets. Again, we had a property owner do damage. So,
I was gonna say, save the trip, I'll go to the
Yeah,
front
you
and do
can-
it.
I would never do
You
that.
can screw it up.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Never.
do we have any issues with this item? Section, I mean.
Get a permanent. Get a permanent.
Okay, next section, 22 meter testing, red line 551. So at the request of a customer, if they want their meter to be bench test, and the results should come back that it's over 2%, the rules currently read that we will adjust the bill accordingly. So this section clearly breaks down how the customer should be billed, if it's a fast or slow meter.
What's this based on? Did we get this from somebody else?
This is based on the administrative code that's listed in that section.
I mean, does the
Clark.
county do it this way, or is this a
Yes.
standard?
Pretty
This is
standard.
Standard, okay. Because if somebody says something about it, we'll just say, hey, this is the standard of the industry.
Right. The only call out I would do is if it's a slow meter. I have seen some utilities not charge if it's not back bill if it's a slow meter. But some will back bill 12 months if it's a slow meter.
Residents not going to be complaining if it's slow.
No,
Until you get the back bill.
right.
It's back, but, yeah.
So in this section, I would recommend the back bill, but the option is to eliminate that and not charge them for a slow meter.
How often does that occur? Or is
It
a problem?
only occurs at the request of the resident if they want the meter to be bench test.
And they pay for it to be bench test, and then the results of that, depending on what comes back, if it's not favorable, they get recover that money, return that money, and then we address the bill.
What do you
accordingly.
want to do, Leslie? I don't care.
Well, I mean, normally it would be like, I think my bill's too high. I think there's something wrong.
Right.
Well, this is, so
Right.
this is the standard code. We're just trying to better document this in our codes. So,
Yeah, nobody's going to call my bills too low.
No, but when their bill is high and they want to contest it and then request a bench test, and then to discover the meter's been slow.
Like how we had a few months ago.
Right,
Watch what you ask for.
right.
Okay.
Any issues with this section?
This section does say on fast meter that we would, 4 months, that we would go back and reimburse 4 months. I don't know if that was a typo.
Have we got a history of problems on this?
Only
Not a
the
long
one.
history.
Yeah, why do we change from 3 to 4?
Billing cycles. We
The
do on 2 months.
current rules had 3 months. Originally it was 4, but 12 months is the standard.
I'll take your recommendation on this, Alan.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
12 months it is.
23.
Last section is section 23, red line 552 on obstruction of district assets.
Again, this is as we're investing millions of dollars into these new meter boxes, we don't want your
People surrounding it with
statues or.
shrubs.
Now, do we have something, is the wording currently say 3 feet? Because we're gonna have.
Yes.
So right now, we're
It's the
safe
first
that we're
line.
going out and tell all these people.
That, when you, this is what we're doing.
But
Until
I
you
mean,
approve this.
Right now, if we, right now, do we have the
No.
authority to tell them 3 feet?
No.
No.
We're strongly encouraging it.
And I've had a call just last week, someone argued with me regarding,
Oh, we're gonna hear about it.
yeah.
We're
As
gonna
soon as,
hear
as
about
soon
it.
as we get this
'Cause,
approved.
I mean, you
Silver
go
Lakes is
anywhere.
bad. They literally, there's one that they place a statue
Oh, yeah.
of a thing on
Mine
top
sits
of
under a
it.
bush.
You go, oh, there in Gateway.
But it won't be
there are
moved.
It's not
bushes
my
all
bush,
over.
my neighbor's bush, but it still sits under it.
Okay.
Well, do we do like FPNL? I mean, if.
Only on one side.
They cut it out. They just go there and cut it out.
That's exactly right, but the homeowners know that.
Clear on one side.
Well, we get.
No,
very
we
upset.
provide, currently we give them notice 30 days to correct it.
FPL
Okay.
comes out to a transformer
They cut
and they've got a landscape, they'll cut it right there on the
They
spot.
everybody
leave it
knows
there
that.
too.
And everybody knows it. So I mean, you're taking a risk
And
when
they
you
don't
knowingly
replace
play
it
it.
Yeah, if you decorate or you landscape around
At your own
a
peril.
deal more than 3 feet, you're dead, because they'll
We
cut
should
it
do-
out.
We just have our installers wear FPNL shirts.
You what?
We have our installers wear FPNL shirts.
So that's what they thought the poor on-call guys were during the hurricane. They kept having to say, not the electric company, not the electric company.
So does anybody have any issues with this?
No.
No.
All right, Leslie, is that all you got?
There is a section in there regarding the oak trees, so that's just.
Does it say call Ed?
Yeah. It gives us personal number, it's right in there.
I know because the meter boxes are going to be moved, it shouldn't be an issue, but I do know because of the oak trees, I don't know if you want to elaborate with the sewer or in the future, this may be an issue that may become a problem later on. But,
Send the bills to WCI.
yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, those are the areas that I felt would be,
So the next step is to put this thing out for public hearing?
Yeah,
well, the
what-
next step is.
Yeah, published in the, we had a notice of rule development earlier this year, I think January or February. But this is such an extensive rewrite with what was envisioned at that time. Another one was published, it should have been Saturday's newspaper, notice of rule development. And so then we can schedule, do the advertisement. We have to do a statement of estimated regulatory cost.
Which we're gonna work on that.
And so,
remind me
just
of
like we
Sir.
did with the other rule.
Yep.
So we have the PCM that we're still doing.
I'm sorry?
We have the
Permit
permit
criteria
criteria manual.
I've not done notice of rulemaking on that. That's
So
something we
it's
do.
separate.
I suggest we do them separate.
Okay, and the
Because
fee schedule?
especially if people are going to be turning out about some of these. And so, and I guess the question is, Chelsea, when do you want to set the public hearing date on this?
Ultimately, I'm looking for the board, I mean.
At least 30
this-
days in advance. We have to, notice has to be out 30 days in advance. And so we won't get the notice in the paper until next week sometime.
So from our standpoint, since you all have blessed these items today, we're ready to take this to the public hearing. So I'm looking for your, so we can,
What's the last meeting in November?
21st, November,
What do you got, 30
No, I'm just
day
thinking a time
advertisement?
frame, just be on the safe side to get the notice in the paper.
December 5th.
How about December 5th then? That's
It's
December
the
5th.
only meeting in December, I think.
No,
didn't cancel
you
the
guys
other
haven't
one
canceled the second one yet.
We haven't canceled.
Oh, we haven't canceled it yet?
Please don't.
Oh, I thought we did.
No,
I thought we
I
did,
thought
too.
it was December that we canceled.
I thought we did, okay.
Yeah, we did December, we canceled one in December.
All right,
So 12/5?
yep,
Okay.
public hearing 12/5, Leslie, you gonna be here then?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
the
And
And what
rules.
we'll also do, we'll also have notice of public hearing that same date for cross-connection policy, as a follow-up to the notice assumption that the adoption of the rule will take place that same day.
So we
Is that
have-
okay, Leslie? Are you okay with that? Or you want to wait?
Say that, can you repeat that?
Have the public hearing for the adoption of the cross-connection policy is immediately following agenda item.
Okay.
If you, so
So Russ is going to perform the circ, or do I have to have the engineer perform the circ?
we can have Russ perform it.
Russ do the circ, okay.
See if
we-
he's comfortable
we-
doing the circ.
We'll work on that.
Or, yeah, and maybe you can even work with Tony Hairston on it if necessary.
Ready for next item?
Yes.
Contract ratification for Russ Wire, real estate.
So
Economics.
just want to,
Thank you, Leslie.
so I want to mention on this, at the last time the board directed Russ, this was before the repeal of Rule 6, you asked him to do an update of the current methodology just to include the roadway category in Pelican, and then you also asked him to do a major overhaul. I just need clear direction if you intend on him doing both, or if you intend on him just doing the major overhaul.
The major overhaul.
Yeah.
Okay, so then that'll reduce this by a little bit. So with that direction, I just need your approval of this contract.
Say that one more time. I want to make sure I got it.
Okay. The last time before the repeal of Rule 6,
Okay.
you directed, because we didn't know what was going to happen, to just update the current methodology and add the roadway category to Pelican. Just that was the only update, or to do a major overhaul.
So doing more work is cheaper than doing,
No, this was paying for both.
This is
We're
both.
doing both the last time. Now we're just gonna be doing one, which is the overall,
Just the overall.
okay, so we've eliminated,
one
Just a
item.
minor
So no
update.
need to do.
now I'm with
Do
you.
it, the whole
Now I'm
thing,
with you.
just redo the whole thing.
Okay.
So I believe I believe when I
Not to
spoke with
exceed
Russ, it was
25.
20,000 and not to exceed of 20,000 instead of the 25, if you
Okay.
chose to just do the major overhaul.
Okay.
So I need approval of not to exceed 20,000.
Motion to approve Russ's contract for the, we believe it not to exceed of 20,000.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now, how are we paying for the independent?
That's next.
That's next.
Okay.
You guys can tell me how.
Now we're at O. Oh, boy.
Got to get to it.
You didn't fill in the X's.
I mean, we can revisit this too.
Alternative economist for the assessment methodology, that's
Yep.
uh,
So
Mr. Jones, Chris Jones.
Mr. Jones, a couple things. So at the end of the public hearing, you guys said to look for a separate third-party economist to, at least this is what I perceive to be the motion, a separate, you're killing me, economist to do a third-party study and a whole assessment methodology. So I've reached out to Darren Mossing, who has declined. I've reached out to another economist who declined. Dr. Jones said he could do either. He could do a QA/QC of Russ's update.
What's a QA/QC?
Quality assurance, quality control, like a peer review, a
Okay.
peer review of Russ's work that he will be working on, or he could do a full separate standalone assessment methodology.
Yeah, and my interpretation, because I think I seconded this from Bob, I was following a precedent, which is anytime we have a dispute, or I don't know if dispute's the right word, between the district
Controversy.
an issue, topic, between the district and another community, that we have a third-party review. And, so we can be perceived as being unbiased when it comes to that area. We did it with Stony Brook, we've done it with,
So you're talking a peer review?
yeah, a peer review is what I really wasn't looking for another complete total assessment methodology. So I think that's maybe a little ridiculous.
And I'm not looking for a separate methodology either. I think a peer review is just fine.
And I didn't know if that would be engineering or
Having said
what.
that, I would also like to ask, Russ said today that our first step is going to be to go through the budget line items and put them into, he called them silos, but I'll call them columns, that he had there on the paper. Once we get that done, I would like to then go to this person and say, would you have separated them this way?
Yeah. That
So
is my expectation.
that's what I perceive as a peer review.
Yes, ma'am.
Not to say,
here's the budget, separate them.
Yeah.
I would just go and say, would you have separated them this way? And if they say, no, I think this line item should be over here, then that's what should come back to the board, and then we would discuss that. Otherwise, we would just continue on with Russ.
I think you'll find that that's probably like an ABC thing, that's a no-brainer. The one that they're really going to probably have the challenge is when you get into the benefit.
Right, and
That's when,
Okay,
that's
yes,
when you
but I
want
was
to really
just
have.
The
the
That was
interpretations.
my whole point.
Yeah.
It wasn't
That's
about
when
even
you
the assessment methodology. It
interpretations
was
of that.
benefit. That's where we
That's
wanted a
where
third
the
party.
peer review comes into play.
So-
But the other part that I was looking for is I have a lot of faith in what Russ is gonna do. I really do. I don't have a problem with it. But I just want to know if he has a mindset of how he does it, okay? I'm looking for somebody else that might look at it to get to the same goal, but get there a different way, and that got a major impact. That's what I wanted the third-party review for. Are there alternate ways of doing it?
And that benefits
And if you
where
have
that'll
that,
happen.
where, how does that shake out when we're all done?
And that is the intent with Dr. Jones. He's out of Tampa. He's done this, this is,
Okay.
he's also a professor at USF, but he does this as a side thing. And if that is what you're looking for, which is what I was thinking, but I had to go back and listen.
That's what I was looking for.
So this I would need approval of $10,500, not to exceed $10,500. And yes, Carol, to your point, exactly. Each step of the way, he would review it and say, okay, is this how I would have done it? Is this how I would have evaluated the waterway management and the benefit? Would I have evaluated the trip charge, the roadway category that way? That is absolutely the expectation.
And just, again, because I based this on precedent, when we got the third-party opinion for the Stony Brook to review, I don't know if the AG's, or the opinion, did we split that cost with Stony Brook?
We did.
We did split that cost?
Yeah.
Is that, I mean.
Well, did Stony Brook want it today? I mean, this is something that's being literally jammed down Pelican. I'm not quite as comfortable with the
We
money.
actually have a line item in our budget for assessment methodology, so I'm just assuming, this is more than what we budgeted, but I'm just assuming that that's where it would come from.
Okay. I was just trying to look what
Yeah,
we
that's
did
what I'm
from
saying, this would
precedent,
take
what
us
we've done in the
over
past. When
budget,
there's,
so.
when we're looking for a third-party opinion through the district and another internal entity like the community, what was the precedent? And so we normally split that?
Split costing usually.
Yeah, with that, the Stony Brook as a perfect example, we split the baby.
I'd make a motion that we retain Dr. Jones for the estimated amount of $10,500, not to exceed $10,500 as the peer review of the assessment methodology process.
To be paid by,
I'm sorry?
to be paid by us, or to be a split cost?
Split cost.
Split by who? Arborwood, Pelican, C5?
I think this would just be a cost that goes under our admin, like we do Stephen Bloom or anybody else, a consultant.
The 01?
But he's asking, like, are we splitting in two, or are we splitting on all?
There's a number of constituencies that are maybe benefited or negatively. I would not expect Pelican to be paying for this.
Well, the thing is, we got to watch with the admin. It's not an enterprise cost, so enterprise is going to pay for it.
No, it didn't say enterprise. It 01.
But on the other hand is that Pelicans, whether we did this or not, or Rule 6 was in or not, you still had to update the assessment methodology
And we have
because
no
of the
qualms
fact that
with
we
what
didn't,
Russ is doing.
because we didn't do it.
The only
Drop
reason
the
why I would
funding
say
and I'm all for
that
it.
Pelican, like the same thing I said with Stony Brook, the reason why it is split, because there's a mutual benefit. There's a benefit to Pelican to having third-party review, and there's a benefit to us.
Having
So
a
that's why I
third-party.
think if you're gonna say,
So it's
I
5
hear
grand on
you,
each
Doug,
side?
but here's what.
yeah, I know where you're coming from, but I'm just saying.
Now we
this is
got
the-
roulette, and you're asking me to pay for the bullet.
What about having them pay their 14%?
That's okay.
I'll go with that. Okay.
The normal administrative 14, okay.
I mean, I don't care, I'm just trying to stick to precedent.
I'll go with
Yeah.
that. I'll go with
Okay,
that.
so that's the motion?
That's the motion.
I'll second your motion.
Can you repeat it?
Backwards?
If you could do that. You got it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Okay, so the general fund is gonna pay 86% and Pelican is paying 14.
Correct.
Okay.
District manager.
Monthly reports, ready?
Nobody's got any questions, right?
We have admin up first. Anything for Laura? Hearing none, great. Next.
Wore us out.
Anything for Laura under admin? Okay, next.
Well, the only thing is that to accelerate this process, can we get the 2025 budget, make sure that we start getting the stuff into the silos at what we think, and then it's just a matter of moving them around?
Yeah, I sent it to Russ again, so.
Yep, he's got it.
And the biggest one's going to be Pelican Preserve's side, where you've got all that stuff in that jammed up admin, that somebody's got to go through that and start splitting that stuff.
Inside, outside, so it would just be adding that new category, so I kind of already started the work.
That'd be the only thing I say is that's a priority.
Russ will have it ready for the waterway management
Okay.
next. All right, anything for Public Works? Daniel, welcome back. We missed you. I missed you a lot. Missed you. Anything for Daniel? All right.
Have fun with the trees.
Utility?
Mr. Shaw, 5-year employee. Anything for Mr. Shaw?
The two of them did a good job at the last 2 days of the session, being to partner with.
Good.
It was good. I
Good.
think it was.
Thank you.
Well, and the definite shout out for the handling of Milton. I mean, they're both Public Works and Bill. Because it was pretty seamless and very organized. The gates were open that were supposed to be open in the back. People knew who to call. People knew, that was a well-run fair. You ought to go to North Carolina for all of them.
Okay.
You're welcome. I was here.
Stressed.
I know
You
you
didn't
did.
mention me at all.
Well, because you were being paid. She was on vacation.
I was stressed, I will tell you that.
I had
No,
a lot of phone calls
We
with her
both
while she
were.
was gone.
We
So-
both were.
I do have a
That
question.
was the worst, because Chelsea, I was asking her, she's like, I can't see it, and she would ask me, I'm like, me neither, I don't know.
We clearly dodged a bullet, but we were well prepared.
Yeah, in most cases, it's when you actually have severe impact, you understand, or you can identify where you have gaps, what's missing. So we've had 2 storms. Luckily, they weren't severe, but is there anything that the board should know as far as, whether it's protocol or equipment or resources? Is there anything that was uncovered during those 2 events?
No.
Or just lessons learned, any
So,
lessons learned.
so I wasn't here for Irma, but as a district, we learned a lot of lessons from Irma. And when I came on board through Kenny, he was implementing said lessons, and we were gearing up and getting equipment and all that.
Irma was a wake-up call.
When Ian happened, I didn't work 10 minutes of overtime. That's a testament to the things that we did that led up to that as the electrician. Now, there was a couple things I had to go out and triage during the course of the day, but the staff that was here and handled the storm part of it, did an excellent job, and we learned those lessons. We handled this the same way. FPL did throw us a curveball on this one. Stations that normally go out didn't go out this time. And for example, Stony Brook usually goes out, but it usually comes back. But it didn't come back. As soon as we got all the equipment set up and ready to go, power came back on. We left for home, everything was back on. At 8 o'clock that night, the entirety of Pelican went out on our side. Every lift station lost power. Now, we have a generator at 1 and we have a fixed pump at 1, but we had to come in and move equipment from where it was over to get us through the night. So a little bit more equipment would be, advantageous. Because if we had
He had to put that one
well,
in there.
if we had a larger outage, it would have given us the ability to set up and not have to just continually man things and move. But
It was very reassuring to see the equipment stationed and available.
Yeah,
Brought up.
right.
Well, and I'd say the other big thing was just having the ability to exercise those wears down.
Oh, yes.
Minimal flooding. And again, because we didn't get a whole lot of rain, we were very fortunate with rainfall on both
we didn't
storms.
get that much rain.
But also just being able to post and to see staff post on Facebook, we exercised to 50% 2 weeks ago. We're down to 100%. Like just knowing that we could do that, it just really shut
Yes,
people up.
yes.
You know,
So I will say the lessons learned on the public works side, Daniel wasn't back yet, but we definitely need, and we've kind of L planted the seed, but we, in Stony Brook at that weir and at Hampton Park, we need to look and see if there's any engineering that we can do to help alleviate those systems. I don't know if there is, but I definitely think it's a conversation that we need to have.
what do you mean exactly? To open them up more, or?
Like,
Hampton Park has got a single weir that discharges all their water out, and it probably needs to be looked at.
Anemic.
And then the same with Stony Brook. I will say from a management perspective, I was up there on a tractor, but I had full confidence in the staff. We had Helene 2 weeks prior. We went through the procedures, our pre-storm checklist, documenting pictures. We've got some new staff, so that was new for them. You all have approved radios in the past that have really, helped communication. So I wasn't concerned on that from managing from here for phone calls and out. Kudos to Laura for being my eyes and boots on the ground and, pumping staff up and, keeping them optimistic and saying, we're one team. Staff, we invested in some cots after Ian, and I heard some comments
They said they were pretty comfy.
They said they were pretty comfy.
We got sleeping bags and cots.
Yep. So overall, we can continue to get better, with infrastructure and tools and equipment. But we, like Bob said, we were very fortunate.
It was nothing that couldn't be handled, and and we did have free equipment, so we could have been even more flexible if needed. Not that we were out of equipment, but just in the future there will be grant funding coming down the road for these last 2 hurricanes. So maybe we could add, a couple portable pumps.
Well, we were just lucky it wasn't a rain event because the Basin 4 was well over control. Yeah. Going into the storm.
Well,
over.
And I have to say, Ed was keeping me updated with that weir in his community.
Doug
Xanter and Pelican keeping, once, twice a day updates. So having, residents being able to get involved in that sense, I have to commend them too, because again, they see it. They're boots on the ground. They can keep us apprised. So overall, I'm very pleased with our response to Milton.
Awesome. Yeah, that's good to hear.
I think everybody's pretty happy about
And
that.
do you have anything else for Bill?
No.
I have one quick thing to read. Funny enough, this resident stopped in the office the other day, and she was my assistant principal in high school. And I said, Miss Themler? Anyway, she sent a note, and I just want to read it really quick. I want to say thank you. I just want to thank you and your team for fixing our water connection box to make it safe and frankly more attractive. The men working on it were polite, efficient, cleaned up the area, and did a great job. I let them know how much I appreciated their work.
Where's this at?
She's in Waterford? Waterford.
Yeah, Waterford
Yes.
Village. Yeah.
So again, kudos to our staff. I missed that earlier.
I forgot to take it on your folder.
So
Awesome.
that's all I have under district manager items.
Okay.
Tony, is it you?
Yes, sir. Just go through the items that are, I guess, the first ones are, we're still waiting from Charles Mann to give us the final deeds. We keep bugging him and Alyssa, his assistant. I'll just keep bothering him. Hopefully we'll have him for the November meeting. I just want to wrap all this up. Everybody does. On Lee Health, nothing more. And again, if Lee Health goes to a private entity, then that whole issue goes away because the assessments can definitely be levied against their property. Because they are just a plain old corporation at that time. So there's no argument anymore. The admin building, again, reviewed the revised ITP and been working with Chelsea and the engineers with regards to any documents that are needed. The infrastructure easements, I would hop on that. Pelican Reserve, I need to put a T in easements next time. Finished the drafts for Sienna, Ravenna, Palazzo 3, and we just have a couple from PPCA that we need.
I've only got Ravenna and Plaza 3. I do not have Sienna.
It's in your box. It's in your box. 3 copies printed.
Okay, so now that means Trentino Estates and
Toscana.
Toscana.
I think one of those is in the right of way, but we've already wrapped those up, so that's been a good effort.
I hate to say I've heard that before, but okay.
It's August almost of next year. Genope, Zach is bugging the tar out of them to get them to finally, wrap up the agreement. And I'm just not sure I understand why they are so behind, but we'll keep bugging them on that. Hopefully we'll have it before the November 7th board meeting. We keep bugging them. FPL consent to use. Again, as Chelsea mentioned earlier, we've done everything we could. In fact, we reminded FPL that we provided comments to them back in June when Chelsea said, if you resolve the final question, they said, what questions? Or we resolved the last 2 items, and they said, we haven't seen it. So hopefully they're not too tied up in doing storm recovery, that they can, get to this. And by the way, I don't know if you heard the FPL's response as to why power is flickering off and on. I don't know if you all had that situation here in Collier County.
A little bit.
The rationale was typically in a hurricane, there's salt, and salt water gets on all the trees and the lines and the connectors. But typically in a hurricane, there's a lot of rain, so it washes the salt off the connectors and electrical systems. In this instance with Milton, since there was not a rain event, the salt is still on the system equipment and resulting in some transformers still blowing and going out. So that was that's FPL's explanation.
Well, the people down on the beach, especially Bonita Beach in that area, they were saying the power would come on, go off.
My house,
on
North Naples.
and off.
No, North Naples, we thought everything was okay until yesterday morning, again, at 4 o'clock it went off and it came back on. It's been siphoning off and on for a lot of people. But that was FPL's explanation for that.
They were just cycling it,
Yeah,
starting a new deal.
Surge protectors are probably flying off the shelves now as we speak. The tree line colonial sign parcels, we're still waiting once we defease those bonds or pay all those off.
When are they going to be paid?
November 4th. 1st?
Board
November, early November.
Earlier in November.
On the board policies and procedures, I just need to distribute those. I've got those wrapped up. Post a review of competitive solicitation to do that on a routine basis. Contracts, again, on an as needed basis.
Tony, one of the things that came up at the strategic planning session was following up on simplifying all of our contracts. And so we got the insurance matrix completed. I'd like to set some time up in the next couple weeks with you and
For
Randy.
the next board meeting, I like that.
You and Randy, and let's just hammer it out.
Yeah, we can come up with purchase order forms and
particular, I'm not trying to come up with new forms, but with a particular emphasis on lower cost items, things that are under 200,000 as differentiated.
195.
Yes, we can, yeah.
195.
195.
Yes.
And again, I have some templates from other districts who use certain formats.
Yeah,
This is not the first time we kicked it.
Defining contract documents.
Yeah,
What we need
depending
and what we don't
depending
need.
upon the scope, magnitude, and nature of the work.
Yeah, we'll get together.
Yes.
He's got a draft he sent me. I've given some comments, so we just have to finalize it and bring it to you guys for your 2 cents.
Stony Brook roads and streets, I'm still waiting to hear back from what Stony Brook wants to do on the alternate approach that I talked to you all about separately. So Katie Brookey was going to talk to her board and try to get back, and or the litigation counsel in her office. Chapter 6, that's been taken care of. PPCA, district funds. I did not send a final demand letter. We talked about trying to have one more try in reconciling it with PPCA. I don't know if Chelsea was successful with them or not.
The hurricane got in the way. Laura has a follow-up with them on Monday. I think we'll be able to, I'm confident that we'll be able to bring a number in front of you at your next board meeting. To get this
number that we all agree on? Or?
Yeah, we recommend or agree upon.
That both parties recommend, yes. And the understanding they have to take it in front of their board, we have to take it in front of ours. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why we sort of held off. As it seemed like the conversations were warmer between Chelsea and the association. So
What back up, because you went by Stony Brook or I missed it. Where are we on the Stony Brook transfer of roads? I read the Attorney General's opinion.
Can I have a conversation with you separately about
Sure.
that alternate approach?
Okay.
That we talked about. The irrigation agreement, I mean, that still trying to herd the cats on that to get all the parties together. So I may even drop that off the list if that's the board.
I would.
Just drop that off?
Yeah, until, I think, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, that the community association in Pelican is trying to figure out the bowl of spaghetti themselves. So
Yes.
let them figure it out and then we'll go.
They've
from
accepted ownership. I'm willing to let them own it.
Good.
Somebody finally
Not
stepped
us.
up.
Until they come knocking on the door about.
Well,
hey,
that's okay.
Wait.
Let them,
The community association
Yeah.
has accepted
yes.
ownership.
They've accepted ownership of
The irrigation
describing what the
system.
problem. They say they own the system.
Okay,
That still has a million questions, but they're doing the
Okay.
investigation.
all right.
Yeah, I guess $50,000 they set aside or something like that to do it.
Between them and the golf right now.
I'm fine with that.
So the 82 monument and for the easement, I had given Stony Brook HOA until 9:30 because you guys had told them months ago that they have to do the sketch and legal. They got it to me. I'm working on with Tony on the formatting of that easement. Going to send it to them for their review and approval, and hopefully back to you all soon.
Yeah.
So there will be holiday lights on that monument.
If it doesn't go out to Chelsea, tomorrow, the revised updated version, it'll go out Monday.
We are now. We own the lights.
It'll go out Monday, if not tomorrow, the revised version to Chelsea for her review. Daniels Parkway Apartments, we just talked about that, so we've got our task list to try to resolve that. I still, just the draft have not finalized on the connection fees, got a little bit of interruption last week.
Hopefully we don't need to use them, but I need that draft.
Yeah, I understand. Changes to utility rules, worked with staff on that. That was a really good collaborative effort, sitting around the table and/or sitting around the team's conference calls to resolve all that. Leslie, again, did a heck of a lot of work on that. I give her a lot of kudos for. I don't always agree with everything that she wrote down. We had some good back and forth, but I give her a lot of credit for taking that task on. She did a great job. Again, the review, editing of proposals, bid documents, insurance requirements, we pared it down actually from what it was before, and then we'll continue to work on the shorter forms or different forms for different procurements. And Gateway Greens Master Association easement transfer agreement. This topic was an item from 10 years ago. As I always say on the Sunshine Law, you can't talk about anything that may reasonably foreseeably come before you in the future. And I always take the approach that anything you do today will come back to you in the future. So this is 10 years later, and it's resurrected itself. It was provided from the ed passed on to the district staff and then on to me, a draft agreement and some correspondence from the attorney for the association. I've had my initial review. I have some comments to make on it. I just need to have that conversation with him and pin it down.
I'll get with you and go over
and
that.
Mark, and I just need to pin it down.
What are we doing?
What the issue is that all of the sewers in Gateway, all the utilities are under an easement or a utility easement.
Storm sewers.
All of them, for that matter. It's just that in the villas, the back sides of the houses of 1, 2, 3, 4 areas of about 2 to 3 manhole reaches are not under the district. So when the district went in to do the cleaning, we did the cleaning, but there was maintenance work need to be done on them. They couldn't do it because it's not under the district. So I want to transfer there's an easement that's from the sub-association that we found out years after the fact. The sub-association to the master, what we want to do is quit claim deed it or transfer it over to the CDD who has the.
And does it tie into our system, the existing system?
Yeah, in other words, I think the impact is it has not having that maintained would have an adverse impact on the backbone stormwater system. Is that a fair statement, Ed?
Yeah. We've got like 3 or 4 manhole reaches that's in the district and then 2 or 3 manhole reaches that are not.
I believe somebody told me that there was a history with why we didn't originally accept this because of the width of the easement.
Well, when they did the original project, this is according to Rick Brylansky at Holmontis, who did the design. WCI, well, no, it was wasn't WCI then. It was no, Gateway Communities or whatever they call it.
Bay Colony Gateway.
Yeah, Bay Colony Gateway. When they came in, they wanted to put in 2 or 3 more lots, so they took up land and squeezed and didn't have enough to get a standard easement with. So they didn't tell anybody anything. They just put it right into the covenants.
Yeah, and that's part of the discussion I will have with their attorney on describing and depicting the areas that are subject to the easement, so we have a clear definition. And like we did with Palazzo, representations as to authority and ability and those kind of items.
Well, and the board's going to have to decide if
So
you
I'll
want
just work with Tony on putting that together.
Board wants to take them.
Well, the board will have to decide if you all want to, if the district wants to take them, and do you take them as current condition, or do you require them to be cleaned or whatever?
Well, certainly do we take them clean.
Yeah, they've already been cleaned. The issue is that they need lifted up, repaired.
They're clean,
they need repaired, is what it seems like, so.
Yeah, that's the reason. That was done when they did Basin 5.
Yeah, and I think there is some precedent for taking smaller size, I think it's for smaller pipes than typical also, is in certain parts of Hampton Park, if I recall.
Yes, backside of Hampton Park.
Backside of Hampton Park, there's a number of lots where, again, the district.
12-inch, 10-inch pipes.
Yes.
Yep.
So there's precedent for that to take place.
Anything else for Tony?
Uh,
Not that I'm trying to get us out of here by 7:30.
By midnight?
Anything else for Tony?
I'll bring up one. I don't want to get into a 100-mile long discussion, but the other day at the strategic planning deal, the issue came up of secession.
I heard that.
Pelican Reserve. I think you were on probably on the deal. The only thing I'm asking is.
By the way, I didn't bill for that, but it was also informative to understand where the board's coming from.
Not changing anything that Russ is doing, because in my opinion, that's got to be done. But the issue is that I think that we need to have a briefing from you that what is the procedure? If we have to go through it or we want to go through it, what are the steps? Something simple. We all can read 190, but 190 is not clear because we're over 1,000 acres. That makes it very complicated. Who initiates it and how is it done?
Yeah, the board can, a landowner can, but then there are criteria. And so if the board, what I would suggest, if that's how the board wants to go, is basically like a 1-page or 2-page.
Cliff notes.
Bullet points
That's
and
what we
summary.
need, cliff notes of what needs to be done. And then
And the problem is since it has to go to the governor and cabinet, there's no way to put a real time frame on it, because you don't know.
No, we understand that.
Yeah.
But if we're all in agreement,
Yeah.
that's one course.
If
there's
it's an
conflict,
option.
that's a whole different.
Well,
Understood.
I just want to make, is this something that Pelican is interested in doing?
We don't know.
We don't.
Okay, but
We just want to
But I'm
understand.
saying that the request would need to come from Pelican.
No, that's the
not
question. I don't
necessarily.
think it is. I think the request, the way I read the King's English, comes from a motion of this board. Now.
So
granted,
basically,
before we
there's a
would-
difference between them succeeding and us kicking them out.
Well,
Well,
no, I
we're-
just.
And I don't mean that.
No, I know what you mean.
You know what I mean?
And yet, I don't think any motion would be made until we got a consensus of that's what's to
None
be
of
done.
us sitting here now.
We just
have
don't know
any
what it
idea
is.
Of what the impact is. Let's just
I
say,
think it's merely exploring another option.
that's
Oh,
all.
yeah, I have no problem.
It's
Well,
an
actually,
option that's
Information
out there.
gathering.
Actually, a landowner can also petition to contract the boundaries of the district. The statute says a landowner or the board may petition.
Do you want to run this by PFAC Monday?
Nope.
Okay.
So the
We're not
board-
doing anything more than,
We're just getting.
we're not
We're
putting anything out
just
official.
getting information
We are
about
just trying
what
to-
is the process.
Okay.
Because I keep getting asked, what are the
Yes.
steps? I don't know the
Yeah,
steps.
and
And
it's-
I'd like to know.
All
And
right,
I'll be
so-
honest, I had Pelican people reach out to me even before the public hearing, and even 4 years ago, that was always a maybe, so I would support
When
it
do you
if
want-
that's a decision.
But we don't know. That's the,
Yeah.
what do we just need to know.
When do you want that from Tony?
Just have it, the
November
next
7th?
meeting.
Oh,
Definitely-
that's soon?
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean.
How soon? What did he say?
Yeah, let's not talk about November
The-
7th, next
the-
meeting.
The
Yeah,
reason
let's
why
have it at the
is
next
there's-
meeting.
we have an extra week between meetings.
No,
It feels like a vacation almost.
The other thing is,
Is
Tony,
that a job it is?
Tony, the other thing to include in that is because we talked about it the other day, is this issue, is the defeasance. Where do we stand on that bond and who do we have to talk to get permission to get around that 10-year
Tony,
deal?
we can talk to Pedro.
Well, that's different. That's a bit longer. You ever talk to Pedro about
Yeah,
that?
we'll talk to Pedro
Okay.
and add that as part of your.
Yeah,
your
because,
letter.
yeah, the question is.
Because if that is a no, hell no, then it doesn't make any difference what we can
Dead.
do, we can't do it.
It's a moot point. Okay. All right, so
That's all I
November
had for Tony.
7th,
Well,
Tony.
yeah, I guess the question is not just, talking to Pedro about whether we can do a refunding series of defees, but then again, bondholders have certain investment expectations, and they make the purchase of the bonds based upon those, and so they may have tax consequences or other. but
Just the initial, when I asked Pedro of that, just so you all know, the initials was no, you can't call on it for 10 years, but we can dive a little bit deeper with him.
Yeah, that's all you're doing.
All right,
You
anything?
can do anything if you want.
That's right. Well, or,
You know, you
and
pay
you might find
bondholders
they're
and
interested. You never
Anything
know.
else for Tony? Okay, last order of business, so agenda management. You'll see we have a lot of bids that are coming up that will be on the November 7th, and considering you canceled the never mind, never mind, we're good, never mind. I thought you canceled the November 21st, which is the meter replacement. But that's
No.
moving to December, so we're good. So we did all of the bids, we had like 5 bids that are active. We extended those, I think, either 6 or 7 days because of the 2 hurricanes. So that's why we have, a lot of these will push back. But you'll notice on the November 7th workshop, we've got the waterway management. Is there another page to this? Keep going. This is that 30,000 foot district priority sheet we talked about. This is, again, the priorities that I believe, as of right now. You tell me if those.
We went over the priorities last 2 days. I'm up to my
Well,
eyeballs with
this was
priorities.
issued before that, so.
This is what Ed and I came up with for you three that didn't make it.
Okay.
What?
And then, is there anything
I
else?
made it.
Nope.
You were here 10 minutes the last day.
I was here 2 hours.
That's what I said.
That was me, that was for 10 minutes.
I was here in mine. Mine was here.
All right.
Okay,
So
going
just
on.
because you had to put up with Ed for another 2 hours,
Is there
you know.
anything else that
She
you
got a
need?
gold medal.
I don't get hazard pay.
Okay,
I think you just keep moving.
anything else?
No.
Board member comments?
Yep.
We ready?
Yes.
Bob, anything?
I hope everybody read Thomas Murphy's September 22nd letter that kind of talked, that we talked earlier about this, about our bidding requirements, that they're so cumbersome, we're losing opportunities. And I don't know if everybody got to read it or not, but this is a Stony Brook resident that has some of the same concerns, particularly with talk about smaller cost items. If anybody doesn't have it, I'll give you a copy of it, but anyway. So I'm really encouraged that we're gonna do this, and I wanna come up with it with terms, you know, what's a bid, what's a quote, what's a RFP, you know, all the different acronyms, so we all understand all that.
The key thing is that don't put anything on the contractors that is not necessary.
Absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
We need to streamline it, we need to work cooperatively, and we need to work collaboratively. So they're our partners, they're not our adversaries. I understand the needs of protecting us.
I hope you got my response to him and read that too.
No, you didn't say that.
Anything else, Bob?
Nope, that's it.
Carol, anything?
Yes. Earlier this year, we did refrigerator magnets and the brochure about the GSCDD. And I think it would be an opportune time if we did mail this, at least this part to Pelican for January 1st. So we're coming up to November 1st. So whatever we have to do to get this in the works, I think it'll probably take a number of weeks or whatever.
So you haven't done that yet? I thought you guys already did.
No,
We've given them out in a number of
we
locations.
passed them out in
Oh, but you
different
don't just
things,
mail them out
but we
to
were
everyone?
talking about a mass mailing to every household in Pelican Preserve. So that'd be 2,500.
Anything else?
And I didn't know if you guys wanted to do anything similar or not, or what.
CDD is a mystery to our folks, it really is.
Right.
I think that we should focus on educating you guys on
Yeah.
it, because I think.
That's the real
Yeah.
thing.
So we will solicit a price to mail those out.
Right.
To mail those out, do we have to produce them too?
I have to ask the printer if we can just give them back to them, or if they would need to print again. It's probably easier for them to print again and then
Sort it
just.
out.
We've still got a lot of.
Whatever
Yeah.
it takes.
We'll solicit.
But I think January 1st, you're going to have snowbirds coming back. They're going to be there.
Mail magnets
To
and
open
brochures.
it, and they won't just throw it away. So
Magnets
Well,
and
I
brochures.
have a question. Wouldn't you guys be able to mail, how do you guys mail your assessments? Like your first, is it January that you start your new assessment? Because you could add that into your
Oh, for your
HOA.
HOA.
well, it's December 1st, and it usually gets automatically taken out of your.
Yeah, but you have to, 720 requires you to
Do they
notify
send out a
them.
coupon book?
No.
No.
You don't do that.
There's no coupon book. There's no
You don't
whatever.
notify them what it is?
They all know, believe me.
Yeah, okay.
But you don't mail anything out.
You are required to mail them out, that's why I was asking.
No, there's no
No.
mailers.
Okay.
There's no mailers.
And we
Anything
still
else?
have
And they automatically take it out of your checking
Yeah.
account,
And
so.
we still have a lot of them, and we're still giving them away. Because monthly, we give out what they call vial of life containers to all of our residents that they come get them. That's where, you know, you lift all your medications, what's wrong with you. It's a magnet on the refrigerator, it's a notice on the front door, so if, you know, you're in the home. the
Oh, I
police
thought that
car
was your
alarm-
cannabis.
No, that's-
So
that's
anyway,
another person.
I'd like these mailed out to Pelican by January 1st.
That's on our
January
side, the
1st.
Pelican doesn't get that, we
Yeah.
get that.
You'll catch up.
And then
No, I don't have anything.
at the last meeting I was at, I mentioned ad valorem taxes as opposed to non-ad valorem taxes. And I think somebody said they were going to make some inquiries as to what that would entail. Did anything ever happen?
Of the.
But the only thing that I recall on the deal
mentioned-
was is that Tony said something about that it's tied on the assessed valuation or the square footage or front
Well-
footage of your property, and that pretty well took care of that.
Yeah, the
Well, it's
question
on
was
the-
whether or not the district would want to hold the necessary election to levy, have the power to levy ad valorem taxes, as opposed to just having the non-ad valorem special assessments as the funding source. And I don't know if there's any direction given at that time to do any analysis, I don't recall.
I think the direction was staff was gonna look into it.
Right.
But there was no timeline or sense of urgency on that.
That would certainly play havoc with our assessment methodology basis that we've always used in Gateway.
Well, you can do both.
I
thought
did
you were gonna bring it back
fall-
when?
Huh?
No.
I know, because I didn't think, I think Doug was correct. I believe I asked Stephen Bloom if he had any of his other districts that did it via ad valorem, and he said not to his knowledge. And I think you and I had an email exchange.
Yeah, I
But
checked,
beyond,
I checked on the special district site, Department of Economic Opportunity, whatever the heck they're calling it.
Well, if you haven't, could you look into it? Because that is another option in front of us.
Yeah, and again, as I.
what is it you're looking to get of that? Like the rules to do that, or like what is the deliverable is what I'm trying to figure
What
out.
I think you need to ask is, what is the difference between ad valorem and non-ad valorem?
Okay.
That'll tell you
Well,
right
no,
off the
I
bat.
know what the difference is. In other words, that's why I gave you a copy of my personal thing, so you could have an example to say, okay, if it's non-ad valorem, this, Carol, this is your taxes. If it's ad valorem, this is your taxes.
Well, that would depend on the mill that you choose.
Where
Well,
it'd be-
and isn't that the one that depending on who you are, then you can actually get like discounts and breakaway? Like,
Yeah, and I
if you're a
guess
senior,
if you want
so
to,
it's not really
I
equal to
can,
equal.
if you want to, I can do a little blurb on it, because the statute has a mechanism of how the district can levy ad valorem tax. As I read the statute, it doesn't preclude having ad valorem tax and non-ad valorem special assessments as revenue sources. When you get into the ad valorem tax, you have a number of issues. You have the valuations by the property appraiser. You have the various exemptions that may come into
That's
play.
what I was
I mean, I
talking
almost
about.
think like in
The
our environment,
exemptions,
it's,
that's what I was
it's
talking
a-
about, because they're gonna have a lot.
And then you also have, interestingly enough, non-ad valorem tax, you cannot impose a non-ad valorem tax, for example, against the church. You can impose and levy a non-ad valorem special assessment.
The big.
So I mean, there's pluses.
There's a
You're
limit.
going to
that's
have-
what I think. It's like pros and cons in our environment, not just in general, but in a special
Okay, so
district, in our
that's the
environment.
deliverable.
I
A
would
memo
confirm
from
that
Tony.
with Carol, but
That would be December, but I can do that. I mean,
Okay. And
Okay.
from what I recall, there's a maximum on the mills that you can.
I think
put.
it's 3 mills, if I'm not mistaken.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will have a memo for the December meeting.
And one other thing, I'm not aware of any other district that has it.
That's true.
I checked, but that's.
Anything else?
Well, that's what you told me. No.
Doug?
no.
Okay, December.
No.
I'm on the hook for December now.
Are you gonna come to a couple meetings now, Fleming?
Hey,
She's- She would have been to do, because she knew there was going to break the record for the time of a
Bobby,
meeting.
you
is
didn't
what
ask
she's
where it
gonna
was at the
do.
last meeting.
Yeah, exactly, the last meeting.
You weren't here.
Motion,
I was,
motion to
You were
adjourn.
physically.
Thank
in the
you.
room.
Yes.
yes.
No, I don't know John's first name is actually.
I see signatures, I need signatures.
How many?
Yeah, but
I
Carol-
will